Nothing here is given.
Spiker, all that is left.
Every loss meant something more.
Oh my goodness! That's the surrender. They have stunned this crowd.
It reminded us that victory is never granted. The world tested us. Now they know who we are. Champions are made in North America. Everything here is earned, not given.
Welcome back to Stage 1 of the North American League. So glad to have you with us. It is a hot day here in Copenhagen for Playdate number 5. We're so excited to get into the action. I'm Jonas Villinger. He's Laxing, joining with, of course, Mint again here on the desk.
I made it.
You made it. You made it. You're still here.
Made it through jet lag.
Yeah, it was a rough one.
Made it through going to bed at 4 a.m.
It was about 4 a.m. Yeah.
It was 4:30 for me. We woke up at like 12:30.
Yeah, I think I woke up at 9, knocked out a couple extra notes, and then went back to bed, woke up at 2.
And here we are.
And here we are, the true grind. But yesterday, before all that ended up happening, pretty good day. We saw a lot of teams start to bounce back, right, from their week 1 performances. And we saw some pretty big news, and that was Shopify Rebellion and Dark Zero no longer undefeated. Dark Zero, they lost to Wild Card. 100 Thieves, they take down SR. I mean, a lot of changes yesterday. And Lax, it started with SSG taking down 5 Fears.
Yeah, I think the big one was a big turnaround for Space Station. Obviously, we didn't see a lot from them the first 3 play days. They knew it themselves. That game against Outlast was a lot closer than it needed to be. They came into yesterday's game with a new game plan, very well synergized, very well put together, and that's the Space Station that we were seeing during kickoff. So super glad to see that resurgence and a much needed 3 points.
And meant it was the 100 Thieves game that you called attention to coming into the day, and that one ended up delivering. I mean, they took down Shopify Rebellion.
They did, and of course I called attention to it. I'm totally not biased. One of my good friends on that team, and it was really good to see him win a game. They were able to actually capitalize on their man advantages, which is something we were calling them out for over.
That's why I put them at B tier, C tier.
C tier? Oh,
Yeah,
you
C
moving
tier.
them up to B slowly?
Maybe.
Would they be? Okay.
We'll see what happens today.
And then we ended with Dark Zero Wildcard. I mean, that was also a good one. And Dark Zero, it's a team that obviously they won the major. They've been untouchable so far. And finally, we saw a weakness.
Yeah, we definitely saw a weakness, but I don't think it was a weakness that was at DZ's own fault. I think it was just really well preparation from the side of Wildcard. I mean, we spoke with Spike and heard his interview that in that half, they were just more focused on solidifying a decent defense, but once they got on the attack, they knew the exact approach, and they were well calculated, well orchestrated on how they were going to get that win over Dark Zero, and they made it pretty damn convincing.
Those were some important points.
Absolutely.
Well, after everything was said and done yesterday, that left us in a bit of a new position here with M80, the only remaining undefeated team. They sit atop the standings with 11 points. Dark Zero and Shopify Rebellion not too close behind. But the big shift yesterday, Kyle, we all obviously saw a lot of teams get closer to the top, a bit of a condensing of the entire field. But 5 Fears.
That's your A+ tier team.
5 Fears there on the bottom. I mean, only 3 points. They started the stage on the top, and now they're at the bottom. A big fall from grace.
That is a big fall from grace. And yes, that is my A+ tier, A+ tier team, and maybe they still are. But 5 Fears, that's the NAL champs. That's JJ hip thrust in. He's the people's champion. And where is he? I got to look way down there. I got to win. Oh, that says 9th place, and they are struggling.
Yeah, not what you wanted to see from them here, but at least they have a chance to redeem themselves today, as do Dark Zero and Shopify Rebellion. We've got a good one ahead in terms of our schedule for the day. As always, 5 best of ones coming your way, starting with Shopify Rebellion and For Fun Esports. But Lax, we've got 100 Thieves and Dark Zero later, the match that I feel like we're billing as this Kino hot and cold affair.
Nah, I'm skipping past that. I'm looking at the Cloud9 versus 5 Fears. There's been a lot of talking around Cloud9 that they can't get over that hurdle, and getting a solid 3 points underneath their belt. I think it's really a big momentum shift for both of those teams to see who can come out on top and who can lengthen that gap, especially with how close we saw the stats, or the points rather, for everyone.
I can't believe you're going to skip over that. 100
Of course
Thieves,
I am.
100 Thieves is like the Grim Reaper. You know that Grim Reaper meme walking down, knocking on the
all the
doors,
different doors.
all the undefeated teams. Well, unfortunately, again, DZ fell, and they're not undefeated anymore. But still, it's a really good chance for them to get some big points against another top 4 team. So obviously, that's the game that I'm most excited for, to see if they can continue to fix their problems and work on their man advantages.
Well, Shopify Rebellion, they're going to be the team to get a chance to do that first. They're going to kick off the day against a team riding a bit of a high from yesterday, For Fun Esports. They get a nice 7-2 win over Outlast, a dominant one to start. Lack Shopify Rebellion, they're coming off a loss here. It feels like if there were any opportunity for For Fun Esports to take down this team, it could be now.
Yeah, I think it's really going to be about the tempo and momentum coming into this series, coming into this match ready and prepared. Obviously, you saw with Outlast, they were losing those first 2 rounds, and then that's where we saw Packer come into that play and really rally the troops and get them focused, and then they would end up winning the series. But this is a game where you're going to be going against a very hard opponent. The last time they played these guys was in the playoffs in kickoff, and they did beat them in one of those series, but then would fall short ultimately in the next 2 maps. So obviously they're very familiar with the opponent. They know the strengths going against them, but again, momentum is really going to be the kicker for me in this matchup.
Yeah, I agree with you on the momentum too, but it's also like Shopify just coming off a loss. Is that momentum for Fun going to be a good thing, or maybe the momentum of kind of getting their ass kicked a little bit, losing to 100 Thieves? Now they're actually going to be like prepared and going into this match.
I think that's what it's going to be.
Exactly.
Right, you can light a fire under them a little bit, push them to be better. But let's talk again For Fun, what they can do here to take advantage of this moment. I mean, did they learn anything from that 100 Thieves victory over SR that they can take into this game today?
Yeah, I mean, something big for me that I want to see them do, maybe a little more unorthodox, whatever map it ends up on. When we're looking at the operator bans, if they're starting on defense, I want them to get rid of the info ops, of the Solid Snake, of the Dokkaebi, get rid of the Montang for Troy, and more so focusing on the attacking side, especially with Ambient Exploit. Alleviating those pressure ops, those info ops, will force SR to play more of a traditional game of Siege, where they're now going to have to drone in those entries. They're going to have to take a little more time, and it doesn't enable Ambient Exploit to be able to do it themselves. And then if they're starting on that attacking half, it's getting rid of the Azami, getting rid of the Ella that thwarts off a lot of the shield play, but specifically the Clash. That is the big kicker for me. Whenever they have brought that Clash, which I believe they brought it 12 rounds, 80% of those 12 rounds, they are winning when Clash is available. So I really want to see if they're going to lean into those operator bans and just chip away at SR's strengths.
Yeah, the 80% is the big one.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
That is way too many defenses. They were just up there at the top of the defensive rankings until 100 Thieves just kind of knocked them off a little bit. Just a little bit, but maybe Border wasn't a good Clash map. Maybe we'll get another map that's also not a good Clash map, but please ban the Clash if we're on a map. Please get rid of the info.
I agree.
Well, for Fun, the momentum they're carrying into today, well, we also saw that momentum in the game yesterday. 2 rounds they lose, then they win 7 in a row. Here's what Packer had to say to get his team into shape.
Yo, shut the I'm calling out that this guy's gonna walk in fucking Aqua. I'm calling, they're telegraphing their attack. Move, let's move our fucking feet and help each other, guys.
Yeah.
What the fuck are we doing? Go back top, run the fucking set that we ran the first round, and let's play together. Stop fucking sitting in corners.
You want to get a mute? You want to get a mute
space.
to stop the Flores?
No. This is the floor. No. Listen, I don't care if we give gaps. Give the fucking gap. We can leave sight. We can leave these positions. Play together.
Listen, I got to give him his flowers for that. I mean, you know, sometimes you got to put it blunt, and clearly it was very well received from the team. They end up winning 7 rounds straight, and I think it's just important to have him be that catalyst, be that X factor where it looks like things are looking grim, who's going to rally the troops, and it was Packer in that scenario. But it does worry me, however, going into this series against SR, if he's not having a good game like he was having yesterday, maybe it leaves him in a situation where he's not as vocal, so then who's going to pick up that torch and carry the team? Is it going to be Bino? Is it going to be the rest of the players? I don't know, but someone has to be that voice. It's not just on Packer.
I love how he's just like, no, don't bring the mute. Like, he doesn't care at all what the strategy.
He wants to play together.
He does. Yeah, none of that matters. Just play together. Read into their takes. They're extremely telegraphed, and he's absolutely right.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he brings the passion for the team, but I fully agree with you. Like, we don't want that to always be the case. You can't be yelling at them every single game, and especially in this game when they're probably going to be down against Shopify. I don't know if I want to hear Packer Mayer the entire game.
But the problem is they have to go up against a team that is very hard to beat, and at times frustrating to play against. Shopify Rebellion, they've been looking so good so far this stage, in part because Ambi has looked untouchable. I mean, even hot and cold, he said, how do you stop this guy?
Yeah, I mean, here's the tweet right here. I mean, we banned Snake, and Ambi still dropped 14 on our foreheads. What the hell is the answer to shutting the GOAT down? And he's absolutely right. Ambi has been unstoppable, and their game plan going into that game was to try to stop him. And maybe that wasn't the play. Maybe that shouldn't have been the case. They got rid of the Snake, and what happened? Again, yeah, he still got his on 14. He still brought the Ash. He still brought the Twitch. He still brought the Ace. All fragging operators, and he still got his.
I was going to say, I think you candidly put it yesterday. You put an F2000 inside of Ambi's hands, he's going to make magic happen. And I think 100 Thieves definitely went a little too heavy on putting pressure on Ambi, where I think Spirits was more than enough out there to get that info. He only can go the vents window. And
that was ridiculous.
They tried to play off of it. But, Ambi really is lethal and hasn't seemed to let, like I said, his foot off the gas since SLC.
And their entry stats seem to have backed that up. I mean, this team has been great on the attacking side. You have Ambi playing well, Spoit playing well, Surf playing well. Yes, they lost yesterday, but is the entry something that they need to find again after that loss?
Yeah, so for anyone that's been a Rebellion fan, this has kind of been a reoccurring thing, and then anyone here will probably be reminded as I bring this up. But in that 100 Thieves game, they actually went 3-9 on the entry. So 3 opening kills to 9 opening deaths. And I wanted to look into it more to see if it was just a one-off. Well, they're actually dead last in the league at -6 in the entry. And I mean dead last. I mean worse than Outlast.
Well, I take it back. Not good entry then. That is tough. A tough spot for them to be. Hopefully they can go to a map where they can, find that again. We'll dive into the map bans here and see exactly what we're going to end up going to right now. These two teams have played just a couple of times in the past. Mint, they've only played, I think 4 maps.
Yeah.
But we're going to Lair here. What do you make of this?
Well, I feel like we always say this is interesting, but Lax, this one is interesting. Why is this one interesting?
I mean, for me, when the last time we saw them play it, it was the side for fun Esports being able to do it. But then to go back to the Clash can be really strong for the side of Rebellion here.
Yeah, this was again, they played 4 times in the NAL. These two teams have matched up, and like you just said, Lair was the only map that For Fun was actually able to win. But like you were just saying right there, I mean, the Clash is going to be available. I'm expecting this to probably go back to their default Cade Bandit bans. I mean, we'll find out here in just a second. But other than that, I mean, maybe For Fun. I'm just going to go on the other side of the coin here. Well, Shopify doesn't really, or the Rebellion rather, sorry, they don't really change what they do up on this map. They've just been very good at this map for a really long time, so they don't change what they do. So For Fun, they might be able to read into it. Might be a little bit telegraphed. Maybe they have a game plan, but JJ also thought he had a game plan on Labs. So.
Yeah, I mean,
who knows?
Also, when you even look at that series the last time they played, it was a very attacker-favored map. Both these teams were struggling on their defense. Maybe not struggling. Both teams were just very well on their attacks, so to speak. But you got to take into mind, that was before the Dokkaebi change was implemented. So this is going to be a completely different ball game where, again, I'm going to be looking to see if they're getting rid of the Dokkaebi. Because when you look at the bans from the side of For Fun Esports, they were getting rid of the Glaz, they were getting rid of the Monty, they were getting rid of the Ying. So I'm curious to see if they pivot off of that and now, like I said, more focus on these intel ops, because that really is the meta currently. And again, we talk about smaller maps. This is a smaller map where if you're using a Solid Snake, it can gain a lot of info, especially for those late round executes. And if Ambi's on the forefront of it, if Spoit's on the forefront of it, and relaying that information to Troy, they're going to take full advantage of it.
I mean, and that's exactly it, too. It's the intel ops. I already know what's going to be coming, right? The Rebellion are just telegraphed on this map. They're going to be running, most likely, their operations take for that top floor. What happens? Ambi goes underneath every single time with the Deimos or with the Snake. So those are the two operators I especially want to see getting taken off the board. And then, again, this should easily be a clash ban, but they might end up going for the electric, and I am worried about that.
Yeah, that could be a tough spot for them. We've talked so much about the strengths of Shopify Rebellion, the big three that have been playing so well, right? Spoit, Surf, Ambi. Gotta give Packer his flowers, I think, on the side of 4Fun Esports. He is the #1 rated player on this team right now, and it's not even close. The 15th rated player overall in the league. And Lax, for a team to have the middling results that they've had so far this stage, to be up there with those players statistically, for a player like him, it's a great spot to be.
I mean, Packer has gone through the trenches, so you really do have to give this kid the flowers. I mean, he really is on a team that does truly allow him to thrive and develop as a player. And again, the way that how he gets animated, the way that he perceives the game, I mean, you can tell that he's clearly passionate and wants to be here. And we don't see that from a lot of newer guys in the league. I love to see that sort of spirit. I love to see the enthusiasm that he brings to the team. And it's the reason why, again, yesterday, they found that success. They found those 7 rounds. But I also want to pivot over onto the side of SR. A player that we don't talk about too much or haven't been able to talk to, we spoke about him yesterday just in the back, is Rexen. Rexen, that man right there, he was typically the one that we were highlighting whenever it came to SR, wherever it came to Sonics. He's obviously taken a little step back in his roles, but he's all reliable. He's playing these roles that maybe not be the most fun, not the most flashy, but when you look at the stats for a lot of the games, and even during the SLC, he was contributing right next to everyone else. He just wasn't the highlight reel. But where Rexen's strengths are is really just being able to pick up and what's needed for the attacks, what's needed for the defense. So I definitely want to give Rexen his flowers. It's been unfortunate we haven't been able to highlight him as much due to the fact that you have Ambi popping off, you have Spoit popping off, you have Surf popping off, and then Troy being their IGL. But Rexen is another integral piece for this team and deserves it.
I mean, what's that saying when you have too many weapons, right? Like, they just have so many that Rexen does get outshined or he does get overlooked. But I always call him Mr. Consistent. We know what we're going to get out of Rexen. He's been in the league an extremely long time. He's played every single role under the sun for these guys on the Rebellion. And now, yeah, he might be playing a little bit more of a supportive role. He'll be on the DMRs, but he's doing what needs to be done. And he's also going to be helping Troy with enabling the other players on the team. So when the other players are shining, right, it's always going to be Rexen. It's going to be, he's going to have his hand.
Someone has to take a step back. Someone has to sit down and let the others flourish. Let the younger kids play around.
He could definitely hop on Ash if you need him to.
By all means. Rexen honestly was one of the most annoying players that I hated playing against whenever I was on Sonics. I don't know why, but I don't know players for you who comes to your mind, but for me, Rexen was one of those players that I just hated playing against. For whatever reason it was, specifically on Banks, the way that he played Buck, it just annoyed me.
Yeah, mine was for you, but yeah, I mean, no, you're right. I mean, and Rexen, I mean, I'm sure hopefully everyone knows this little tidbit about him right now, but he is deaf in one ear. Yeah. So the fact that he's able to roam or play in certain spots still amazes me. Like, as a pro player, you yourself as well. I can't hear anyway sometimes in the game, but if I wasn't able to hear...
I have my earbuds cranked.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if I couldn't hear in one of mine, that clearly... You have to play it some way, so maybe I got to watch Rexen and be like, maybe he's forcing himself to listen more to the left or more to the right. I don't know which ear is more impaired or not, but I mean, it's definitely something to, give credit to, because I have everything that I can make work, and to try to maneuver around, especially where Siege is a game played off sound and you have to rely on sound a lot of times and you don't have access to that. I mean,
your teammates screaming in your ear,
all of it.
Well, last time these two teams played this map, it was a 4Fun victory. Let's see if they can pull that off here again. Joining us today for our 5 best of ones, we've got Lynx and XR Troika. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Jonah. And I feel like we have to start out with that, right? Because there's so much Shopify Rebellion excitement going into today, especially after seeing their loss to 100 Thieves yesterday. A lot of people are expecting a bounce back. And just to be clear, Ollie, I think that's the fair assumption, the fair thing to expect. We do have to keep in mind, 14-round game. These two teams played last time they met on Lair, and 4Fun Esports were able to get the victory. And coming off a loss for Shopify Rebellion, like Jonah said at the beginning, this might be the best chance they could have had in any possible reality.
I think that's it. How many times do we sit here on any broadcast, like we say it on SAL quite a lot, that these are best of ones? It's very unpredictable. It can be, it isn't always just played out and predetermined based on paper. These players have got to get into the server and they have to give us a good game, or they have to give themselves a good game. SR obviously falling short of that mark yesterday, and for fun, I mean, kick them while they're down. There's an opportunity here. They've already shown a weakness. They've already shown that they can be beaten this stage. So why can't For Fun be the next team lined up, ready to do that? As you mentioned, this map has a little bit of history between these two teams, and it did take an 8-6 scoreline to determine a winner the last time they played it. That winner was For Fun. So with that in our minds, I can't wait to get into Lair. We've got a lot of these kind of matchups tonight, Lynx. I think we've got a lot of the more matchups where you could sort of look down and glance it on paper and go, nah, kind of pre-decided, kind of predetermined, but anything can happen with best of ones, as was proved yesterday. And let's see what today has in store for us.
Especially since the NAL has gotten quite competitive in the past year or two. When you have matchups that can essentially just be a coin flip, just 12, 14 rounds, so paltry in the grand scheme of things, anything can happen. For Fun starting out on the defense of Lair. As Min mentioned before we got into the game, this is a map that has been quite consistent in Shopify Rebellion's arsenal since it was first introduced in the pool. Something you and I talk quite a bit about is how this team was very much a pioneer of this map, not only in the world, but specifically in North America, and basically haven't varied up their strategies too much since then. Another thing mentioned by the desk, curiosity, whether or not we would see the intel ops banned by For Fun. That's exactly what we see. Deimos and Snake taking out the gate. But one thing that's a bit more surprising, it's a Bunk's briefing defense to start. Not at all the primary side on this map.
No, it isn't. I'm kind of surprised that we haven't really seen stuff like this done before. Obviously, we know that SR have got a good amount of reps on Lair. They were an early adopter of this map. So throwing them off the scent, why not? Give it a little go. It's going to force them into some different ideas. Obviously, with the way that the bans are structured, given that you only get 2 at the start of the game, you are going to be giving up some of that information and a shield by targeting the Deimos and the Snake. But as the desk discussed, that information in the hands of some of these players is just too much. That's a brilliant pick from Vulsper. And look how he's straight out of there. That is mission accomplished in the first minute of the round. Straight back to desk, can place some Keeper barricades down, and he has taken down Spoit.
And Spoit getting hit by a bit of timing, too. You could see he was aware of the possibility of somebody rotating across, trying to get to a better angle, even aiming at it, and then right as he moves, that's when Vulsper swings. Good initiative by the Azami. Poor timing, unfortunate. Just unlucky for Spoit right there. C4 going out. Bit of unlucky time for Fun as well. Not able to catch the Monty from below. Something we talked about before. Classic Shopify Rebellion strat on this site is to use the Ying, throw them up top. But obviously, when you have a Warden in play, an operator's always going to be a bit disincentivized, a bit nervous about bringing any kind of blinding when you have that operator on the field. Rexen trying to do it all from below, moving in through Rocket. Information gathered on the Warden down below. Canadian sending out some Z-pings, relaying some information, but Packer retreating deeper into this labyrinth on the middle floor, wasting so much time against the Rebellion right now. Getting another kill, in fact, as Rexen pushes up Rocket. The Rebellion struggling for answers. We reach the final minute. Vulsper and Silo both getting a couple kills. Now the Monty, supposed to be the tip of the spear, now broken on the floor outside of our 6 room. For Fun Esports looking to make good on that excitement and win the first round.
Didn't even matter what the site was. Everything happened in such a condensed portion of the map. We had SR trying to go in below to alleviate some of the pressure for Canadian to really start to get moving. But For Fun have understood the assignment, and they have understood it perfectly. It is just to limit and constrict that Monty. And if they know that the lanes and the paths that Canadian's going to want to try and move through on this map, they're going to be able to... There was one FNAT there, Lynx. One FNAT has almost won them the round. It was a huge factor because Canadian just couldn't push forward because he can't see, and he doesn't know what he's getting bared down on by. He doesn't know if someone's going to be able to get an angle onto his back because the FNAT's there. So he's in a haze. Reduced visibility. What's the thing that you want the person who's calling the shots on the other team to have? No eyes or ears. Get him in an FNAT cloud and really make things quite awkward. To see that not dealt with from SR is a bit of a problem. there is also an argument to say that Spoit on the first death there kind of got sold a little bit by Canadian. Canadian's playing the Monty. He can just front up onto that op single door and stop anybody from being able to swing it. Spoit obviously knew that there was the possibility that it could happen. Like, it's the same kind of play that Spoit would make if he himself was on the defense. So he's going to be very aware and cognizant of that on the attack, knowing what he would do to himself in that position. I think there's been a bit of a desync there inside of round one. It's very early days so far. But for fun, with a flawless round, that's something that can't be taken away from them, and a great start here to Lair.
And again, it's just one round, but last time these two teams faced on Lair was a 14-round game. One could be the difference maker if this ends up being a close victory, and even closer, maybe a 15-rounder, depending on what ForFun and Shopify Rebellion have in store for us. The Rebellion, no stranger to close games. I mean, good portion of the games they played this stage have been quite close. 7-5 in their outing against C9, 7-5 against Wildcard, and of course, the 7-5 loss to 100 Thieves yesterday. Sole exception being a 7-1 victory against Five Fears, who are starting to have some big problems of their own as we just reached the halfway point of the group stage of NAL Stage 1. Bit unfortunate interruption in the early ForFun Esports momentum, but winning on the tertiary site as well and having the second floor and basement coming up next, very strong possibility that ForFun Esports, if the defenses are as proficient as we saw in round one, could move up to even 3-0. Especially if they were able to defend the second floor that well, and that wasn't even the site, Ollie. You have to believe that. You should be able to do it once the site's actually there.
That's it. You know, Siege is often a lot of the maps inside of Siege at the moment, you kind of defend the same areas regardless of where the site is. And the site is obviously the goal, and that's where everyone's, you know, working towards. That's where the attack is trying to get closer to. But the areas around the site, doesn't really matter if you're defending top floor or if you're defending downstairs. If you're committing to that upstairs hold, and that's where you're placing the majority of your utility, it's going to be there when you're defending it and it's the top floor as a defensive site, or it's going to be the same when you're defending it and it's the, you know, alternate mid-floor site. It really doesn't make too many odds. Again, I would just stress that it's kind of early days here, but the tech pause isn't going to be doing anything for them either. There was a little bit of a delay getting the game going, so I'm not sure if it's just a bit of something that's left over from that or not, but if we get any updates, we will be sure to share them with you. Once again, we thank you for bearing with us as we just yap over the tech pause with only one round to go off.
It's just a little bit of bad juju hanging over. It's a bit of bad luck that's tainted the early bit of the game. But I mean, beyond that, like Ollie said, try and see if we can get back in the lobby. I think Silo is just T. No, well, not T hunting. Rest in peace. Gone but forgotten.
I said that the other day. I said I need to get in T-Hunt and run around Calypso a little bit, forgetting that I've not been able to do that for the last like 3 maps that have been released. But it's just like, it was such like a default thing of like, yeah, I need to go and run around the new map and check it out.
It's also just so funny how, just because how the function and the purpose of the game mode transformed over the game's lifespan, how T-Hunt's meaning was basically entirely divorced from like the actual point of the game itself. And so it's just funny that just like, yeah, I'm gonna go load up a T-Hunt. It basically feels like an entirely different thing than what the mode actually was, which I find interesting. It's just like a weird nerdy linguistic thing. I find interesting. Also, I am really intrigued by Volsper's like collection he's got back there. Like that's a lot. There's a level of dedication going on there that I have a lot of respect for.
There's something there, isn't there? There's a hobby. There's an intense interest. Maybe we ask for Volsper on the interview if they get that far, and we quiz about what's going on in the background.
I'm only interested in all the Berserk volumes. I've mentioned this before. I need to read it, but I'm really interested in that. Just because, I don't know, there's so much Berserk you have to read, and I'm a big physical book person, and so like buying all of that seems like a big investment. And I think I'm just like, I see somebody who has, and I'm like, I need to like live vicariously through that. Everything else is whatever. Like, you know, like I support having your hobbies, but I'm really just only interested in the Berserk part.
Well, fortunately, we are back in the lobby. Thank you for bearing with us. We are going to be hopefully proceeding without a hiccup from here on out. Top floor defense this time for fun, as we didn't really get to see all too much of round one, given that it was a flawless round for fun. That's a bit of a mouthful. This top floor was, of course, sort of predicted to be the first choice bomb site. This is the primary site when you look toward Lair as a map, especially with what's available right now for the defense. That being a Tachanka with 20 Shumika launchers. I kind of like this confidence from Wolfsburg. Ooh, big setup inside of Ops as well. A little bit of a reinforcement left soft there as well, with a nice rotate in it. A couple of Kiba barricades to go through. There's going to be quite a bit here. Obviously, the Flores is brilliant at dealing with those Kiba barricades. But it's going to be Ambi on the backstab right now. Interestingly, with the Snake and the Deimos both banned, playing below is a little bit more tricky. You can go a bit more old school. You can go for a book or something along those lines. But on the Dokkaebi, it's going to be slightly different. And Canadian isn't just going to be able to walk into Ops either. One EMP used, but that didn't sort out the entire problem. And with Bandit actively tricking, if he doesn't get phone called, that isn't going to go off. There we go. Spoit getting tricked there instantly. Bino happy to take that exothermic charge. Obviously, it's not as big a problem as it used to be, given that Thermite has now got 3, but it is going to slow SR down.
Well, and this is actually could be quite a big issue. No more EMPs, running out of Rotero drones as well. So and again, because the Deimos is banned, you could have gone down below with the Buck, but with Dokkaebi down too, you could even conceive of some solution with the DMR, but it's not going to happen. Nice trade, Spoit able to cut down Wolfsburg. But for Fun Esports, 2 rounds in a row have kept the Rebellion completely outside of Ops the vast majority of the round and bloodied them as they've moved in. Canadian down in the Monty as well. Last alive before. Nothing to do here. This is going to be a tough final minute for the Rebellion.
Wrexham will be able to open up a little bit with the Rotero. He's got an idea that someone's going to be tucked in small, but Packer isn't going to give himself away so easily. Nice little challenge there from Bino, just ready for the swing, but immediately backs off it.
Surf, not backing off, moving in. Candelas go out. Oh, one shot onto the Echo on the floor. Silo exploded. Bino, this 6-12 is murderous. As Surf hops in the single window. One player all the way inside a bathroom. It's just a 1v1 between Packer and the rest on the site. Mike W pinched quite soon, but Spoit takes the 1v1. Packer isolates the next and takes the fight onto Rexen too. Quite winnable at the end for the Rebellion there, but a couple misplayed or mistimed 1v1s, and for Fun move up 2-0.
Yeah, Spoit really opened it up there. It was the breath of fresh air that was needed at that later portion in the round. But by that time, I think everybody on the side of For Fun kind of knew where everyone on the side of Rebellion was pushing from, and it was just a case of holding your corners. Tactical timeout, it says For Fun, but I don't believe it. It must be an SR timeout here. There's no way that For Fun are going to try and, you know, talk about what's just happened in the last 2 rounds. Unless they're sat there gassing themselves up, I think it's pretty safe to assume that this is an SR timeout and that Seth jumped in to just try and stabilize the guys here, because they aren't able to deal with the problems that For Fun are putting in front of them. For Fun are really focusing quite heavily on this utility, on the ability to be able to slow down this Monty's progression. They've had brilliant answers for it in both round 1 and round 2 so far, and that isn't going to change moving forward. Their focus is fantastic right now because they're playing their opponent. They're not just playing the map, they're not just playing as a team, but they're also countering the very fundamentals of SR at the minute.
Yeah, and we're getting confirmation that was, in fact, an SR timeout, as I think we all pretty readily expected, going down 0-2 and being stunned on Lair to the degree that they are. I mean, even we talked about SR's entry problems. They mentioned it on the desk, dead last in the league so far. But, you know, that statistic is strictly speaking opening kills, right? And obviously I'm not saying this is true, but theoretically, you could go down 4v5 and win the vast majority of your rounds, or even win the majority of the early rounds. But it's not just losing the opening kills, which, just to be clear, they have done as well. 0-2 now, Wolfsburg 2-0 as well with the opening picks. But completely losing the early game as a whole, struggling to move in through ops, not getting any, consistent trades or advantage after that. They're being completely beat in the early game, not just in the opening kills, and they're getting beat there as well. It is absolute dominance from ForFun. They're setting themselves up perfectly to close out these defenses. As you think about going to the next site, which in all likelihood will be basement, 3-0, very real possibility for ForFun if the Rebellion cannot bounce back after this timeout.
It's already a very difficult game as well. You get the, you know, it's we watch a lot of Siege, and you can see the games that are easy and you can see the games that are tricky. There's been a few tech pauses. There's been people struggling to get into the lobby. We've had an early timeout. The first couple of rounds have really just gone the polar opposite way of what everyone was realistically expecting. Everyone was expecting SR pick themselves up, dust themselves off, get back in the server, Ambient Spoit go kill, and yeah, brilliant. It'll be a 7-3, it'll be a 7-2, it'll be something like that. It doesn't feel like that game. It already feels like SR are in the trenches right now. We've only seen 2 rounds. But that's what I'm feeling. That's the vibe that I'm getting right now out of this fixture. And ForFun, they just want to bury the knife deeper and twist right now. 2 good rounds, stunned SR into a timeout. This is a map that SR are kind of known for. Very highly preferred in their pool. It's 3rd choice preference. A record of 3-3 on it, but still highly preferred for them. So you better believe that ForFun are feeling themselves right now, and they are going to continue with these problems, continue with these mini games in an attempt to slow SR's roll.
Black Eye cameras, unfortunately, won't get the job done to do that exact thing. Surf bringing the IQ, spots 1 very quickly. The games the Rebellion are bringing, pretty clear what the idea is. Dokkaebi plus a shield. Former held by Ambi, latter held by Canadian. Pretty understandable and I think logical setup, given not only the meta, but given what the Rebellion like and what they're good at. At the same time, something that ForFun are clearly ready for as well. Wolfsburg back on this Azami, creating some nice barriers. Ooh, a player, Packer, swinging out of the open window. Spoit looks at it for just a second. Might take some damage, but Canadian sent in, hunting down Packer as 2 roamers on this top floor. It's the Ambi coming in for the pinch from the opposite side. Yes, finds Silo from the back. Takes the second through the wall. That is the break the Rebellion needed. A flawless roam clear as Ambi gets both kills and minimal opportunity for a trade.
You can see the setup there from the Rebellion. The communication now starting to flow a little bit better. Surf bringing IQ in an attempt to get rid of a lot of these traps, get rid of some of this information that ForFun are wanting to bring. Already he's got his sights set on Wolfsburg. He knows exactly the corner that his army's tucked into. Ace to open the hatch as Rexon. It's fairly safe up here right now. That flurry of kills from Ambi to open things up. Both Packer and Silo down. The top floor should be relatively secure. And it should be easy for the Rebellion to hold on to it. It's very unlikely that ForFun will go for a rotation at this point. Further just gathering this information. Ooh, big kill though onto Ambi. Wolfsburg was known as well, so Ambi losing out on that gunfight. Wolfsburg's got himself into a reasonable spot. The lack of soft breach is really hurting him here because there's nothing stopping the defenders from just digging in.
Oh, and Wolfsburg's won the fight against Surf on the backside. That was the 1v1 they were trying to backstab into the site with. They've got Rexon on this hatch to provide some vertical, but the power that Rebellion have, it's dwindling rapidly. Rexon's good for some cover, but Bino denies the plant. Spoit now creeping in through the site. Can shoot Bino in the back. Deagle around the corner. Gets him. 417. Wolfsburg going huge. It's a pistol on pistol. And Wolfsburg on fire on Lair. 3 rounds in a row for ForFun.
Big round there for ForFun. Not only are they winning the rounds where they're absolutely running over the Rebellion, they're also winning the rounds where it comes very close, down to the wire, and from behind. They lost the first 2 opening picks there to Ambi, and still are able to pull it off, bring it down to a 1 versus 1. Wolfsburg's having a hell of a day so far.
Great 4K in that round. Double opening picks so far this series. Wolfsburg on this Azami has been a nightmare. And frankly, the fact that the Rebellion, I mean, banning the smoke, perfectly understandable, great operator, but maybe it's just me getting scared of Wolfsburg when I'm not even playing the game, but leaving the 9x19 and Kibas in Wolfsburg's hands. I'm kind of worried about that right now. Again, winning the fight on the backside as we saw 4K in this round. Key 1v1 against Spoit, who was tagged up earlier by that smoke. Bit of HP chip damage done early. That is highly important to how round 3 plays out. After this flawless rotation, ForFun will start repeating, go to Bunk's briefing, which they started off this excellent rotation with at the start.
They're running a very similar lineup as well. I'm so surprised to not see the Azami targeted. I think the Ying ban from ForFun is perfectly adequate. It's a great operator. It's something that Surf will find himself on quite often, especially for that top floor attack. And it was nearly the reason that Shopify Rebellion were able to win or even come close to winning that top floor. So to get rid of the Ying, I think it's a brilliant ban. Leave the shields open because Shopify Rebellion, they're kind of doing the damage to themselves at the moment by continuing to bring the shield, despite the fact that it isn't having the desired result. On the flip side, the smoke, I mean, I don't know, I think Vulsper on the Azami has been a nightmare. This setup that he has inside of Ops, it's consistent. He's playing it every single round, and he's already got a kill out of it, and every round he's played in this position, he's also wasted a lot of time. So it's something that SR have said, yep, okay, we're happy to deal with it, but, I mean, DMRs, really? They've not even got a Flores this time to try and root him out.
And he clearly understands the win condition for this position as well. When he gets a pick, immediately falls back. He knows that Ops is not where the round needs to live and die by. If he gets a pick or wastes time, he goes back immediately. Volsper just has a really good understanding right now. Mike W, Rexen to start with, bringing the buck to try and add some verticality to the situation. And I mean, Rexen might be Mr. Consistent, but so far the only consistent thing for the Rebellion is completely fumbling these opening duels. Ambi's engagement last round, his double kill, the exception. The one exception in the 4 rounds we've seen so far. Ambi with a drone, watching Volsper, but again, this is a player who's not really overplayed his hand all that much. Ambi's been able to get the job done so many times, 14 kills in the 100 Thieves game yesterday, but a minute 20 seconds in, and part of you wonders if Volsper's already done his job as smoke grenades going on the opposite side. He's commented to the team, there's no pressure over here. I'm not sensing anything. And instead of smoke grenade over here, Canadian creeping in low HP, you can see the defense training their attention on this blitz, chipping him even lower, 1 HP remaining as Spoit tries to come in for another angle.
Mike W still with an impact in hand as well, so if that lands anywhere near Canadian, he's going to be out of action. This stall out right now from SR, it's really going to start to cost them. There it is, Mike W finishes him off with the SMG, but the impact was the only thing required. Could be another flawless here, Lynx.
It's looking like it, and even if they get up a couple picks, I think ForFun won this round 15 seconds ago. Spoit now the last alive. Bino could be confirmed. Might be a flawless in name only. Spoit finds one. That's Volsper shut down. He's earned the right to take that aggressive 1v1 as there is only one team on layer right now.
Unbelievable performance at the minute from ForFun. We said it at the start of the playday. We've said it a couple of times across NAL, across SAL, wherever we're casting. Never count a game out. So far, ForFun are delivering right here. Putting up a brilliant fight against SR. Some rounds, I mean, that last one in particular, not really even looking too close. ForFun miles ahead at the minute. Not just in the scoreline, but in terms of how they're playing the map. Their fundamentals have been fantastic. That team talk from Packer yesterday that we heard a couple of times on the desk is really kicked him up, hasn't it? It's really got him into a new gear. Feel a bit revitalized this week coming into the playday. And they've given us a flawless rotation once. I mean, what's to say they're not going to do it again here, Lynx?
Again, nature of the best of one. It's like, surely they can do a flawless rotation one time with the success they've had. But even then, even if they don't, I mean, 4-2, guaranteed defense, ForFun are already going to be feeling good even if they lose the next couple rounds. 5-1, not a 6-0. I mean, you're singing at that point. You are strolling, skipping, you're into the second half. Where the Rebellion have already burned their timeout, and to receive nothing for it, I think we can all agree. Round 3, after the timeout, unequivocally the best round. Rebellion losing a 5v3, but generally speaking, a lot of that round was quite good up until the plant. In a way, it was successful. It just wasn't enough to win that round. Volsper just wins a key 1v1 engagement. These things happen. You choke a 5v3. These things also happen. But since then, taking that dominant win on Bunk's briefing, which was a flawless earlier on this half, now going to Master Office in our 6th room, this was a closer one. Only 2 people left alive towards the end, but so much of it was Surf getting some big kills on that Ying. The Ying isn't available anymore. So how are SR going to change things up? We dropped the shields out of the lineup, Ollie. It's a different attacking style from the Rebellion this time.
It's got to be a good thing, hasn't it? Because the shields haven't been working. Canadian on Capitao. Capitao brings a ton of utility. It doesn't help them to get into the building, though. They're still struggling to deal with Vulsper inside of Ops. Now, that is in part due to the fact that he's got a load of Keeper barricades set up in there, and that he keeps swinging on the doorway for fun, just dodging out of the way of the flashes. I was expecting the pressure from below, but it just isn't there. He's lining up his third right now. Ambi eventually takes him out, but they've already lost Rexon, and they've already lost Spoit.
Vulsper can just do no wrong right now on Lair. That's the most aggressive we've seen him play that Ops position. I mean, sure, round one, he crossed, swung, and got a kill, but immediately fell back. That time, strictly speaking, he didn't need to go for those kills. He saw an opportunity, took it, and it was a really great call. That's netted 2 kills for fun, specifically against the Aurora. Trying to use those doors to isolate, find a way into the site, but Vulsper might go down, but makes up for it in the operators he's taken off the board. C4 out, doesn't really land anywhere near a Rebellion player. For fun, recognizing the surplus they have right now.
I think they know that they've taken the ace out, right? They know that there's no way that they can get through. It's a single doorway push. Mike takes Surf down. Canadian down on the floor as he's running out of the way of a Razor Blue, and he just gets followed straight through. Oh, Packer's going to find the last 2 there. The Razor Bloom with the assist. For fun. Understanding that win condition time after time. 5 rounds in a row here.
And you want to give a lot of credit to Vulsper, but at the same time, the team is showing up by and large. I mean, Packer now, I think 5-1 after that round. Mike W also with a good performance, especially taking down the Shield in 1 or 2 rounds we've seen so far. Vulsper's having, don't get me wrong, one of the most singularly impactful rounds we've seen, or halves in the NAL we've seen so far this stage, and I think this one being his highlight. It'd be pretty hard to top this in round 6. Winning this 1v1, damaging the third. I mean, literally, crosshair placement's a little different. That's a 3-piece, and Vulsper comes out of that round alive. Unbelievable stuff. And you have to wonder if the Rebellion may be regretting leaving this Azami up and giving Vulsper the power of those Kibas in 9x19, because as Mid mentioned, dead last in the entry, the Rebellion. An early round struggle for them inside of the league so far. And leaving this up in Vulsper's hands when the name of his game has been contesting ops or contesting positions early, you can't help but wonder if that was maybe the Rebellion shooting themselves in the foot.
There is a reason that Azami is one of the highest banned defenders in the game at a pro level, and even, you know, at a rank level as well. It is just incredibly powerful. Because yes, you know roughly where they're playing. Yes, you know roughly where the Keybers can go and what the setup is going to be. But it's just such a big sponge for everything that you own as an attacker. And it's just going to suck everything out of your attack, whether it's bullets, utility, manpower, you name it, it's taking it. Vulsper's played it exceptionally well here so far. Again, another opening pick, a flawless run on the defense right now. Ambi down, Dokkaebi out of action. Not that we've seen that much from the Dokkaebi tonight. It's not like the phone calls have been really instrumental. It's still a big first pick because Ambi was the player that, alongside Canadian, was able to open up this top floor, or this mid floor, should I say, last time we had a basement defense. Without that now, with that opening engagement going the other way, it's going to be even more difficult for the Rebellion.
Well, and one thing about this basement defense that I find pertinent is that they were able to get that one opening pick because the nature of basement, you're spread out a lot more. You're roaming in a bit looser of a way, and so the Blitz was able to run through, find a gap. The Dokkaebi was able to pinch from the opposite side. It's the same setup, basically for fun this time, but they can't get that same success. The Dokkaebi goes down. Canadian pushing these defenders headlong, gets put to 1 HP, and you can't help but think this shield is going down again. Mike W, found by Surf. Spotted on the drone early, so that's good for the Rebellion to follow through on that later. Only one defender really remaining. It's Packer with that shotgun, playing close on the stairs. But how many times have we talked about running up or down? The feet can be exposed, the head too. You gotta be careful as you move. Packer retreating back into sight with a minute to go.
Look how safe Pack is playing that. He could easily sit there and challenge the blitz on the stairs. 1 or 2 shotgun pellets and Canadian is going to be down, but he's trying to guarantee this round for his team. The Vert's now in position. We have a ram this time, which we didn't have last time, so there's going to be a lot more vertical available for Rexon to work with this time. That should make things a bit more uncomfortable. Now's the time really to get the blitz in and to start making a little bit of movement in that site, because so far the defenders are just being allowed to find these pockets of safety. With the hatch open now, Packer's got a keen eye on that. He's already spent his C4. There are a couple of impacts that can sort of harass and slow, but a lot has to come off this push.
Gotta make it work. Spoit using the bees to isolate these positions. Snap onto Silo. Caught looking right down the scope of that ACOG. Wolfsburg now winning his fights on the backside. He's not lost that 1v1 against Surf. Spoit moving in with the bailiff, sees him on the floor. But for fun, just let the clock wind down. No contest on Lair. Packer obviously good too, but Wolfsburg with one of the most dominant halves we've seen from a player in the NA League.
No contest so far is exactly right. 6-0 for fun are tearing Shopify Rebellion to threads. What is happening right now, Lex?
I mean, they're doing everything I said. They really need to keep the momentum. They're digging their heels in on defense. I don't think I did this halftime justice because we only grabbed round 1 and 2 to talk over. But again, I mean, in round 1 and 2, it just highlights exactly what we were talking about. They need to have the early aggression. They need to keep the momentum going in their favor. Wolfsburg has been so good at locking down so many positions. Same with Mike W. I mean, they just are not allowing SR any bit of headway of getting any map control, and they are just fighting them at every single forefront, every single round.
Yeah, and they're playing confident too, and this is a strat that's actually made popular by Fury a couple months ago, but basically with that Deimos ban, he's not able to get the wall open. They didn't bring a buck. So he's going to be able to bandit trick. They're holding on to operations control extremely aggressively with the Azami. There's no way for Troy to walk in with the Montaigne. He's being supported with the Tachanka that is actually backed up. They had an Echo. They had everything ready for these guys. And it's like we were talking about yesterday in that interview. Why do they play so confident? They actually just don't care who they're playing against, and that is why I love watching them.
It's crazy how well this is working for them right now, Lex. You brought up the power of the momentum. That's working. Kyle, you talked about the entry game for Shopify Rebellion and how that was a problem coming into this. It seems like For Fun are continuing to exploit that.
Yeah, it's almost like For Fun maybe we're listening to us. I don't know. But hey. I mean, you brought up about the operator bans. What do we want to see? We want to see the information game be banned out. The Snake.
Deimos, Snake.
And the Deimos. What was banned? The Snake Deimos. And what did I say would happen if you would ban Snake, possibly? That the entry game for the Rebellion looks pretty weak, right? They just went 1-5 against 100 Thieves yesterday. What happened again today? They went 1-5 on the entry. They had no way of getting into ops because they had no information. They're just kind of blindly walking around the map. And then Troy is getting off the shields, which is making it even worse for them. It's a lot of problems.
So much work left for them to do here. I mean, you guys spoke so much about the operator bans here. I mean, on the other side, could we see anything that can change it for Rebellion? Can they get themselves out of this hole?
I mean, they definitely can. I mean, even when you look at the last series, what it was an attacker-sided map for both these teams. Both the teams walking away with 1 round from their defense, respectively. This time, it looks like it's very defender-side. Now, for the Rebellion, coming back from a 6-0, that's very tantalizing. You almost have to play perfect, but it definitely can be done. Can't say I'm too keen about the operator choices.
They're keeping it simple. We wanted clash.
Sometimes simplicity is the name of the game.
They got plenty of rounds to work with here. I mean, even with the electric bans, like they just got to get one.
They're gonna have to be retroactive on their front.
Yeah. It looks like they've just about locked this one down. We come here for the halftime break, but unless Shopify Rebellion can do anything crazy, we might as well just be jumping straight to the desk. We'll see what happens here as we dive into the second half.
And it seems like we'll have to see at some point 1-round victory from For Fun Esports. I mean, the degree to which they excelled on that defensive half is readily apparent if you watched even a couple rounds, especially individually from Volster, but as a team as well with the strategy they brought. Of course, leaving the Clash in the Rebellion's hand is always a bit of a scare, Ollie, but they're not even bringing that. We could see a 7-0 right here.
I'm not too sure about the lineup from Rebellion. You think about this top floor, and you think about Rebellion, there's going to be a clash. That's kind of the same for any site. But when you think about this top floor, you think about fire. You think about flames and brimstone. You think about Tachanka, you think about Goyo, you think about area denial, space denial. Yes, a smoke can do that, and yes, smoke has been a fantastic tool for many years until Tachanka was reworked and even Goyo introduced. However, with Tachanka in the current state and with Goyo in their current state, they are brilliant tools for this top floor. So to see them not chosen is a clear decision here from the Rebellion, and they are clearly favoring playing things like the Mirror, like the Warden, like the Thorn, in an attempt to give themselves a little bit more to play off and expect a bit more sort of flashy play on the flip side from For Fun. The Warden, brilliant at looking through smoke, brilliant at looking through flashes, and then of course Thorn in the current state is just a fantastic pick as well. So Rexon's got a very difficult job to play though, given that he's going to be on those rocket stairs. Packet is going to be below. He's going to be making the most out of those Dokkaebi calls, and Ambi is going to be the first recipient.
And gets it. Still gets the pick. Wolfsburg clearly trying to go in for the kill. As For Fun aiming to pinch this Mirror on the bottom floor. C4 lands right in front of Packer, but caught on the door frame. Dokkaebi able to wait on the opposite side. It's Deimos to go down early. Big player Wolfsburg as well. 8 kills on that defensive side. Will be stuck at 8 going forward. Still looking to hunt down this player bottom. Rocket, ooh, spots him. The Packer, I think, working with too little information. Rexon moving down the stairs, playing the off angle, taking the fight to these attackers. Spoit taking up that ops position behind the Mirror window. Basically guaranteeing the Rebellion not going down without a fight. Will not be a 7-0. Even if Rebellion go down, they'll at least go down with 1.
Yeah, Bino in a bit of a tough spot now. Default camera open. He knows that there's one player below. That player is going to be Ambi. Swap places with Rexon. Plenty of yellow pings as well, given that the default was still open last time we saw it. It may have been shot now, but still for Bino, this is a pretty deep ask for him right now. Can send a nade out and maybe look to try and displace some of these players below, but he's going to get swung from somewhere eventually. Ambi to lock it up and to give Shopify Rebellion their first round. At round 7, by the way, their first round of the map.
Has to... Well, if you're going to win, it has to come at some point, and you would ideally like it when it's, you know, 4-2, 3-3, 5-1 even, but 6-1 at least means you're still alive, at least means there is a chance, and kind of coming at an important time for the Rebellion and for Fun Esports. I mean, the Rebellion up 3-1 right now, still looking quite good. It is becoming a bit of a pretty hyper-competitive race. Not only for the top spots, but even in 6th place. I mean, 6th place right now, 100 Thieves with 6 points. The Rebellion currently at 9. Not too far away, and again, we're getting past the halfway point now, but for For Fun especially, 6 points right now, a regulation victory puts them in immediate conversation for the top 4 positions, and there's still a lot of games to play. But if they're able to put out a showing like this with the relatively good performances we've seen from them in the NA League so far, the promising performances we've seen from them, it's a lot more beneficial for Fun than it is detrimental for the Rebellion. So something to consider as the league just gets more and more competitive. Top floor site 1. Rebellion now going down to basement for the secondary site.
Big 6 pick there from For Fun. Everybody switching things up a little bit. I think it's expected for the Rebellion to do quite well on definitely the primary defensive side and maybe even the secondary. But there is the chance for that 3rd choice bomb site to really rear its ugly head, and it's kind of a toss-up between whether it is this site that we're going to now or if it is that mid-floor. Time will, of course, always tell. Wolfsburg straight into business. Gonna get himself in. Ooh, I didn't realize there was a shield there. I got baited myself. He needs to be cautious of what's going on in barrels, though. He's gonna take a little bit of damage there. Does get pinged out by the Echo, and that allows the player to cross, but the team play from SR at the moment has been fantastic on this defensive side. Surf coming out of nowhere with a Nitro cell kill, just retaking that position on yellow.
One perfect read by the Rebellion. You can see again, Wolfsburg maybe and For Fun as a whole operating with not that much information. 2 players pretty aggressive on this backside. Wolfsburg going in by himself ends up basically putting himself in a position to be pinched by the defenders. And the Rebellion just read that position perfectly and play it exactly as we would hope they would and call it exactly as they should. Great opening pick. Now they've got 2 in a row out of the 3 so far, and obviously that one of those being a bit of a fluke on the offensive side, but now consistently starting off these defenses well. Rexon losing a lot of HP. backing off. There's no need to play aggressive at this point, especially the smoke, likely positioned a bit more conservative of a spot on the staircase. Everything is going well for the Rebellion right now. Everybody beginning to fall back to sight, can make some progress. Ooh, but Bino even struggling to hit that mirror window. Twitch drone shot as Silo goes down. Nothing going right for Fun.
No, it's a bit of a round to forget that, isn't it? You've lost 2 picks. You've not been able to get the mirror window open. Packer's trying to make something happen with these death marks, and they've still got a good portion of information. All the floors open as well. Silo's used his boogie drones. They've got yellow pings as to where these players are. It's just a small matter of dealing with them. When you've got players tucked in behind mirror windows like Ambi, it's always going to be very difficult. You're going to take a little bit of damage here. Surf picks up Mike W in the meantime, but this isn't a very winnable situation that 4Fun find themselves in.
No, it's not. C4 might go wide. Rexen downed at least, but the Rebellion just don't really need to swing right now. Ambi trying to take the closer angle. Packer been struggling with this engagement against Ambi for the better half of this final minute. Bino finds one. Rexen and Surf both low, even though Rexen's been picked back up. He's got Diffuser as well. There's enough going on to at least afford him the possibility as he spots the head of one. But again, with no clear angle, as the Rebellion not looking to give and cede any bit of this advantage. We'll move up one more round. Still a 4-round gap separating these two teams, but as the primaries are won, a must-win round for the Rebellion, and one that 4Fun cannot afford to lose.
They don't make it easy for himself, do they, the Rebellion? We often find this team in positions that are a lot harder than they have the capability to put themselves in. Like, they are a better team than going 6 rounds down on a half of Siege. But for whatever reason, they always go about things the hard way. We're starting to see a little bit of belief now. We're starting to see a lot more team play, and they're clearly far more comfortable on the defense today than they were on that attacking side. We're seeing a little bit of confidence now come out of individuals. I think of Ambi in particular. The positioning there for that kill onto Packer is a very aggressive position. It's a very Ambi position to play. He's not tucked behind a desk. He's just kind of in broad daylight, right? But he's starting to feel himself now. Slowly the shots are starting to connect. This is where the frustration will start to kick in for 4Fun, because they are so close. They do still have a tactical timeout though, and I think that if this round goes the way of the Rebellion, we are very likely to see that timeout, given we will then have seen all 3 sites that the Rebellion want to defend here on Lair. The small matter is, Rebellion have to win to get to that point, because if 4Fun win, we are just going straight to the desk and they walk away with a full 3 points.
All they need is one good 3-minute stretch of Rainbow Six Siege, and this game will be done. Bunk's Briefing can often be a difficult site to win. This vertical hold has proven to be quite a problem for a lot of teams, especially in North America. So it's not at all a given. This is not a gimme site for 4Fun. It's just only in comparison to the other two that if there's any opportunity for them to close out this game, get a 7-2 victory, it would be this one. Getting some initial hard breaching on the site, opening up a lot of these necessary angles, but the nature of Bunk's Briefing, you will eventually have to wrestle with that top floor, whether in theory, but usually in practice as well. The teams might not necessarily go for the full clear, but you got to minimize the impact of players like that Warden and Solus specifically. Do you want to go in for the plant or not? Those are too big of threats to leave on the board.
Silo going to start to move through now. He can place some track stingers down and give himself a little bit of surety. Plenty of nades to deal with the barbed wire, and that can then clear the way for both drones and players to start moving through. The look at the moment is that of a half clear. They've actually got good control inside a bunk corridor right now, with the top side kind of locked off with the track stingers and bodies up there. There's a chance we see something a little bit more direct, a little bit more cheeky. Bino's got the ROU projected in hand. They might try and just get this down here, Lynx.
And I gotta be worried about that. I mean, the Specchio obviously a problem, but Surf is literally watching this angle with the glasses. Spino has some kind of off spot, some off position. Impact grenade lands right at his feet, puts him to half HP. Rexen wins the fight against Packer, trying to distract on the top floor. C4 again detonates the planter. You can see the idea was maybe Packer distracts above, but it is just simply too little force applied to these Rebellion defenders on the top floor. Now 4Fun pivot to a very late clear, down 2 bodies against 5. And you can't help but think 4Fun might have thought things would be a bit too simple attacking this Bunks briefing defense. Wolfsburg and Silo both down for the count. Wolfsburg completely silent since the half swap. Stuck outside because of this toxic canister. Shotgun around the corner. There is no chance on any day in any world Silo was winning that fight. And one player might have gone down, make that 2, but the Rebellion have had the better defenses 3 rounds in a row.
It's a little bit naive from 4Fun, I think, thinking that you can just go so direct with still all 5 defenders alive, asking so much of Packer on that top floor to be the distraction when everybody on the side of the Rebellion is playing that top floor. It was always going to be a massive ask of them. Let's see what we get as our bans here as we enter round number 10. I do still wonder if that clash is going to be targeted. It hasn't been played yet by the Rebellion, but it will come out now. So 4Fun not wanting that to rear its ugly head in the later half of the Rebellion defense. Glass taken away as the response. I think for the Rebellion, they can pretty much ban whatever they like here because there's nothing that's particularly working. You've kind of just got to guess what's going to work or what's going to hurt them the most. But yeah, just seemed like a big missed opportunity there. I think that lineup in conjunction with a Thatcher, if you could maybe swap the Grim out for a Thatcher, because we didn't see a lot of the information gained from the Grim Bees, because if you're not going for the clear, then you just got to assume they're all upstairs anyway. And maybe the Thatcher can do something to enable that plan to go down. But I still think it's a very difficult one to hold. 4Fun just really sort of limit testing there. And they've got the rounds to do so, right? There's still 3 rounds clear.
There's still 3 rounds clear, but a flawless rotation is what it is, and I would say if there's been any recurring motif, it's how tight things can be in a best of 1.
5 seconds remaining.
You just need 1 round to win the series, but at the same time, you've only got 6. How little that can be.
Objective is to defuse a bomb.
And as half of it's been erased, the Rebellion have won on Master, Lab, and Bunks. They move to repeat sites after the ban phase. Can easily turn to 2, then 1, then nothing, and we are back at an even game. And all of 4Fun's momentum, all of that hype and energy will have been erased. All they might need is 1, but 3 is hardly that much bigger. As the Rebellion now playing Master and Office. Pretty similar setup to what we saw previously. In fact, I think it's literally the exact same setup that we saw previously.
Bino will be on the Monty, so that opening pick for me is a big important one. 4Fun were brilliant on the defenses, and their attacks so far, I just fear that they've not had the required amount of information. And I understand that drones are far more pressured now as we see 2 just get wiped off our screen. But you have got to be a little bit more liberal with them, given that you've got information like the Deimos, and once you've got that player tracked, you have got them for the round. Once they're on the scanner, should I say, you can track them, providing you've got a death mark available for the duration of the round. So you can be a little bit more liberal with it. The first track there onto Ambi didn't really yield the opening pick that we were looking for, but Bino is just going to choose to ignore it, and maybe going to try and just cut Ambi off from the site here. Again, feels risky. That's not the sort of player that you want to be trying to shut out. You need to be trying to deal with him.
The beauties are in place.
You can see they at least have dedicated someone to that flank watch. Somebody consistently watching from the top of those stairs. Wolfsburg also on the call-up angle, misses an important set of shots. Silo finds a direct line onto Canadian, so it's still advantage for Fun. But Wolfsburg missing that fight, and Ambi maybe even able to make the cross. Again, a second attempt. And Wolfsburg still at lower HP than Ambi. Deathmark going out. There's the cutoff we needed to see. Silo gets them all. Just 1 clip of the DMR gets the job done as the Rebellion try to power through for Fun, and the attack shuts them down.
That's the danger that Rebellion faced after that first phase. 4Fun having such a dominant stretch on the defense. It was only a matter of time once we got onto the attack. We'll be right back after this.
After a first half like that, you only need one round, and it took them a couple rounds, but they got it, and For Fun Esports take the win over Shopify Rebellion. Packer is standing by, and we have to talk with him after this one. Packer, wow. I mean, what a start to this game. After the momentum you guys carried in from that Outlast game yesterday, it looks like you guys could not be touched. What was going on with you guys that made you so unstoppable on that first half?
So yesterday, I mean, the speech that I had has been carried over a lot of times now at this point.
I'd say so.
So basically, the practice that we had during the week was that we needed to move our feet and help each other on defense, because our first week we realized that we weren't really doing that on defense, and we were really struggling on the defensive half. So this game, we let it loose. Like, we just said, like, we'll play with full confidence, always support each other, go for your plays. That's what's going to win us this game against this team. So.
Kyle, and that's something that you were talking about in the comments. But Packer, obviously, congratulations. I mean, that was a lights-out performance from you guys. I want to talk about the operator bans, kind of pick your brain. What was the reasoning for getting rid of the information going into this matchup instead of, getting rid of maybe, anything else that could have happened? You strictly focused on those info ops.
They've kind of switched their play style really, like, since last stage, where they've played a lot more info ops and they played to do the more split theory. And they've done a great job at that, and we just felt like that was what they've kind of leaned into the most. So we just thought we would ban it and just play around it. So we just, as you can see, we played like the Echo a lot to counter their Monty, because we believe that we knew Troy was going to play Monty a lot. So we kind of just like played into that.
Yeah,
beautiful.
I think that was a brilliant read, too. That's something we noticed as well with the information ops, so it's glad to see it kind of being followed through. Packer, I talked to Mike yesterday about your guys' confidence, actually, and I'm curious from you, what does a win like this do for your guys' confidence, and where do you actually see yourself in the big NA picture?
I mean, we are always going to be a contender to make every event. I truly believe that. We play with the confidence. No matter the scrim results, no matter how we play, like in the games, we always know we can bounce back. I mean, we're just 5 friends at the end of the day that just love playing with each other. And this just shows that, like, our off-season was a lot of improvement that we showed. And, like, we actually know, like, we have the good coaching staff behind us to support us and actually, like, make us better so that we can take off these top teams like we struggled to last stage.
I mean, that's really the best of both worlds. I mean, 5 friends playing for fun. I mean, it doesn't get any better than that.
That's why they pay them the big bucks.
Exactly.
That was good.
Exactly. Packer, thank you so much for your time as always. Congrats on a really big win here. Hopefully we'll set you guys up for success next week. Thanks so much.
All right, thank you. Have a good one.
Well, what a win for Fun Esports. I mean, this is exactly the kind of thing they needed, at the halfway point, essentially, in the stage, at this turning point. You set yourself up for success, taking down a big team like this.
Yeah, this was a monster win for them, and again, carrying the momentum that you were talking about. And this is actually the first time that they're going to string 2 wins in a row, which is very nice to get 6 points, and again, against a team. And we just heard from Packer there how confident they are going against literally anybody. That's how I've always felt watching these guys. It doesn't really matter who they play. I feel like they're just going to run at you, and they use the information ops really well as well. So, like, credit to them. They were saying Shopify or Rebellion is really good at the information ops, but they as well are very good. And they also have a really good coaching staff, so I'm glad he's calling them out as well. And everyone's kind of getting credit in what they're doing, because it was really great to see.
And in that last round, I think we said they only needed 1. Of course it had to end like this. The pure chaos, Lex, that ensued at the top of the stairs. Just a bloodbath.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Silo was able to turn this into a quad and just great shield play. I mean, Bino was kind of just looking left to right, just kind of there, not really being an X factor. It was really Silo just getting all of the picks. I mean, that was about as chaotic as it could have gotten. I think SR kind of maybe got a little too overzealous there, put a little too much pressure, because throughout the previous 3 of those rounds, they were playing pretty perfect. They were playing into their strengths, they were playing into their crossfires, and it was putting 4 Fun Esports in very tough situations that I just think had they just kept playing a safer game.
Just that default.
Yeah, just playing into that default, playing into the strengths of those crossfires and layers. This possibly could have went to an OT, but I mean, it was a huge play from Silo to turn that into a 4K.
Fully agree.
And a big upset here. There's no question. I think for Fun on paper, SR, I mean, they went to the Major Grand Final. They are a better team here, and yet Fun pull it out. Looking for another upset, it's going to be Outlast. This one feels even more daunting. It is the last place team versus the first place team. Yesterday, it was fair to say that I think Mint played the good cop here. So I think today, Lax, let's dig into it a little bit and actually unpack what are the problems here with this team. Can things be fixed? And what are those things that need to be fixed?
Yeah, I mean, it was very clear even with what Packer said. I mean, it was very telegraphed attacks. I mean, the first 2 attacks looked really good, but then once we looked into round 3 and 4, you could clearly see it was very obvious that For Fun Esports and Packer already identified that it was very telegraphed of what they were going to do. I mean, you got 2 players jumping inside Electrical against a Warden. You're going to lose that 9 times out of 10. Then you pivot into round 4. You have Blitz jumping into Rappers all by himself with the others pushing Aqua, where I'd argue you bring that Blitz over to Aqua, then you easily take this space. You have the shield, you have the pressure there, and then the players just fall apart. And it's rounds like this that just demonstrate Outlast, what are we doing? And that's where we end with round 5. It's a lot of indecisions, a lot of indecisiveness that really sparks the failure for this round. Now, when you look at this round as a whole, they are in basement. But look, there's 1 player over here, 1 player over here, play over here, play over here. You have 4 defenders on the first floor. Now, for the side of Outlast, they want to go for a Exo stairs take to go into basement, and they realize that Bino is below. But the thing is, they aren't taking any bit of the map space. All they did was take control of kitchen, and because doing so, they aren't putting any pressure on lounge. They aren't putting any pressure into lounge, where I would prefer Veronix takes lounge. Millie isn't holding for the storage player that gets a free pick onto Mike W. Even Logan jumping into venting and being able to go down those Exo stairs, following it up with a Blitz. And why is Blitz droning himself? I have no clue. A lot of issues going on here. But what you're going to see is they don't do any of this. And in the exact opposite, and because of the indecisiveness, For Fun Esports actually decides to go over for the overcourt press on them and taking map control that they don't even have to fight for. And what you're going to see clearly is exactly what I'm saying. It's the indecisiveness, not playing into the positions that they have. If Millie's holding his ankle, he possibly gets Packer. He possibly gets Mike W. But because of it, the Blitz falls apart. Then because of Packer being able to get across, the next player falls. The Blitz falls in 90. And it's just each individual being picked off 1 by 1 where they're never in a position to trade. You have 2 players outside that can't really do anything, and then it falls on Millie, where he was the catalyst of this round, where had he just held that position, had he played a little more situational, played more aggressive, he gets that kill onto Wolfsburg that doesn't allow their Blackbeard to die, and then maybe they can bring this round back. But it's a situation where they were on the offense and they immediately had to play defense for the side of Packer. But obviously Packer already said they want to play together, and they all committed together, and that really is the big difference with Outlast, is they look very disjointed, and there really isn't a purpose for what their attacks look like.
Yeah, they just did something together. What's that saying? A bad plan done together is better than no plan at all.
I agree.
And they just did no plan. They just sat there, and it's like, please, Outlast, like, I want you guys to go for those fast plays. I love the fact that we had the double shields jumping into kitchen.
Yeah.
But what are you going to do if you don't find a pick?
Right.
Are we just going to sit there? Let's do something, please.
The mentality, too, I feel like has been a concern for Outlast. You've talked about how when they're flowing, when they're looking good in that game against SSG, right? It looked confident for the first time ever, but when that's not happening, things aren't going so well.
And that's the bigger issue for me is, like you said, when we looked at that SSG game, they started out very strong. You could see in the camera, you could see in the comms that they were having fun, they were electric, they were animated. Even in the first 2 rounds of that series, they were very animated after those first 2 attacks. But every time things start to follow through, they don't have successful rounds, then you look at their cameras, it doesn't look like they want to be there, it doesn't look like they want to play anymore, and you're going to keep pushing the narrative that you're the worst team in NA's history. And you yourself have every opportunity to right those wrongs, and you can look at your counterparts. You can look at players like JJ Blast and Rival. They had to go through the mud. They had to swim through the trenches of all the struggles that they had to go through. Even players like Mike W., even players like Packer, like Bino, they've all had to go through the trenches to right their wrongs. And what you even just heard from Packer is they used from one game to the next and how they can fix things and play right and play into their strengths. And this is what Outlast has to do. They cannot let the mentality and the mental affect them. They have to realize that just because you're down a round, down 2 rounds, doesn't mean that you can't bring a game back. But if all 5 aren't in tandem with one another, you're going to lose it every single time. Doesn't matter what team you are.
Right, there's no doubt there's that lack of experience from this team. They qualified for the NAL just a few months ago, so we're seeing that come through. You mentioned like the players that they've been looking up to, right? They're surrounded by opponents like M80 who they've probably been looking at and going, well, these are the guys, like, we want to be the next M80, like we want to be those teams. It is so hard to do that when you're under the pressure, when you're under the spotlight against this M80 team who, as we've seen, has been playing incredibly well, the last undefeated team remaining, and they're just kicking ass across the board.
Yeah, like you said, the last undefeated team remaining, and also a great defensive team, which is a problem for Outlast, considering they are the worst attacking team in the league. And who are they going up against? M80, the best defensive team in the league, 68% win rate on defense. And yes, they haven't really truly played anyone that great in the NAL yet, any top 4 teams or any really good attacking teams. But stats aside, I do think they meet the eye test. They actually seem like they have way better win conditions now. They're playing very heavy into crossfires and layers, and if you dig a little bit further, they are also topping the league in the defensive trades with 19. Closest is DZ with 14. And we actually heard from Ashen in the interview yesterday that there was a couple role swaps. Ashen is now being enabled more as a roamer alongside with Gunner, and Diffuser has been moved to site in a couple situations. And if you actually take a look even into that, Ashen is now rated as the 3rd highest rated defensive player in the league, which is a massive change. I believe he was 32nd out of 50 during kickoff. Oh, wow. So we see this paying off dividends, especially again, and all that talk gets put into Savage on the attack, but we also see it paying off on the defense.
Right, we're seeing that IGL power on both sides of the coin here. On the Outlast side, again, they've played 4 different maps. They have not found success anywhere. The best was Clubhouse, something a little more default. Where are we going to today?
I don't imagine M80 is going to give them the light of day to go to a Clubhouse. They're going to bring them to a Fortress. And again, for Outlast, it really doesn't matter what map you're going to fall into. It matters about mentality, just similar to what we talked about, is they have to all want it. And if you're telling me that what we've seen so far from them, whether a kickoff now, that has been 110% effort put into it, bullshit.
Right.
I mean, I think they're going to probably have to give 150, maybe even 200% on this one. I don't know. I don't know. Like you said, if the map really matters, again, the worst attacking team versus the best defending team. We've already seen M80 defend this map. It went very, very well for them against a better opponent. And Outlast, I mean, I don't want to see any default stuff again. I still want to try to see some rushes, but I want to see that decisiveness in this game at least. Even if we can't get the game win, let's just try to bridge that gap between 2 rounds and 6 rounds. Let's maybe get for 4, something like that. I just want to see some improvement out of these guys so I can hopefully, by the end of the stage, expect maybe a win.
Hopefully get one under their belts eventually. Right now, just looking to prove themselves. Normally, I'd say it's possible. We've seen crazier things happen, but I don't think we have. This might be the craziest upset to ever occur if it does. They've got their work cut out for them, so let's get into it.
Well, actually, Ollie and I are happy to report we can address everyone's fears right now. Outlast are actually putting 340% effort into this matchup, and it's going to be an 8-6 victory for them. So really excited to see what can happen on Fortress. But in all seriousness, I mean, M80, only flawless team, one of the, I mean, quite literally statistically best team in the league right now. Ollie going against Outlast, who are really struggling, to put it mildly, inside of the NA League. Give me something. Get literally anything.
I mean, I was going to come in and say M80 are clearly still in this honeymoon phase that we often find teams in when they've recently made a sizable change or an IGL change at that sort of level, that sort of, you know, very sort of operational and strategic level of the game. So Savage's introduction and the sort of butterfly effect that then casts out, I think Mint put it excellently on the desk, you know, getting the insight with Ashen, finding Gunners working a little bit more site focused on defense occasionally, and just some of those changes that are starting to come through and ripple out as an effect. Like, it just feels so dangerous to go against. I'd be backing him no matter who they were playing here tonight. It just so happens that as the schedule has aligned, they're playing Outlast, where we haven't really seen that same level. We haven't seen that same sharp, tacky sort of ability to play the game at the highest level, which is required to compete with some of the top dogs inside of any region of the game. So for me, I worry. I think a lot of people worry. It was 82% on the social vote for M80. So a lot of you guys are thinking M80 going to be walking away with this. I do worry for Outlast and then the future in the league if the performances keep going this way.
And it's a shame that we're kind of, you know, building this narrative, which I think it's the right time to do it, when they're going against a team that in all likelihood they were probably going to lose against anyway, right? I think this would be a tough game in any universe. I think there's really no plausible world in which we're talking about it in language too dissimilar from what we're talking about. But yeah, because they've struggled so much, because of how difficult things have been, it's still the kind of focus we need to put on. But we just saw that narratives can be upset, that what we believe in theory might not necessarily occur in practice. This might be tougher than For Fun Esports versus Shopify Rebellion, but it's in that same, at least broader category of games, and we'll see what Outlast can do. On Fortress, starting the attacking side, really getting a little bit of early pressure, opening up a couple barricades, destroying a little bit of utility, and backing off pretty quickly. Attacks on this map generally like to take their time, gather as much information as possible, because the defense on Fortress can be such a beast to wrangle. You need every advantage you can get before you actually even enter the building.
It's not even a case of getting to the building, because there's a lot of platforms and stuff out there that you can, get on the roof, get on like little sort of mezzanine half levels out there. Getting to the building, it's not like Cafe, it's fairly straightforward. It's like you say, everything that comes off the back of that. Well, I was going to say fortunately, Outlast were making good progress. That wasn't until the C4 from Diffuser was ripped and sent on the soft floor, and Veronix just gets caught flat-footed there, just to the top of those main stairs. It was lucky for Nesta that he was able to dodge out of the way of it. I think he was just on the edge of the range, but even the Monty is on 1 HP at the moment. We've not seen a gunfight, and M80 are looking pretty good. They've surrendered control of this top floor, but they're happy to do so. Look at the state of the lineup. They have got traps galore for you to get through when you do eventually transition from that top floor. And I think, to be honest, they're probably banking on Outlast being a little bit slow. Really double-checking things, not making great progress through that top floor of the map. And look at the time. That's kind of what's happening, right? There's 1 minute and 10 left, and here we are. Outlast have had upstairs control for a good portion of time. They've made some vert, but we've not seen any fruit from that labor just yet.
No, we haven't, and with Nesta on low HP with this Monty, it's going to be a difficult push into the site. Man disadvantage, given that fact, low HP on a key operator. Already a lot of ROU projectors been thrown down as well. Could still see some impact from that. It's going to be tricky. Ashen whiffing a lot of shots on that important 1v1 against Millie. Ooh, it's shot from the back by Logan. Exactly what we needed to see from Outlast. The Desk mentioned, big defensive player for M80. Really benefiting from these role changes. Taking that player down early. 30 seconds to go. Good chance for Outlast to maybe claw this back. Trevmac dropping down. One player in Hammam on the opposite side as Logan gets another pick. Ooh, again, Gavini. Uncharacteristic, almost engagement loss. Gets him around the corner, but now it's M80 in the disadvantage. 10 seconds remaining as Logan instead with the Diffuser. Gunner on a nice angle gets the Monty from behind. Diffuser with another. It's a big 1v1 to close things out. Can Outlast pick up their first early in the game? Not today, as M80 keep their discipline and win round runoff time.
As you predicted, Lynx, the round really running right to the bitter end. Winning out on time for M80 when we get there. But a very slow attack from Outlast, and not in that they were doing a lot of work. It wasn't that their work rate was particularly high. It was just taking them a long time to get some of those basics done, and they were taking precautions, and they're right to do so. M80 are a team that are more than capable of contending with them on that top floor, especially given the utility that's available to them. And even with no bodies upstairs, they were still able to snag the first pick through that C4 placed on the vert. So a good start there from M80. Not the worst opening round really from Outlast, because they were able to pivot in that mid round and get some really important picks. Their information was clearly fantastic because they knew where some key defenders were in and around that site. Unfortunately, time just got the better of them and they weren't able to pick up that final kill in the 1v1.
Unfortunate for Outlast. Could really have been a victory, as you mentioned, but unfortunate loss on the tertiary site, primary for M80 in this case. They will now move up to the top floor on the command side to try things out, where we typically see teams have some early success on these defenses. Getting that Monty activated will be quite important, but I think more important, given what we saw last time, making sure there's enough support around that Monty to really have an impact, and also getting into the site. Enough time to make use of the information you gathered early on. We'll see what M80's full idea is for these defenses as we look to their positions. We just begin to reach 30 seconds in. So I imagine we'll be keeping a pretty similar pace on these attacks, at least for the first bits.
Yeah, I think that Outlast are, correct to be cautious. Fortress is a difficult map to attack into. There's so many right angles, so many corridors that you've got to contend with, and it takes a good portion of time to gather that information. starting to see some Candelas used now. No one immediately pushing in off the back of it. TrevMac will try and send his shock drone in. There's a few distractions kicking around, but that won't last too long. Ashen tracked on the Warden. Lion scan to root him in place, but this is the right utility and it's in the right sequence, but I'm not seeing the bodies to back it up. We're not seeing men follow in those Candelas. We're not seeing people rush toward Ashen's position and try and take advantage of the fact that he's both tracked and can't move unless he'll be, you know, notified. So, it's strange. Nesta sort of dueling with Diffuser at the moment and just dancing around, but another C4 was a good portion of damage. The opening pick, however, will go in favor of Outlast.
Diffuser swinging around the Monty, I think trying to isolate that engagement, doesn't anticipate or maybe is a bit caught off guard by TrevMac at the bottom of Old Tower. Big victory for Outlast. The 5v4 and still a lot of good utility. Of course, the Monty, but 2 Candelas remaining Deathmarks trackers as well as Veronix hops in with the 612, finds a direct line onto an extended M80 defender. Now pushing deeper into the site, quite isolated from the rest of his team. Dodge to the C4. With one player tucked around the corner. Heads up fight against the Azami. Outlast dismantling this defense off the back of these Candelas. Veronix pushing in every shot with the 612 landing. It's a flawless for Outlast to tie the game early.
Look what happens when they start to walk in off the back of that utility. We saw them using it, potentially trying to bait out a bit of a reaction there from M80. And if that was the intention, then it has worked beautifully. But off the back of the information, off the back of those Candelas and that Lion scan, we see players like Veronix just able to storm through the site, picking up kills quite literally for fun with the 612 shotgun. Great round there from Outlast. Really running a number on M80. You can see the idea there behind, I mean, what Scavini meant to do there. You can see he's got his hand up to his face, full flashed. Veronix onto Gunner as well. That little half wall inside of bathroom's a horrible angle, especially if you're going up against a shotgun. Really good stuff there from Outlast in round 2. More of that and we'll have a ball game.
It's nice to have it early, especially on Fortress when things can get non-competitive on this attacking side for it to be a bit more of a bout early on. I mean,
10 seconds
Outlast already won a round earlier than the Rebellion did. Bit more competitive game. But we look to the primary side defense from M80. Think about the fact that TrevMac coming in with his Thatcher, and of course Veronix also bringing in the Snake, might be a bit more plant focused of an attempt from Outlast. Of course, could be in reaction to the hard breach denial as well. Try to open up some of these reinforced walls, but we've seen this EMP launcher be used quite a bit to facilitate plants, place anti-C4. Could be quite good for Outlast, especially if they're able to get that momentum like they did last time.
They're bringing double information, so I want to see what they're able to do with it, because bringing the Snake and the Deimos, there really ought to be no excuses. I mean, couple that with Monty's information gathering capabilities, and you've really got quite a lethal trifecta of information and utility to utilize there. Again, as we've predicted, nothing crazy in the opening few moments. At the minute mark now, we're starting to see drones work down Old Tower and get a little bit of a read as to what's going on here. Is anyone playing the stairs? Is anyone just underneath? M80 quite consolidated for the time being. We can see the outlines. There's loads of space here for Outlast to take. These mute jammers are just going to slow them down ever so slightly. Couple placed here. They are just going to slow those drones up ever so slightly with the rotates in the wall as well. Outlast will be able to move through, and I mean, there's quite a lot of free real estate here for them to take and work in.
There is the Monty enabling a lot of that play. He'll just progress through the Old Tower side, moving through games, take a stare at Gunner as he goes for the bandage right in front of Nesta. I think maybe anticipating the defender would cover him from the rotate hole, and to be fair, they get the ace. So M80 get a kill, but Gunner going down in the process. Could have been worse, all things considered, but definitely a bit of a difficult play as M80 now tie things up, but that's the fight they needed to win. Veronix hopping in behind the Monty, loses the fight. Snake and Monty going down. Diffuser with all three for M80 so far. And TrevMac, Millie, not a clear way in to the rest of this. I mean, Diffuser cutting off TrevMac's progression past that doorway. Millie on the opposite side of the map has got to win a 1v1 against a Warden with a shotgun. I know who I'm taking in that engagement, at least. Milo also tracking the other shotgun defender around the corner. Yep, that's the end of the Demos. And so TrevMac not with a whole lot of options. Spots Gavini in the 1v3 now, but seems like M80 just going to play passive as there's no need to overextend their hand. But actually, right as I say that, TrevMac has Diffuser. You start putting this down. Maybe pull them in a little bit and bet on some mistakes from M80, but pushing deeper with solo time. Razor Blue triggering his position. Not enough time to win these 1v1s, even if M80 were giving them up. They retake the lead in round 3.
Diffuser is nearly all of M80 right now with his kills. I think he's on 6 and 1 right now. He's just been in the right place at the right time consistently. A bit of a strange round, honestly, from both sides there. The Monty able to gather so much space, but Outlast not really capable or adept enough to play behind it effectively. And then M80 on the other side of things, getting caught out there. I don't know, like you say, maybe anticipating a little bit more cover, trying to get the bandit battery down, trying to just hold a little bit more ground because of how much time had already been burnt, and anything that they could do to add on to it at that point would have been beneficial. Seems to be consistently in the right spot, doesn't he, old Diffuser at the moment? I mean, the one onto the Monty was a bit of a layup, but the kill before that was just some really fortunate timing. Last kill as well, it's just a case of hold your angles and hold your nerve, isn't it? You've got the 3 versus 1. You really don't want to be giving those up. They are rookie rounds to lose, and M80 are anything but that at the moment. Finally start to stabilize and generate a little bit of a lead, but we're yet to see a mega convincing round. Round 1 was good, but I'd like to see a little bit more out of this M80 at the moment. It's still just a touch too close.
And the best round from any team so far has been from Outlast. Flawless round in round 2. Obviously, M80 then retry that site and win it, but still the most dominant round has been from the one that nobody really expected to have a chance so far. And this could easily be, you know, a 7-1, 7-2, a dominant game, but it's a close 2-1 score right now. It's very much a ball game at the moment. So, to your point, if anybody should have a flawless right now, it should be M80. And looking, they don't necessarily need that specific stat line, but embodying that kind of performance is what we need to see from M80 right now for this to just be the matchup we expected it to be. First minute will play out to how it normally has so far, but spotting the hard breach denial and it placed on the exterior wall is going to make things a bit more tricky than it otherwise would be. Great timing.
Ooh, good timing on that Cade Claw. I was like holding my breath to see if that was going to go off or not, but
buzzer beater right there.
Ashen got it. Unfortunately, there is going to be more of the secondary EMPs. One still in TrevMac's pocket, so... And they've still got plenty of hard breach as well. They've got 2 Selmas. Should be able to get something going with that, but anything to slow Outlast down is going to be a good thing right now because they're not a very good attacking team. So the more that you can do, the more that you can put in their way and force them to solve, the easier time of things you're going to have, really. Time really being the key component of all of that, because these rounds seemingly all destined to go into red time at least. We will see a little bit get open now as well. Savage just going to tuck himself behind for now. Ashen as well, thinking about a little bit of a rotate back. Knows that there's some vert being made upstairs. Brilliant C4. Nesta caught out on the sledge. As so often, Sledge does get caught out on that vert. It isn't a very favorable position to be in. This engagement in Nurse could be big, though. Diffuser's going to make it 7 right now, and he will. Millie taking down M80 in the driver's seat for round 4.
I can't find success on the one gunfight, just takes the other one. Classic stuff from Diffuser right now. 7-1 scoreline. Gavini also winning the fight in Hammam, where he failed before, I believe, against Veronix as well. So if we were looking for M80 to bounce back and really launch into good form, a lot of the same engagements from round 1 are happening, but at much better odds and keeping Outlast at bay. M80 only won that first one off a very close 2v3. Now here, it's complete lead for M80 at the moment. Gavini taking 2 separate 1v1s, only getting half of them. The TrevMac picks up an exit, but 30 seconds remaining. We've seen M80 play this out before. I don't think they're giving up any picks now.
No, default camera just to ensure that knowledge is transferred, that information is going to be known now. And I mean, Kiba barricades when you're getting into sight with low time remaining, always going to be a big, tough ask of you. You're never going to have a favorable challenge onto that. M80 really doing a lot to guarantee these rounds. Even when they have a huge man count advantage and it's 3 versus 1, they're still not giving anything up. Still playing to that win condition of, look, let them push us or make them push us, and the time is working in our favor. M80 start to string a little bit more of a lead here, and it looks a bit more reminiscent, Links, of the game that we did, our first game of the stage with M80 against 4Fun on this very map, where it was a 7-2 to M80.
Good shot. Fucking go.
If they hit that night, if they hit that line, it's being a very quick day for us, as kind of we mentioned at the beginning. A lot of matchups today that could seem a bit one-sided. We certainly expected that of this one, but 7-2 here for M80. If they can just keep that form like that, not out of the realm of possibility whatsoever. First time, by the way, this half that we'll actually see Dorms in games. It's been 2 command defenses and 2 waiting defenses so far from M80. So we'll see how things go on the opposite primary site. As Outlast now danger of losing 3 rounds in a row, as nothing has quite worked since that initial round on command. And as they're going with a similar lineup, you know, they've tried these shields a few times, they've tried the intel ops a few times, and Ollie, again, just outside of the round 2, just nothing seems to be working perfectly for them.
Yeah, they're going to bring the IQ because obviously Valk is being played and there's other electronics that IQ can search out for. The C4s have been a big part of the game plan at the moment from M80, surrendering a lot of that top floor control. Obviously, it's different when we're going upstairs for the site, but the C4s still going to play a huge role here, given that there's 4 of them being brought. So Nesta will have his work cut out for him. That Z-key is going to be getting spammed as he gets all of those black eye cameras tracked and lets his team know exactly where they are. But it isn't going to stop the C4s from being effective. They're just not going to be working off as much information. There's still something to be concerned about. Trevor Mack going to start to make his approach as well. A little bit of an off angle. You don't always see people get onto the window repel. Often they'll sort of drop down, but that was a job for Veronix. He's got himself into position now on the Blackbeard. Again, not the best tool for this. The Monty is far more preferred, but with that being taken away, really does only leave the Blackbeard as an option, but you're just far more vulnerable in this position. And this is really where those C4s are going to see a lot of power. Yeah, look at that. Drop straight out. They realize they can't challenge it.
And the right call for Outlast, but it does come after a minute and a half spent looking at that position, trying to form some kind of entry and direct take onto the site. Now they move to the opposite side, where some works in ground has already been laid by the attack. So while they have to rotate and call off that plan, they're not rotating and building something from scratch at least. It's still only a minute to start falling pretty quickly, especially if you aren't able to land that pick. How many C4s landed this Blackbeard's feet? 3 of the 4 dedicated to taking down that shield. Trevor Mack hops in for a quick pick as it's a tie game, 3-3. 55 seconds remaining. Millie could have had a big fight there against the Warden, but instead opts to back up as M80 going to play a little bit more passive for the rest.
This is where this information from Snake's Soliton scanner is so valuable. Millie knows the next room is clear, can gather himself a little bit more equipment and further this advance, further this push. Gunnar will take Nesta down though. It's the advantage with M80, and we know what they like to do when they're in this position. They like to dig in and force the attackers to push.
Especially against a team like Outlast, who still, as in every new team does, struggle with the fundamentals. Tries to make it work, tries to reset. That's a banger shot from Millie, but M80's still good for the 1v1s. Their consistency, their experience pays off. Accomplished 3 in a row and have secured themselves a leading half.
It makes me laugh when you see shots like that first one from Millie, and then the second player feels like he's on the screen for an eternity, and there's just no reaction. It's like it's either feast or famine, right? It's just such a snapshot reaction, and then sometimes it takes a little bit longer to really make something work. C4's used really well in that round. That was the one there. Just wasn't cognizant of the fact that it was Gunnar that had swung him. The C4's used to great effect. It was all about denying area, wasn't it? They know that the shield's going to be played. They know the Blackbeard's being brought, and it's either going to drop old tower or it's going to jump in somewhere else. And wherever it does jump in, send the C4s that way. I would go as far as to say I think all 4 C4s were thrown at that Blackbeard in round 5.
I'm pretty sure. I think all except 1 were thrown at that Blackbeard, which if you've got a shield on the opposite side and it's not a Monty, like that kind kind of fair and like valid from M80 to do that, and clearly working out well against Outlast. Really struggling to gain any kind of upward momentum after the loss of that Blackbeard. I mean, getting some good picks in the late round, but M80, I think, just might have been a 51-49 game, but M80 consistently on the 51 side. It's now our third command defense for this half. Not going back to waiting, of course. They cannot. But M80 threatening not a 6-0 that we just saw, but a 5-1, which all things considered just as damaging against Outlast. I mean, they're on the worst side on Fortress, but again, a team like M80 and the only flawless team in the league. Kind of a similar thing we gave to For Fun by virtue of being up 6-0. You have to believe M80, if they get a 5-1, can surely win 2 attacks somewhere in there.
You'd like to think so, wouldn't you? You would like to think so. Outlast have almost certainly got their work cut out for them right now. They aren't really changing tact all too much. I mean, the biggest change in this round 6, of course, is that they haven't got the shield. Obviously feeling like that's just been banned away from them to a point where the Blackbeard isn't useful enough to bring. So there will be a bit more of a focus on clearing some of this utility. That's really where the Flores comes into their own. Barbed wire can be taken care of. Ashen. The timing of this pick is going to be really important for Outlast. They need to pinch Ashen at both times. They have to get away with at least a trade here if they're going to commit someone to drop onto him and someone to walk up the stairs onto him as well. Millie's going to be prowling ready at the bottom here, so Soliton Scanner should be giving that information away for him. And Ashen is just ready and waiting. Shotgun in hand. He can sit here all round as far as he's concerned.
We often see players do just hang on that position and often play their lives there for a lot longer, especially because you could be cut off from the tower position. It's typically the play we see teams make. I mean, to be fair, 2 minutes in is that's kind of its own thing, but Ashen just making full use with that shotgun in hand. Outlast quite spread out right now, getting closer to the extremities of the site. I mean, they've made their way into games, into dorms. Beyond that, it's nothing. No clear way in. 2 minutes and 15 seconds. And you can see TrevMac calling, trying to come up for some alternative solution.
Again, the time's doing a lot of the work for M80 here, isn't it? It's a patience game. And to see Ashen and how much this player has grown, being able to sit on that stairs for the whole round is commendable. Savage on the flip side, not so patient. He's taking the fight straight to him.
Take it straight to him. Logan will get that trade, but both him and Ashen winning those early shotgun engagements. Gunner with a nice trade too. As Outlast push in quite late, picking up some important frags. M80, who have just been holding these positions the entire half, have been thinking of every possibility, every gunfight that could conceivably go their way, and they're ready for them when they arrive. Not a flawless, but a 5-1 half. Might as well be just as good. M80, the victors coming out of the first half.
M80 have firm control of this one. There is no doubt about that. 5-1 over Outlast. They've shown us a couple of close rounds, and they do have 1 round victory under their belt. Mint, I mean, we saw, what, 1 round where M80 was looking great, 1 round where Outlast were able to take the win. I mean, there was that back and forth, at least in those first 2 rounds.
We're pulling. We're reaching for straws.
We're reaching, yeah. But, I mean, yeah, here we go. Right into the first clip. They did a full clear. This is what I didn't want to see, was round 1. They do a full clear, and they're going to lose the time. They had the man advantage here, but M80 and Crossfires, which we talked about. Second round, M80 got a little ahead of themselves. Diffuser got a little ahead of themselves. And this is what I want to see out of Outlast. They used the Ying after pulling on the old tower side with the Montaigne. They were pulling on that side, and Ying did a split strategy that I've highlighted as well for their clubhouse. Took the other side of the map and backstab. But it was all because M80 got out of their game plan a little bit. They stopped bunkering, and again, Diffuser got a little over ahead of himself. His only bad round, to be honest, because he's having a heck of a half as well. But yeah, then M80, again, just, I mean, a great game plan. They're just bunkering Cade Tube. They're forcing, and they're not giving any fast plays.
Lex, you look so agitated just hearing anything positive about Outlast, and you just can't take it.
I'm sorry. I'm all for it. I mean, you know, we see glimpses of success from this team, and it's just like, why can't we get this round after round? I mean, why can't we take from what worked and then try to implement it in the next? Even in the last round that we saw in that round 6, they used 2 minutes and 30 seconds and did nothing. They took no space. They didn't open up anything besides default doors that are already pre-barricaded by the game developers. Like, I'm honestly at a loss for words.
Yeah, but at the same time, again, because M80 that second round, they were getting a little overzealous, and then they just go back to these bunkers, and really there's nothing Outlast can do. Even if they're pulling on one side, they're actually just giving them that free space. So it's like Outlast.
Well, how do you pull when you're on the roof?
Well, they couldn't even get in the map, Lax. That's step one. That's step
you
one.
can access.
We're not at step one. We just looked at the blueprint.
Tough spot for them to be in. There is no question about that. I mean, maybe can they pull it back with some crazy operator bans here? Yes.
No, I mean, no. I don't think so. Honestly, again, it's really just the fundamentals. It's just playing with each other. I would rather you try to play as perfect as you possibly can and lose out on time versus doing absolutely nothing and losing out on time. I just want everyone to just play together. Play for the trade. Play for the man advantage. Play aggressive. Play with a purpose. Stop doing things on your own. I mean, there's countless times where we see them caught off guard. A player decides to go ahead of everyone, and it's just for what reason outside of, are you trying to make a clip? Are you trying to make a statement in the round? Like, play with your team. Play into the strengths that you guys have. I mean,
well, real quick, they banned the Monty and the Snake. Get ready for Savage to be on BB and Blitz every round, and Dokkaebi. Good luck to you, Outlast.
All right. Good luck to them indeed. 5-1 as we move into the second half.
And I think Ollie and I are probably going to be echoing a lot of the sentiments we heard on the desk. I mean, pretty much across the board from not only Savage on the shields, but I think especially to Outlast, it's going to be a difficult one for them. They have the better side, Ollie. I think we kind of need to acknowledge that.
5 seconds to insertion.
They have a bit of an internal buff or built-in buff going into the second half, but at the same time, we've seen some really well put together attacks and clears from M80 over the course of this stage. And I don't think they're gonna fumble it now.
I will watch over us.
Yeah, I mean, if Lax is to be believed, they've got the game developers on their side, because the game developers are going around barricaded. It must be a busy job, you know that. Having to run around the building and just hold F at every window before the round loads in. I can only imagine the strain on the keyboard, or potentially even the carpal tunnel that you're going to get through doing that. But yeah, I mean, jokes aside, Outlast, yes. And I think when we see a round where they are flashy and they are a bit more aggressive and they play with a little bit more flair, it looks like they're having a little bit more fun doing it. You know, we saw smiles on the faces when they're running through on the Ying, just shooting everyone in the face. That's kind of what the game is at the moment. Like, the game can be really methodical and really step by step, but it also can be really aggressive and really fun and almost a little bit seat of your pants sort of style. I don't know if that's what we're going to see out of M80 here, because they have an advantage, so they can afford to play however they want, really. They've got a 4-round buffer at the moment. Already we're seeing a good deal of increase in terms of work rate. There's a lot more getting done on this Storm's clear. So we've got Gaveni able to get at least part of the wall open, so much so that they can see the mirror window on the other side. And it's only going to be a simple job of stunning out, and then that thing's going to be getting opened as well.
It's a small piece, but it kind of plays into the perceived futility of this matchup, where you see Millie, pop a canister, drop fire on the floor, and the diffuser takes 4 steps to the left, just opens up basically a portion of the wall that's already 80% open, walks through it, and bypasses that entire obstacle and nothing on the opposite side. I mean, M80, they are facing resistance, but kind of just gliding by it, moving through. But this is where they might start to face some problems. Millie with the first pick. Diffuser, MVP of this matchup so far, 9-2. Veronix winning that fight against the player behind the Blackbeard. Savage not having the same success with his shield we've seen so far, but as him and Gavini both get kills, especially one inside of the site. Quick bounce back. Only briefly down 3-5. But still looking for a way in. Losing that Dokkaebi and the Deimos, those 2 big intel ops, will make this execute a much bigger problem. Try and find a way to convert into the site. Savage creeping in, shield on his back, putting the diffuser down with one player over top. Ashen so good for it, shoots the C4. Might end up leaving a bit of a gap. As the defender trying to find hopovers. Another C4 lands at Savage's back. That'll be the diffuser, dropped on the floor. So now Gavini moving in for the next one. Ashen, the only player who can cover, with another defender close by. Needs to win it. He threatens to hop over top. Impact grenade hitting, but barely even scuffing him. He finally hops over and gets the kill, and TrevMac from around the corner. A big 1v1 and a sigh of relief as Outlast snatch away the first.
A much closer round there than what we've been seeing up until this point, but that's what the side swap will do to a game of Siege. A really close encounter coming down to that 1 versus 1. But Outlast, I think having the right play there, understanding aggression is the name of the game. If you give too much space away and you let those players then set up that post plant and set up that crossfire, you're going to have a very difficult time of things. Following each other one after another straight over the wall, and good for both of the kills on the cleanup. Veronix playing nice and aggressively as well. I mean, this is kind of what we wanted to see on the defense side of things, on the attack side of things, sorry, was this same level of willing to swing and willing to really go and get the job done. At least they're starting it now on the defense, and at least they have, well, at least M80 on a map point, I should say. Still a tough mountain to climb and 3 rounds behind, but Outlast have started that journey here on the defense.
They started that journey, big 1v1. Also, you know, to be fair, going up 5-3, really good odds in that round, and just setting up the important protocols for the late round. We have the C4s, the impact grenades, players doubling up and vaulting over top, creating some redundancy to take down that plant. We wanted to see the fundamentals, and fundamentally speaking, a lot of that was present in round 7 for Outlast. So genuinely the exact kind of thing we needed to see out the gate. We'll see how consistent it can be. We'll see what M80's responses are, but a lot of good things to talk about and look at from that first round. Savage put to low HP, not bringing the shield this time, instead going to the Nomad. Put down well below half, likely either through that barricade or somewhere due to the defender over in this museum position. Definitely not the exact way you want to start. Again, indicative Outlast not going down without a fight, as M80 begin to notice just how spread out this defense is.
Yeah, they spread themselves far and wide, haven't they, on this top floor right now? It does leave them vulnerable. And if M80 get the read on that, they might be able to try and isolate some of these players. They haven't got Savage on the shield to really, you know, accelerate that isolation and bust in there on the blitz and get up in people's faces. But there's ways of gathering that information with the bees. There's ways of doing it with the Dokkaebi. The slow and steady seems to be the pace for now. Diffuser starting to move through command. Very confident that all this is clear. Will be able to open the wall if he needs to, but with drones at his feet, he's probably better off going for a bit of a challenge here, especially now that the cavalry has arrived. Gaveni starts to look again, that door open. That wall, excuse me.
Nice.
Savage gets caught out on the C4. He was softened up already, so it wouldn't have taken much, but at least the diffuser has been recovered straight away.
And the C4s have been quite impactful for Outlast through the past couple rounds. It was plant denial last time. And while Savage might not be in the shield, they're taking him down, finishing off the Nomad, softened up quite early. Outlast doing really well with the secondary utility usage. Both C4s burned, Vulcan packs now starting to get popped. Millie, a big kill swinging around the hard breach. Might be traded by M80. But that's another 5v3 for Outlast moving into the later portions of these rounds. They have been quite competitive, quite active in these rounds so far. These defenses going so well.
Nothing really to criticize at the moment. Gaveni, he's going to go and try and find something on a backstab. The bodies are there for Outlast. They have enough men to watch each angle. This shouldn't be too much of a problem, and especially with the Goyo canisters. I don't see a clear way in right now for M80. They need to get some big, impactful kills or punish people swinging, but they're unable to do that at the minute.
No, it is just wild swinging for everybody on the defense and attack. Nobody getting kills either way. Gunnar Gavini downed outside as Gunnar hops to retrieve him. Ashen finish off by Logan. It's going to be a 2-round stomp from Outlast to have completely kept M80 at the gates. A double for Nesta to finish, as Outlast not only doing well on these defenses, but really structuring these setups quite well.
I think they understand Fortress quite good from a defensive standpoint. And they recognize the way that M80 want to try and attack this map. M80 have, of course, already played this map before, so it stands to reason that there's a little bit of tape out there on them. That is, of course, with the Savage pickup as well, so it's a lot more relevant than older VOD footage that they might have. Big C4 to really kick things off. But it just kind of went from there, didn't it? M80 never really getting a clear way into the site. Stuck to those single doorway pushes at the end. The clash causing them quite a few problems as well. Surprised to not see the timeout. M80 obviously looking for a full site rotation before they want to try and take that timeout, so they've got every site available to talk about. But I think for me, timeout kind of could have come there and it wouldn't have been out of place. Maybe they're banking on getting a little bit deeper into the game, and when they go back up to those top floors, they maybe remove the clash and give themselves a little bit of breathing room that way. This is one of the things that happens when you ban double electric is you've always got so much else to go up against, and it's that sort of stuff that, yeah, you might be able to get walls open nice and easily, but it's that stuff that causes the pain. It's that stuff that causes the real hurt in the middle of the round, and something that Outlast have used really well, obviously not in this round, but previous has been mirror windows. It's been a key component of what they wanted to achieve. C4s as well, and mirror and C4 obviously go hand in hand. Only one of them this time in the hands of Logan on the mute, but running double SAS and a bit of Malusi action along with an Ella. Will they be able to trap out M80? They're certainly going to be able to stop them from just blindly walking in space for free, but maybe keeping them out is going to be the bigger problem here in round 9.
It could be an issue, but 5-4 for Outlast. Real possibility if they keep up this momentum. First call already burned. Destroys Millie's phone. Takes some HP off him as well. So good impact achieved by M80 early on as the early clear of Museum makes progress in that they have taken control and gained information, but nobody present on this side of the map. Not really that many players present on their own period from Outlast. So not coming to blows with any member of the defense just yet. Now getting the same thing over on Hammam's side, and shocking, fighting a couple more defenders over in this position, and it's a lot more lateral from Outlast than vertical. Ashen getting some of that key information, getting some nice angles on the opposite side of the skeleton key. But based off where these players are positioned, it looks like this is going to be a slow one, as we just reached the halfway point and are only now starting to put feet on the bottom floor.
And with all these defenders fairly well constricted into the site, Millie a little bit out of there. Just at the top of these central stairs. Oh, Gunnar, you've got no idea. He's just around the corner for you. It's going to be a freebie, Millie. He'll happily take that. If he even can get himself back to site, that will be a huge boom. But Savage falls as well on the Blackbeard. It just goes from bad to worse.
Millie cannot lose fights right now. 3 on opening duels on the defense, now taking down Gunnar. As M80 not only have 0 answers, they've got 0 ideas on these fortress attacks. It doesn't even look close. Diffuser, that's his first kill, and I can't even tell you how long. Ruff doesn't even begin to describe it for M80 as Outlast, uncontested throughout these 3 rounds. Ashen fighting back, takes a 1v1 against Logan, spotted on the default. Joining up with Diffuser, but with Diffuser not in their hands, ironically. They'll have to win some important picks to regain control. Ashen finding one. Millie shut down, who's been such a big player for Outlast on these defenses. Diffuser recovers it. But only 10 seconds remaining. 1 smoke as well to drain even more time off the clock. It's thrown the opposite way. Ashen walks right into it. Diffuser hit with the Gershmod as well, but wins a key 1v1. Veronic's down low, but there's just no time. Outlast letting it run low as they take 3 in a row.
Honestly, it looked a little bit like an Outlast attack in a lot of ways, didn't it? We got to the end of the round. It was time that won it all. It came down to a 1 versus 1. It was really dicey there. M80. I mean, save a couple of flashy kills from Ashen. It's a terrible round, isn't it? It's a round that you just want to forget about. Without those big impactful kills, and at that point, Outlast have got the bodies and the time to throw at the problem. Doing a really good job of clawing back to within 1 round at the moment. Round 10 bans in, a Mirror and a Ying. The Mirror makes perfect sense. Outlast used it fantastically on these top floors. And I imagine that these, well, the defenses are certainly going to be different, but the way that the attack is going to be able to approach is again going to be very different now that Mirror's been removed. But I don't know that that is the fix-all at the minute. It seems a little bit more fundamental than that, and again, I'm surprised to not see that timeout called, especially now that Outlast, they only trail by 1 round. 1 round and they'll level this game up.
And not only trailing by 1 round, but with how, dominant these rounds have been, it's ironic to say that when both of them have, technically speaking, come down to 1v1s. by and large, they've also required big comebacks from M80 to come back from 4v5, 3v5 deficits, and they've done it because they have some excellent players, great coordination, but Outlast have been starting out so strong, it's allowed them to give themselves that kind of cushion to close it out in the late. No timeout called. M80 going up to command. You can see a bit of a change. Savage going back to that shield, but bringing in the Glass, the Lion as well, to freeze those defenders in place. So really, I think just trying to bring overwhelming pressure once they actually go for these executes. Could be the right game plan. Still plenty of tools that Outlast can use to deal with that. But one thing we also want to see, Ollie, I think both of us, is Millie on these opening duels. He has been a nightmare for M80 so far. So yeah, they're able to deal with it. Savage thinking about sprinting up the staircase. The C4, very logical counterplay by the defense. Savage anticipates it, now pushes up once that threat is removed, and the defender falls back in turn. Ashen trying to get in the cutoff position, not able to find the kill as Logan from down below gets a big flank. Him and Vronix both for the pinch. Gavini a nice double with the 417, but Outlast beyond proactive in that minute, outflanking M80's own quick play.
And again, without that 2K from Gaveni, where does that leave M80 right now? It leaves them in a 5 versus 2. Fortunately, he was able to get him, but it's still a 2 versus 3. A minute 40 on the clock. Not tons of utility after this Lion scan's gone out either. A big kill onto Millie. Maybe just overheating a little bit. Some good information as well available for Gaveni right now. He knows where Logan is. Just on the other side of the wall, playing in horse. There is time here for M80, and there is a little bit of information as well. We've got a flank drone on those central stairs. Both players just flicked off it. Ashen flicking it now, so it's still active. Gunnar can start to try and move through, but these two remaining attackers are almost as separate as the two defenders. He's at your feet. Trev with the turn and burn onto Gunnar, but Gaveni has already taken Logan out. That leaves us with a whole minute and a 1 versus 1 to negotiate here. Gaveni, importantly, doesn't have the kit, but it is very easy to recover. The default cams will give him away, but Trev isn't slowing down. He's making a charge to him right now.
Now sprinting in, made his way to Museum. Gavini taking cover behind the Kiba and the deployable shield. Trevmac trying to play this the best he can. Journeyman player knows how to bait out a plant. Gavini falling off and gets the kill. Must win for Gavini right there. Diffuser excited, not even aware of how close this game is. 1v1 after 1v1 in this second half, and finally they break M80's way.
Honestly, it's a sigh of relief, really, for M80. Gaveni's done a brilliant job at navigating that 1 versus 1. Fortunately, with the explosive nature of the round, he had tons of time to do it. But there was still the small important fact of baiting out perfectly, not committing to the plant too early, listening to the sound, understanding what's happening, and any calls that his teammates are able to give him. Close stuff here. It is going to be an Outlast timeout. They have waited until M80 has got themselves onto map point to use that. And with the momentum that we've seen them have over these defenses, this isn't a foregone conclusion. That was a very scrappy way to win an attacking round. 1 versus 1, baiting a diffuser plant. We see those go 50-50 every day of the week links. So Outlast aren't going to be feeling too far out of it right now, regardless of what the score is. It's still very doable based on the siege we've seen so far.
Yeah, no, really, just really impressive stuff from Outlast. I still can't get over this play. The amount of foresight and effort they have put into these defenses is commendable, and again required another comeback for M80 in round 10. Maybe not a 3v5, but a 2v3 and a 1v1 at the end. Hyped up the M80 stack. Only need 1 round. Again, nature of best of 1, but Outlast have put in quite the fight this series, and frankly, I'd be sad to see them go unrewarded with at least a point for this effort. Even if they don't push it to OT, I kind of just want the admins to give them one for the effort, because they have been playing these defenses very well, and even in that round have given M80 a fight every single second.
It starts to feel that way, doesn't it? And the annoying thing is that no one's going to necessarily remember the game specifics. They're just going to look at the scoreline, and, you know, it doesn't always tell the fullest of pictures, does it? It doesn't say that, you know, what, 2 or 3 of these rounds so far in this game have been won by 1 versus 1s. They go each way every day of the week. So a really close game, and Outlast giving a good account of himself, but it will be all for naught if M80 are successful here. They need to win the next 2 to take this to an overtime. Give a chance at that reset. Give a chance at that level playing field that the overtime provides, and have another attempt here. The defenses have been brilliant. It's their attacks really that we're lacking. But can they be brilliant again? They need to be if they're going to try and keep M80 out of this one. Again, not expecting to see fireworks. We saw a bit of fireworks in the previous round, and it was kind of Outlast that lit him, really, wasn't it? It was Logan that jumped over the top rope and really started to backstab onto the players that were walking up. But M80 have been fairly passive, not only on the defense, but also on these attacks. And it looks like that is going to remain the aim of the game here.
Located a bomb. As it often is on Fortress, really take your time in this first minute and a half. Don't need to overplay things. Right as I say that, Ashen dropping down Old Tower, walks into a Gurjmat and an F-Naught. So, I mean, he was taking things slow. He was like alt walking around that corner, shift walking around that corner, and hit by all that utility. Difficult situation, but trying his best. Gunner, the next kill on Veronix. Savage down and finished off by Logan. Another 1v1, but Gunner takes it. Outlast, so aggressive, so eager to take these fights and winning them against some of the best fraggers in the league. Just impressive stuff from this team, but it's a close defense. No comeback really required from M80 at the moment. It's just a 3v3 that they have a minute to sort through.
Feels like every time we look down, it's a 3 versus 3 at around the minute mark, right? Regardless of what side anyone's on. Nesta, he will be caught out on the Bs, and the Rotero drone, that is going to force him out of position. No one there for the catch, though. The F-Naught still in play, and that's going to do quite a lot to keep him secure, but those 2 kills from Gveni and Gunner, they are going to throw Millie into an impossible spot.
That might just be what does it. Millie has been good throughout so many of these defenses. Now with Gunner getting the plant down around the corner, can't see the angle, and Gveni gets it done. Or only our second round not come down to a 1v1, and it comes right when M80 needed it. They take 2 attacks out of 5, and that's enough to close this in regulation.
I think on paper this one looks like it was going to be fairly straightforward. Maybe that's the order of the evening, Lynx. Maybe it's going to be a very complicated and techie night. We'll have to see. We'll be right back after this.
Pick up the pace, ain't no time to waste. Hey, give me the goal, breaking it right to the goal. They tried to tell me it couldn't be done. Trigger the action. We want the action. Lights, camera. Give me the action. We want the action.
Well, Outlast, they put up a fight on that second half, but M80, they get down to business and close it out 7-4. We've got Gunnar standing by to talk with after this victory. Another 3 points for you guys as you continue to rocket towards the top of the standings, undefeated so far. Can you talk to me about the approach coming into a game like this? Like, we know that Outlast are going to be a weaker team. Maybe you don't want to show too much to the rest of the field. How do you approach a match like this?
I mean, we approach it the same way we did before. We were willing to bring out a new map need be. Like, we're not really hiding anything. We're just trying to win. 3 points is 3 points. And, you know, we want to get as many points as we can, lock in playoffs as fast as possible. So there's no difference. I mean, there was no prep because they don't have anything on this map. But, like, you know, we still went over everything we need to go over, prepared the same way we prepared for every other game. And, yeah.
Good man.
Rat King, hello. You kind of already answered this question for me, but in the sense of you're not hiding anything, I mean, you guys are undefeated. You are the only undefeated team left. I'm going to put all that narrative into your head. You have 14 points. Theoretically, that might even lock you in for playoffs. You guys have 4 games remaining. Do you at any point see yourselves, you know, taking advantage of the opportunity to maybe explore some other maps and get some game day reps, or are you going to be going hard every single remaining match here?
I mean, I still think we're going to go as hard as we possibly can because, I mean, we kind of showed the maps that we don't usually play already.
Yeah.
Out there. I don't think people really even know, like, what to play us on right now because we've brought out, you know, our club, our banks, our fortress, like, maps that Ultimate weren't usually playing as much, you know?
It's
so,
all over now.
Yeah, I mean, we're still going to go hard, especially in this back end is the, quote-unquote, tougher teams, you know? So you don't want to give them the confidence in beating you and, you know, doing all that. Like, I think a big thing for playoffs is confidence, and getting those wins would be a, you know, big confidence booster.
Well, Gunnar, again, congratulations. I don't think we've said it enough to you guys. You guys are undefeated, 14 points. Obviously, got to feel good. And with the additions of Ashen and Savage, I'm kind of curious, you know, what is the short-term goal for M80, and kind of what are we looking for once we get into playoffs and possibly qualifying for EWC? Where do you see yourself realistically if you do qualify for EWC?
I mean, for this, I guess, new iteration of M80, like, our goals are still the same. You know, we're very competitive. We have a lot of winners on this team, and we want to keep winning. So first step is making that major, which means making, the, you know, the little goals, making playoffs for this, which is should happen. And then, you know, beating out those teams we play in playoffs. I mean, that's what we're kind of looking at right now. There's no reason to be looking at, like, the EWC right now or anything. So, I mean, for us, it's just making the major right now, staying consistent. Obviously today we looked a little more shaky, and, like, you know, that's gonna happen. And it's just building off of games like this, you know, or we showed a little shakier side today and we're still able to win. And just building off of that, you know, for the coming weeks, because we need to look better.
I was gonna say, I guess that's a little bit of a follow-up question. So do you contribute a lot of Outlast rounds that they won more so on your guys making fundamental errors?
Actually, no, I mean, there was the kitchen round where I misdroned someone and the guy killed me, but, like, they made a great power on our direct. They fully countered it. They had a guy in tower, guy hop over. I mean, people are sitting in Outlast, but, like, I mean, they made great plays today. They layered up and played their crossfires correctly today. I mean, you could say what you want about them, but they played it correctly, and they caught us off guard for sure. We thought we were maybe going to get a little bit more of, like, a fight early round, and it just wasn't coming. And we were really sloppy in the mid to late round today, so. And they capitalized on that. Luckily, you know, we kind of shaped it up a little bit, but yeah, I mean, they played a defense pretty well.
Well, if you or me aren't the good cop for Outlast, maybe we should just hire Gunnar.
Just bring Gunnar on after every Outlast.
Thank you so much, Gunnar. Really appreciate your insight on you guys and on Outlast as well. Congrats again on the win.
Thank you.
Well, what a finish from them, but really good to hear that he felt like his opponents were challenging them a little bit.
Listen, I will always give credit where credit is due, and I think those 3 defensive rounds from Outlast were really something tremendous. I do want to give them credit, and even the round that he was talking about, we were talking about in the back, it was a very good flank from them. They had the response. They were right with one another. They were playing with each other. They were going for those trades, and that's why I stress so much about it, and why it's frustrating for me is because we see so many times where it's like, that could be the team. That's the competitive team that we know Outlast can be. It's just then they have other rounds where it's like, how do we deviate off of that? How did we get here? We just looked really good. And again, those 3 defensive rounds, they had great responses to how they wanted to deal with M80. Even in the round in the dorms games room, I thought Trevmac was doing really well on the clash. He was warding off all of M80, slowing them down, and then forcing M80's hand to play into these crossfires, as Gunnar was saying. And that's just what I want to see from this team, because I know that they can do it. It's just frustrating that we don't see it enough.
That 10th round was a great example of that, right? It was the round that Outlast were controlling heavily early on. And as you mentioned, they go for this big flank. They're taking advantage of those openings that M80 are giving them.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this from M80 in a prior game, and Outlast, again, they're a pro team for a reason. They're going to do their research, and they're going to counter strat, right? So they know that they're going to walk up with the blitz. They know they're going to have the Glaz on the old tower holding the cross. So what do? They have an Azami. They're going to Azami off the door, jump over, and go for that power onto the stairs. So again, I mean, like you said, really, what was I asking for? I was asking just to see improvement out of Outlast. We saw some glimpses. They got 4 rounds onto the board. I saw an attack that I really liked with utilizing the Ying and the split takes, and we got to see the defenses again. They've been very good on defense, but now they're kind of using those crossfires and layering, and they had a solid game plan against M80.
And their opening kills. I mean, they had 7 out of 11 opening engagements going into their favor. So, I mean, there's so many key things to take away for this team that if they look back and watch this, just bring it into the next and keep improving and working your way to a better performance, because there's just time and time again where these guys showcase what they really can bring to the table, and I just want to see more of it, and I will always give credit where credit is due, and this was a great match to really give them their flowers.
Speaking of showing what they could do, I've heard a lot about Scrim Trebmac. Apparently he's popping off in scrims and kind of terrorizing everybody, and we got to see him as the top performer on Outlast today, so good to see.
Yeah, good to see that trajectory trending up, right? First time it feels like we've really seen.
There was definitely a lot more things that were tangible.
Exactly.
For sure.
Really seen that concrete improvement. Well, our next matchup of the day, we're billing it as the Kino Hot and Cold Clash, because this one in 100 Thieves Dark Zero brings us a matchup that we have yet to see here in domestic competition. On the 100 Thieves side, right, we know what Hot and Cold is going to bring. We've also seen what this team is capable of just yesterday. They take down Shopify Rebellion. What went well for them there that they're going to look to replicate today?
I think something big for me that Hot and Cold was talking about in the interview when we were talking about the meta and players being able to kind of do things on their own, just given the information that they have, that it's not deviating from the call, not adding too much to a call. And we even saw in their defensive round, the strat here was to focus on the player coming down east. They get the kill onto Monty. They know that pressure's being applied. Spirits does a good job handling it, but he doesn't give it up. He plays top east and lets the team know, and they all push together to be able to take top east and work together and play into those layers. And that's the 100 Thieves that we need to see time and time again, whether that's on defense or attack, and it was a great showcasing of that. And then we pivot to the first attacking app, which I thought it was really well orchestrated from the side of 100 Thieves. They were catching all of Shopify Rebellion off guard, working in tandem with one another to be able to go for these trades, to set up the crossfires, and they do it extremely well. And again, this is what I also like to see. It's a 3v1. Sure, it gets a little scrappy, but they use the time well. They use the Dokkaebi to get that information. It's not any player that could do it by themselves. They're doing it together and making sure that they're ending it flawlessly as best as they can. And I think with the right approach that they're going for and not adding more layers, adding more comms that stresses Hot and Cold out. We also heard, sometimes then they deviate away from it. It's just staying as a unit and focusing on the task at hand.
Well, you mentioned like Hot and Cold has told us just how great it is to play with a shield player like Spirits again. Mint, this is something we've brought up, just reunited with his old friend.
That's his old ex-girlfriend right there. Hot and Cold obviously used to team with Spirits. Then he also used to team with Kino more recently on M80, but now he's back with his ex-girlfriend. She's looking pretty good. So obviously, this is the first time that they're actually matching up domestically. Like you said, yes, technically Hot and Cold was in Salt Lake City as a sub for Wildcard, and yes, he's technically 0-2 now versus Dark Zero and Kino, but that doesn't count. We're not counting that at all. This is a completely new narrative. This is domestically. This is his own team. And again, they used to team on M80, and Kino actually ended up leaving M80 due to his own reasons, and Matt was left without a shield player, had to pick up the shield role, and things kind of went poorly. Matt is not, or Hot and Cold rather, is not a shield player. He actually noted in an interview that after Kino left, he said, I realized after Kino left, I just need a shield player. I need one, right?
Yep.
Referencing he needs Kino or he needs Spirits. And now, again, in this matchup, we are finally going to get the hot and cold in the Kino. And not only that, we're going to get a couple of girlfriends going at it. We're going to get Spirits versus Kino, the shield lords themselves. Who's going to be the better shield player?
I love it because on the DZ side, right, the shield lord in Kino, there's been definitely a narrative going around that DZ has been crushing the shields. We've seen teams banning it against them. I mean, do you agree with that narrative? Do you feel like the shields are essential to their playstyle?
I mean, here we got a Kino behind a shield. Yeah, this is looking pretty good. I mean, basically, I used to think they were a shield crutch team, but I mean, if you take a look at it right here, I mean, yes, they did play 8 rounds out of their 19 total with the shield, and they do have a 75% win rate with the shield. But without the shield, 11 rounds, it's a 64% win rate, and that 64% is still top of the league. That is still the best attacking team in North America. So yes, it is 11% better, but I still don't think they are a shield crutch team. And we saw Wildcard actually ban out all 3 shield operators yesterday on them, but I don't think that might not be the play. I think we should be looking more towards maybe the Dokkaebi. Newers has been insane on that operator. He has a 100% win rate on that operator. If NJR is playing Dokkaebi, he has a 100% win rate on that operator. So they're using that operator better than anybody else in North America. I think maybe stay away from the shields and target somebody else.
I think that's something that you kind of hit the nail on the head on, is the simple fact, if you don't see Newers on that front line and taking those initial engagements, you know that he's probably going for a flank. He's lurking around, so you really have to be paying attention to your gaps when you're going against Dark Zero.
Well, let's talk Vito before we dive into this one and see what map 100 Thieves and Dark Zero are going to clash on. Labs is where we'll end up. It was between Lair and Labs, and Dark Zero made the final choice there. Kyle, what do you make of this one?
So this I actually like for 100 Thieves, and the reason why is Labs is the only map that Dark Zero has a negative win rate on. They are 1 and 2 on this map as a team. Again, that is how insane they are. Every single map, they have a positive win rate on. Now, 100 Thieves have not played this map. They haven't showed this map, obviously, with this core, but it is a very step-by-step map, which kind of goes into your point of you want them to be synced, right? You want them to kind of go for map control together, use their man advantages together. Everything they do is synced. And Boulder was a great example of that because it's basically take East. Then after you take East, you take Break, and then you take CC, and it's all synced up. Same thing on Labs. It's going to all center around the IT wall. The bans are probably going to reflect that. We're going to open up the IT wall, and then what are we going to do together, right? Are we going to go for Rafters, or are we going to go for the Garden side or the Connector side? So overall, I think this is a fantastic map for 100 Thieves.
All right, well, 100 Thieves, they take down Shopify Rebellion yesterday. Dark Zero could very well be their next victim today. Over to Links and XR Troika to find out.
Making light work out of Salt Lake City grand finalists. They took down the runner-ups, and now the major champs, the current best team in the world, might be next up on the chopping block for 100 Thieves. Definitely at least my game of the day, Ollie, and I definitely think it was always going to be going into today, but after that win over the Rebellion yesterday, I am so excited for this matchup.
It's got a lot of living up to do, though, hasn't it? It was quite easy to pick a game of the day with the way that we've had our schedule, set for the day. And then you think back and you think, hang on a minute, we had a bit of a banger of a first game. We had Outlast giving us a lot of hope and, a bit of an underdog sort of story in the second game. And now we're thinking, we think this is going to be the best game of the day based on the 2 teams, but I'm not too sure at the moment based off what we've seen. I can't wait to get stuck into Labs. It is always a good day when we get to watch a Nighthaven Labs, without question. My favorite map inside the pool. And we've got 2 fantastic teams here with a lot, as the desk have quite eloquently put, intertwined storyline going on as well. 100 Thieves versus Dark Zero, but we all know it's a little bit deeper than that. Let's get stuck into this one then, as it might have a little bit of living up to do, but I'm sure that it is going to deliver.
I'm sure it will as well. Really exciting game. And 100 Thieves, really exciting team. Felt a bit disjointed last stage, but slowly beginning to really put the pieces together and sync up quite well. And yesterday being undeniably the high watermark. Starting out 8-7 victory over Wildcard at the beginning of the stage. Close overtime loss to M80. So out the gate against some really good teams, being very competitive. Of course, you had that loss to C9, and obviously that being a bit of a black sheep overall, because 7-5 against the Rebellion, when they have played against really good teams, not only have they been generally victories, they've all been close games, all 12 rounds at a minimum. Hopefully this one will not disappoint. If you missed the series yesterday, it was a 7-5 against the Rebellion on Border, you should absolutely go watch it, because one thing we were treated to, an absolute banger of a performance from Adam. I think, what was it, 18-8 yesterday up against the Rebellion? Just one of the best performances we've seen in the NAL through kickoff and stage 1. Obviously, we'll see if that happens today, but again, coming off the heels of that, 100 Thieves promising a lot for this series against Dark Zero.
Newis got himself in quite a deep position already. Going to be playing on these cargo stairs. Some good information available for Spirits right now as well. Just able to catch out there. Oh, nice use of the EMP as well to get rid of that scanner, but some poor timing there as 2 kills fly in right now for 100 Thieves. Newis just gets caught the second that he chose to deal with that barbed wire. He'd not even made the sound yet, just got caught by some real unfortunate timing. Gives an upper hand to 100 Thieves after that first exchange.
And a bit of a rare moment, NJR holding a passive angle on the window and ends up losing it. I mean, on Night Haven, that is an extremely common angle for NJR to hold outside of the garage single. But he's so good at winning those engagements. There's a reason that he is known as like the mailbox player in North America. So him going down on Dokeby as well. Big moment for 100 Thieves, but losing a lot of that momentum. Spirits on the pulse down. That's a big operator early. Now Hot and Cold going down to make this a 3v3. 100 Thieves looking for some way in this mid-round to regain that advantage as Dark Zero begin gaining even more ground. Aurora doors might fall as 100 Thieves now struggling to claw back this deficit, but beginning to bring it closer. Kino with the diffuser coming in as J9O has cleared the way in through storage. Watching any of these vertical angles or any of these horizontals, there's no fight back from 100 Thieves so far as Kino puts the diffuser down successfully. Shields in the post, always a bit of a tricky situation, especially on that blitz. Feeling a bit of pressure to make a move, as there are no defenders anywhere nearby. Kino getting closer to this one on the opposite side, shuts the door in his face. Kiva blowing up on the floor as Gomez finds a long angle onto the shield. And now that puts J9O in a 1v2. Ever the clutch player, still one of the best players in North America, even if he doesn't quite have the rep, the star power that he once did, but the skill has never been unquestioned. J9O with a 1v2 to start things out. A great round 1 for both teams.
There's no one I'd rather have than J9O. 1 versus 2. Little bit of time left on the diffuser, and he's got a brilliant angle. He's got a round-winning angle right there. Not the greatest of starts from Dark Zero. They go down by 2. The information game from 100 Thieves was fantastic, but Spirits got taken down early. It was his heartbeat scanner that enabled them to get those couple of opening kills. And when you play in that mid-floor site, you are relying on being able to deny the plant through some mean, whether that's a Solus, whether it's a C4, a Valkyrie, a Pulse. Any of those things are used as plant denial. All storage is soft. It's difficult to plant upon the tables because of all the holes that get made in the walls. That's your win condition as the defense, if it's going to come down to a plant. So the fact that they lost that piece of the puzzle so early on, it was clearly going to be of detriment. And to be fair, in the 2v2, 100 Thieves had no idea that the plant was going down. There was a serious lack of information right there. Dark Zero doing what we know them to be best at, and that is clutching up when it matters. They're going to take a lead here, a narrow lead of the series, but it is only 1 round, and it did come down to a 1 versus 2 clutch, which, as good as J9O is, you can't ask him to do it every single time. Let's see how Dark Zero focus on the opening portion of the round this time then, because they very quickly got themselves into great positions in round 1. It was just a bit of unfortunate timing and the sheer amount of information that 100 Thieves had available to them. They don't have that this time, so it should be a little bit easier for them.
Yeah, hopefully a bit more of an option. Great stuff from J9O to clutch that 1v2. Such a big player inside of North America. Really, you could say that about so many players on Dark Zero. You know, a reason why this feels like a major winning roster, even before they won. So many pieces good on paper. So many players that are good in moments like that. J9O, NJR, even Foltz as well. It's going to be a big reason that if this series is close, Dark Zero might come away with the victory. Adam losing a lot of HP early on. Not entirely sure from where, but put down quite low, about a 3rd HP. given that this is a second floor attack, we're going to see a lot of focus sitting on this roof, getting the util clear, and also focus on opening those exterior walls. Kino already using one of those exothermics, likely on one of them. Now turning attention towards IT wall and the generator clear. As 100 Thieves seeing all this, just sitting, holding their positions passively.
And are going to come and place the air jab there inside of Electric, but Atom very quick on the draw. Didn't waste any time getting rid of that. NJR, of course, has more than one air jab, but being able to restrict the defender's movement into Electrical is massive. He's going to take more of an active approach at that, though, and just get himself in Electrical good and proper, and just keep an eye on that door. It's the C4s that Dark Zero are worried about being sent above that generator inside of Electric. This time we get an opening pick in the other direction. Atom, first player to fall. J90, only a matter of time. Just hold your angle. Oh, more timing. We are catching so many good bits of this game. Great trade. As we see Kaysen take J90 out there. But he was good for the kill on Spirits. Oh, brilliant pick from Newers as well. What is this game? Everyone's just getting some brilliant time, and they're swinging at the perfect time right now. He's going to continue on into the site. Kaysen gets taken down by Kino, and the call was to flood. The call was to go. DZ not wasting any time.
Creating a bit of space that allowed 100 Thieves to rotate out, play aggressive, but firm boundaries on the extremities. Once 100 Thieves swing, Dark Zero ready for every single one. Not only, of course, the buck down below, but Newers creeping in through the breach there, finding the kill on the player downed. Ready for every bit of up-tempo play that 100 Thieves were going to bring. Love this drop by Kaysen, going for the trade. Really nice moment. Dark Zero winning so many of these important engagements. Newers finding the timing there, joining alongside Kino. It was really just a well-coordinated game from both teams, I feel like. But Dark Zero benefiting from that advantage gathered by Kino early on. Because Kaysen drops down and plays that trade really well, but again, they're still in the deficit because of that 5v4. Right there, 100 Thieves able to get a pick, but because Newers gets that big one, he's then free on the IT side to walk in, and the defense is so focused up front, that's the perfect time for a backstab to work. Draw the defense's attention, move in from behind. Just really well played from both teams, but Dark Zero getting a very clear edge there, albeit not the biggest one ever.
5 seconds remaining.
2-round lead then at round 3. Things starting to look a little bit better here for Dark Zero. Like you say, it's fragile at the moment. It's still kind of knife-edge stuff. And some real fortunate timings on both sides of things so far. I think it's always a little bit of a wake-up call when you get some of the games that we've had in the lead up to this one, Lynx, and then you get two teams that are performing at this level, which is admittedly higher than where we've seen the standard of play so far tonight.
Here we go. Just hopping in. Quickly spotted by 100 Thieves. They're aware of this. To full commit as well. Fultz pushing deep. Love this play. Don't let the defense get settled. Don't let them get ready for a C4 from around the corner. A small thing, often overlooked, but Fultz pushing in deep there gives that blitz the extra bit of security, denies the C4. Now 100 Thieves playing so extended, running right back into the 5.56. Fultz call reloading by the Uzi, but so much work already done by this DZ attack. Got 2 players tucked behind. This is ripe for a C4, but there's none remaining on the defense. Spirits instead. SMG-11 gets the body shot kill onto NJR. But still 8 seconds to go to get this counter defuse off. Barely any information, no time to speak of. Spirits going big with this Solus though. 1 second remaining. Oh, just tries to get on, but caught out by Gomez. So much work done by Spirits on that retake, but running out of time. About as unfortunate a loss as that can get for 100 Thieves.
J90 and the rest of Dark Zero spotting a brilliant gap there. 100 Thieves getting caught lacking. I think they were getting maybe a little bit too used to the pace of the game. And that pace has just been upended as DZ spot the gap in the site and just go, you know what? Let's not overcomplicate this. Let's leverage what we know we're good at, and that is playing together. Double shield bans here at the start of round 4. As we get a blitz and a clash both removed. 100 Thieves now choosing to take that tactical timeout. I guess they've ran through all the sites and the result has been the same every single time, regardless of how close it is, Lynx. It's not good enough, you know. They can wish and hope for, you know, 1v1s or 2v1s to go different ways, but they want something a little bit more concrete than that. So they are going to burn that tactical timeout. Not burn, but use that tactical timeout at a very standard point in proceedings here. It was interesting what the desk was talking about in terms of 100 Thieves getting, you know, maybe a little bit loud at sometimes, and, you know, calls getting a bit of mission creep maybe in the way that the common and then the plan has been sort of laid out and they're sort of set up there by Hot and Cold. So maybe that could be a topic of the conversation here for that tack.
And Dark Zero clearly ready for that complicated style of play, ready for everything that 100 Thieves are throwing at them. Close 1v2 to start the round, but these rounds have only gotten more dominant as the half has gone on. That call right there to go for the rush, Folds pushing deep. Really great stuff from top to bottom from Dark Zero as these attacks have gone on, which is what we'd expect from a team of this caliber. But 100 Thieves, a team that was able to win 7-5 against Shopify Rebellion yesterday in a game that was quite competitive through and through. I mean, sure, only win the one round out of the first 4, but 100 Thieves end the first half 3-3, and then, of course, win 4-2 in the second. It was a close game through and through, as all of these 100 Thieves games have been back-and-forth slugfests. So for this to be dominant either way would be surprising, but particularly would be disappointing if this ends up being a dominant victory, breaking Dark Zero's way. It's coming out of the tactical timeout. Not a must-win round, technically or strictly speaking, but for 100 Thieves, for this to kind of be at least on the same caliber and same trend that we've seen their games previous, need to start putting these rounds on the board.
Yeah, time is running out, isn't it? You know, you need to be coming out with a fairly favorable split on the defense on Labs. Especially when you look at the bans and you think that, you know, 2 shields have been removed, Grim, those Bs have been removed now as well. It's not like you've got people really oppressively walking up on you consistently round after round. It's happened a couple of times, but it hasn't been the staple of attacks at the moment for Dark Zero. It's been fairly step-by-step. Labs is, without question, one of our most step-by-step maps in the pool. A lot hinges on exactly what we've just seen right there. Getting that IT wall open. Kino, first 40 seconds, that is his first job. Then it becomes, right, are we going to move over towards Garage and walk into Rafters side? Is Azami available? Is Azami going to be playing in Rafters? Are we going to go Connector? Are we going to try and push, you know, and clear that meeting side of things? DZ looking for the latter of those two, as Kino's attentions will now be turned into this Connector wall. This now means a lot hinges around Electric. Have we got good control of that? NJR still got all 3 air jabs. Kino already being allowed to walk through. There is setup here, and there is going to be a player just on the other side of the rafters. But more importantly, there's a player in the room just next door as well.
2 players, Fenrir and Azami. Gomez drawing a lot of attention, but Hot and Cold from down below gets one and downs the other. High impact play from the new entry on 100 Thieves. C4 overperforming in many respects, and that still leaves Gomez and Kaysen, their positions fully intact in Garage. In the second floor, just as a whole, completely unpierced. What do you do now if you're Dark Zero? Got to spend the time to go pick up Kino, but as you can see, J90 concerned about the player over by Aqua. NJR concerned about the defenders who've been up here the whole time. No clear way in, but Newer's finally making his way through. Picks Kino back up as the 100 Thieves defenders have decided to hold on. The Azami spotted. Newer's even sees him with the Soliton scanner out. Picks it up onto Gomez. Case in a big trade. Smoke coming in for support as well. 100 Thieves betting everything on this upstairs defense. Kaysen might lose his life, give it up to the 5-5-6, but 100 Thieves bet on themselves and bet on this roam out of the tactical timeout, and it pays off. Dark Zero's aggression met by fire with this 100 Thieves defense.
Still with Hot and Cold alive as well. Just going to be holding a horrible one-way here. There's no way that Kino gets the kill. I mean, he was pretty low anyway. Hot and Cold didn't need to land too many bullets, but wasn't many safe ways to transition from Rafters to the floor of Warehouse or Garage there. I was kind of surprised, you know, to not see Hot and Cold confirm the kill earlier on, but it worked out quite nicely, didn't it? I'm not sure if it was intentional, but the focus, of course, then was from a Dark Zero perspective. We need to try and revive our teammate and then continue on with this top floor push. And that then became the sole focus of the round, and 100 Thieves could play around that quite nicely. They knew, okay, the pressure's off on the site level, the pressure's off on that first floor. We need to just kind of bolster and reinforce what's gone well for us so far, and that is that top floor hold, and more importantly, the C4 that we were able to get the opening pick off the back of. So brilliant round there for 100 Thieves. Their tactical timeout is a success, but there is still a ways to go here.
There's still a ways to go, but a clear victory coming out of the tactical timeout in round 4 on the first site attempted by 100 Thieves, though the tertiary site generally on the normal site rotation of Nighthaven Labs. Perfect stuff for 100 Thieves. Now looking to gather themselves another one, of course, a 3-3 half by the end of this. Like I said before, all their games have generally been close. Even their worst one being a loss to Cloud9, but that was still a 7-4, 11-round game. They've been competitive in every series. So looking to keep stringing rounds together as instead of going to second floor, their second site that they went in the first rotation, going down to basement this go around, looping the pulse in. We saw that in round 1 on storage. Saw it again. Now instead bring it on a new one, trying to get information in all likelihood on, of course, where Dark Zero playing when they go for this vert, where exactly they're positioned. Specchio Scanner as well positioned early, getting information on where Dark Zero are droning from early on. Full bore on this new intel setup for 100 Thieves.
They're really liking the pulse, aren't they? And it's working quite well for them. It's giving them a really good read as to where these players are, and it allows them to focus their efforts accordingly. Hot Cold, of course, calling out and relaying all that info over toward the team. Even things like this, the breach open, great phantom pressure. But if you've got a pulse and you know no one's playing there, it's not something that you're going to worry about in the same way. Yeah, sure, somebody could walk over to it, but nobody is actively there for the time being. Instead, the large portion of DZ at the moment are going to be clearing out through this top floor. Some unfortunate timing for Kino as he just misses a defender as they slip the net. But Solace on the track there, Fultz. He's got an idea where Gomez is, and it looks like he fancies the engagement.
He's got the tracker, he's got the nade to force him back, revolver in hand. Fultz, seen Dark Zero get these aggressive gunfights so many times, but 100 Thieves clearly ready for it. A stack up on bottom house. Oh, this off angle is nasty from Fultz. Might not get the kill, but gets Newers into position. Pinches out that soulless bottom house, and now Jane, I know, and NJR both moving in for the kill. Dark Zero dropping players. A big fight by Adam. Wins one, can't get the next, but 2 kills for the Thorn. Dark Zero decimated at the bottom of house stairs. Newers and Jane, I know, regroup for the 2v3.
Atom very well could have won the round there with that 3 kills. A massive impact, and Dark Zero, uncharacteristically, just going 1 by 1, not doubling up on the challenge. Now with the amount of information that Hot and Cold's got, and the way that these last 2 attackers are stacked up on top of each other, the writing is on the wall. A C4 still in pocket for Hot and Cold, another Toxic Babe canister for Spirits. I mean, they can try and rotate off, but even if they do, Hot and Cold's going to know where they go.
He's got to be able to track them through the whole floor, and with so little time, they'll have perfect information the whole time with barely any recourse for Dark Zero to adjust. Double shotgun play on the bottom as it's not just the M59, it's the M10 as well for Hot and Cold. There was no way on the planet Dark Zero were making it through that 2-man setup. So as Janino drops on the opposite side, he's not spotted by the heartbeat scanner. It's the default that does him in. Maybe gets one on the Azami, but 100 Thieves get their 2nd round in a row. It looks like we are destined for a tie game.
Absolutely, the timeout not only good for 1, but good for 2 here. I need a cup that big. That'd be great.
That's a gigantic cup.
They look comically large.
Thank you.
That's going to reduce the trips to the...
I also...
That's going to reduce the trips to the kettle significantly.
Just love the number 2 on his wall.
Big round from 100 Thieves. Really impressive to see the fight back here. And they're not trying to reinvent the wheel. It's very basic stuff. Pulse has been in the game forever. But it is consistently giving them what they need. Information. We speak about the attack and how the attack has got a load more information operators at the moment, and they're all very popular, and they're all very flashy, and they're all very good. But the defense has got those same ops. They've got that same capability. Pulse's heartbeat scanner, not too dissimilar to the Soliton scanner. It just looks a little bit different. Functionally, it's largely the same. It gives you the same level of information, or a very similar level of information, if not a little bit more. And it's been leveraged very well here so far by 100 Thieves. They're going to be changing things up here for round 6, though. The last round of regulation defense for them. They will be defending back on this top floor. Less important to know where people are coming from. Less important to know if people are above you, because it's the roof. There's not a lot that they can do from there. they're going to be focusing more on that C4 play, more on keeping control of that electric side, and more on these mirror windows, which are being brought at quite a nice point in the round, because something that you kind of get to the point of forgetting about, and then it becomes a little bit of a problem when you start to open breaches. That isn't the case here, though, as Kino's speed outwits the mirror, and it is not able to delete his exothermic charge. Instead, the IT wall will be open. It's not ideal, but it is still open.
Yeah, you can make something of that. The only shift we see on this defensive lineup is dropping the Denari in favor of the Wamai, so I didn't get a projectile denial for this, which, given the presence, as we can see, Nomad, pretty consistent operator brought on these second floor defenses, maybe hoping to catch those air jabs. We saw Adam have to duck into a doorway, shoot it, and fall off. Of course, catch that. Flashbangs as well. Might be just secondary utility brought by so many operators in the game, but every advantage has been worthwhile. Oh, and you can see them caught by this, burning it. They've got plenty to do it, but still losing a bit of that important secondary utility. Both smokes for J90. That utility no longer a factor. Shots being fired from the opposite side of that mirror window. The standard one on the connector wall. Selma charge at the bottom will open it up, and the one higher will fully open that wall for the breach. Oh, but an impact grenade goes out. Doesn't get it. Wall still opened up. That's a big play for Dark Zero.
DZ, maybe with a slight positional advantage at the moment. J90 very cautious of what's going on downstairs. Knows that hatch is open and doesn't really want to be giving the game away. Just trying to coordinate with his team at the moment. The diffuser is cold for the time being. Under the cover of the flash, a cross will be allowed, but Kino comes out of ADS at the wrong time. Fortunately, J90 is there for the one-for-one trade. It still doesn't further DZ's position, though. They still don't have good control of electric.
They still don't, and honestly, sure, Adam going for that pick might give up the position, but given the speed with which he took it, I don't blame him for taking that fight at all. That could have been a round-ending multi-kill right there, and you end up just going one-for-one. Not a big deal in the grand scheme of things. Of course, we'll see how that pans out. It does give NJR control of electrical. Dark Zero have an advantage as well. J90 and Fultz both finding picks as Gomez takes a one-for-one. It only trades with Newers on IT wall. An unfortunate moment as Hot and Cold takes down the planter only after the case is on the floor. A critical 1v2. Decide whether this is a tie game or a lead for Dark Zero as the Dokkaebi call goes out. Forces Hot and Cold to burn some important time, shutting off the phone. 1v1 around the corner, hops down, tries to isolate the Nomad, but he can't do it without fully isolating himself against the connector player. He downs one, but again, the crossfire is too much. 100 Thieves with a fantastic effort, but Dark Zero still take the lead in round 6.
Take the lead in round 6, and they have now a 2-round lead on the half at the swap. Those first 3 rounds as well. I mean, they just put their foot down and said, we are taking control of this game.
Yeah, it was a great recovery to bring it back to 2 rounds, but as we see in the first couple rounds here, a couple of problems for 100 Thieves. One, we talk about them being synced all the time. They're about to have a great opportunity here to be in a 2v1. This should be a round when you got to sync up, but we're just going through the rotate hole. Gomez still on the far side of the control room. And not synced.
Round 2, I can understand that they want to alleviate the pressure from Buck below to, get rid of the vertical pressure, but I think they did it a little too early. However, they did get the trade, but then it leaves Kaysen having to be able to run back up the stairs. They're already taking control of the site, and we all know once you lose that initial site control, it is almost impossible to go for the retake.
Yeah, and then this third round is actually really interesting. It wasn't even supposed to be a rush. You just see, actually, earlier in that clip, Kino just ends up going through the Animus wall, starts walking around. Hey, hatch is reinforced. Looks like there's nobody in sight. The guy that was in sight was actually Hot and Cold on the Mira. He has the C4, but he actually doesn't. He pre-places it somewhere else on the map. It's not anymore in his arsenal, so he sees the rush coming, but there's nothing he can do. And there's a Solus on board, but that Solus on Spirits is actually in lobby. So that was just a great gap find from Dark Zero. And again, it's just, yeah, we're showing 100 Thieves. Just not quite synced up, and but they did get that timeout. They did get a little bit of recovery. We did get to see 2 rounds out of them. That third round, I thought Hot and Cold was about to pull off something incredible. I had my hands in the air, but unfortunately, that does not happen.
Well, Lax, you talked about this importance of them playing together as a unit. It was part of the reason why they were able to take down SR just yesterday. that's probably what we have to see them fixed here on the second half.
Yeah, specifically on attacks. I mean, the nice thing with how Nighthaven Labs have played and what you've talked about, it's a very small map. It's very fundamental based. You have to go here to here to here to get to end there. So systematically, it should make sense for them. And what we've seen on their attacks, they're very well on their attacks. They're very well at being able to set up crossfires. They're very well at disrupting a lot of the defense. For me, it's going to be the bigger picture of here from the operator choices that we're going to see. Are we going to see more traditional, as we said, seeing a Buck Deimos below for vertical pressure when it is on that top floor, and then also maybe possibly removing some of the defenders? I think it's going to be pretty default bans here, either across the board. But biggest thing for me is obviously them not deviating from the strat, not adding extra layers where they don't need to, just playing where their strengths have been. And then once they get to those mid to late rounds, using some of those intel ops to feed that info, that gives the knowledge to hot and cold of what then they can go for, and then they all collapse and do it together. That is where they have been finding their rhythm.
Yeah, and I mean, the bans here always tell the story on Nighthaven Labs about getting the IT wall open. We see the Cade Mira banned out, so there's potential for Bandit to be pulled out. Then you're also going to see hot and cold lock on the Maverick because of the Thermite and the Ace. So because they're worried about the Bandit, we should see the Mav, but also you could also see the Zofia from below. But again, it's always going to start at IT.
All right, 2 rounds down. 100 Thieves need to sync up here if they want to get this win.
It seems like they've got the capability, Ollie. I think that's kind of the takeaway from that first half. They clearly have that potential, especially in the rounds they won, were so clean. You have that moment, the 1v2 early on, of course, that last round that we saw. But the ceiling is quite clearly there. Attack might be a bit of a tougher proposition, and round 7 will kind of give us a bit of foreshadowing for what might occur, but I still feel like this one has a lot of potential to be competitive.
I think there is, and that's important because I want a competitive game between these two. 100 Thieves have given a really good account of themselves so far. Yes, there have been flaws. Yes, there have been errors. But DZ also haven't been perfect up until this point. There's a very real possibility for 100 Thieves. I think a lot is going to hinge on both rounds 7 and 8 because they don't want to go down too far. But the way the bans have shaped up, they have allowed the clash through. Now, as we know and we say every game, you can't ban everything, but it is about deciding what is worth leaving in and what is worth taking out. So far, Atom going to be using some secondary hard breach to get the wall open. No primary hard breacher here on the side of 100 Thieves, which is a little bit unusual. Usually you would see a Maverick, given that the Ace and the Thermite have both been banned. The Maverick is usually the go-to, but just relying on the tin openers, it isn't going to give them a lot of a window to work through, especially when there's only 2.
It is a bit of a tricky situation, though, because if you do invest in some primary hard breach, look at the tools you have to deal with on the opposite side. A zombie, clash. I mean, some important stuff you got to consider. And I will say, Hibana getting a DMR makes that a bit easier, but
they've got double flank watch, though.
Yeah, that's a good point, though.
They're very worried about flanks, and yeah, I don't. Like, that's what I would sacrifice for it.
So, I will say counter argument to that though. On any other map, that's unfortunate. On any other map, I would say double flank watch. But Nomad is used a bit differently on this map. Instead of like cutting off the flanks, you're really trying to isolate IT, cut down electrical, and sure, that is cutting off flanks in a sense. But it's more so doing zone control around the site rather than holding off extremities. Now, just to be clear, I do think the lack of hard breach could be a concern. These are limited angles, and 100 Thieves right now facing a lot of trouble pushing into this generator position. Kaysen has had this air jab prepped the whole time. It goes up, and NJR's ready for it. Just shoots it, sends the C4 over top. But the Thatcher, the EMP lands at the exact right time. Shield on shield play right now as a nade lands at Fultz's feet. NJR now with shotgun out, only good for 1. Can't shoot the air jab when you're so focused on staying alive. 100 Thieves invest so much into this electrical clear, and they get 4. Make that 5 kills for it. It is dogmatic for 100 Thieves in round 7, but they take the first attack.
Who needs hard breach, eh? It was scrappy, but they got the job done. I think DZ played it almost as well as they could. A couple of shots land, and it goes a little bit differently, but buddying up there with Fultz and shooting the airdrops for him, allowing him to continue to play inside of Electric. I mean, one of Clash's biggest vulnerabilities is going to be an air jab, because you've got to plonk the shield down, you have to get your gun out, you have to shoot. It's a long process, and by that time it's already activated, it's too late. NJR really coming to his aid, but the ace up the sleeve in all of this was 100 Thieves on the Thatcher. The fact that Hot and Cold had Thatcher's launcher and was able to EMP and disable those C4s that they know are going to come over the top, whether the air jab is successful or not, that was the big difference maker. It allowed players to start pushing in, and then they could take the space. It was really sort of just ramming it through one single lane. There was no like split theory or multiple pushes. It was just all through electric, and they threw the kitchen sink at it. Fortunately for 100 Thieves, it paid off.
5 seconds to insertion.
The exact kind of round we needed to see. Fun strategy, perfect counter to what Dark Zero were doing, and of course taking the victory in dominant fashion. Want to see that same energy from Dark Zero, of course, to make this competitive series. Don't want it to be a one-sided comeback stomp from 100 Thieves, but very much have a ball game on our hands. Dark Zero going from the top floor all the way down to, well, the first. Not all the way down to the bottom. Spirits breaking open lower garages. It's a double shield play. Mentioned that Hot and Cold, not the shield player, looking for somebody on that roster to fill that niche in. Well, the type of play Spirits is bringing quite different from the type of play that Hot and Cold is bringing. Back when Beast Coast were first just starting to make their way into the fold in early 2024, Hot and Cold was playing a lot of shields, but it was playing the Monty, which functions as a way to set your team, get them in position. He's used to playing this kind. Spirits is going to be bringing a much different energy to this attack.
Kaysen, quick drone there in toward IT. Again, limited heart breach here. 100 Thieves are trying to be quite skinny with what they're bringing. Not trying to have any redundancy and just really open what they need to. This, of course, allows them to bring 2 shields. It allows them to still bring a lot of info, but, well, there's only one thing going to happen there, unfortunately. And we got a great view of it. 2 shields just walking on into him as Nuez tries to get a quick one. The pain doesn't stop. Atom, along with Kaysen, they have both fallen here. This leaves Gomez with so much to do, by the way, as the only non-shield player left. You're expecting him to take engagements. I mean, he's on Snake, so he can surely direct the shields to where they need to be. But DZ must just have too many guns at this stage.
Well, and you want Gomez for the backstab, right? You want the gun, you want Adam and Kaysen to support the shield, so Gomez has the freedom to go on the opposite side. He still has that freedom, but as you said, Spirits and Hot and Cold alone. Hot and Cold with Diffuser, by the way. Thank God he's Monty. Bit isolated on the opposite side. Gomez good for that backstab, but as you said, too many guns for Dark Zero. They've got the redundancy. They have these extra angles. Volt swings around, and it's not even a trade. Kino can be picked back up with 50 seconds to go. Spirits now joining the Monty up top as they just power through the garage position. And Spirits stuck on the opposite side with barbed wire and Akiba in his way. Default cam left up on IT. I mean, the attack didn't focus a whole lot on that area, but I know Ollie will have some words about that as we move into the tail end of this round. It was a great first bout from 100 Thieves, but Dark Zero with 4 bodies alive keep their lead to 2.
I'm a stickler for a default camera. You've got me there. It is one of my pet peeves. An inevitable end there for Dark Zero. Final kill being found by J90 as Spirits was just left with a little bit too much on his to-do list. And this sort of quick playstyle that 100 Thieves are wanting to bring, because let's be honest, they're moving with a lot of pace here. But it does seem like they're throwing caution to the wind in some instances. And I think whereas round 1 we saw a massive focus on that togetherness and that synced up play style the desk was kind of battering on about, there was a little bit less of that there in round, well, in round 8, second round of their attacks here. They were able to isolate Nuez, but they'd already lost bodies at that stage. And it was really only a matter of time when you've got 2 shields left against 4 guns. It's never going to be favorable odds. The shields are great in 5v5s, they're great in man count advantages, and they're pretty good in the 1 versus 1. But as soon as you're in the deficit, you really start to tread a very tricky path because you can just be taken advantage of. Downstairs we go then for round 9 as Dark Zero look to put themselves on map point.
Well done. These are well deployed. 5 seconds left before insertion.
I would feel like we'd be robbed if they were able to do so. 6-3, 100 Thieves have been looking, and the rounds they've won have been looking quite good. They've gone with this very minimal hard breaching setup. I mean, again, right now, Ollie, just 2 hard breach charges. That is it. On this side, it's maybe a bit more understandable. You know, you've just got the Animus wall, you've got the tank wall, but the assembly wall, even then, Benny Hatch is reinforced. Gonna run into some issues. The utility they're bringing is still quite good. Deimos and Snake, always a deadly combo that you have to concern yourselves with, especially as it seems. You can see going for this full clear, but I mean, there it is. You got IT wall fully reinforced. One of their extremely minimal hard breaching resources dedicated to that.
It's a lot, isn't it? When you're attacking the basement, to use one of the hard breach charges on an IT wall. I mean, yes, there is an upstairs hold that needs to be dealt with, but surely there's hatches, surely there's other things. Is side wall even open? The answer's no, because there's only one piece of utility used and one left, and we know where the one was used, so the defense are going to be pretty comfortable right now. They are going to be occupying a lot of the space in the mid-floor, though, so the site is something to worry about maybe a little bit later on. Good 90 camera there from Spirits. He will now have the confidence to push in off the back of that, but DZ have spread quite a wide net of utility here. Barbed wire here, rotate hole there. It's a lot to check, it's a lot to run through. Fortunately, 100 Thieves have the information to do that. It's Kaysen. It's suddenly all clear on that Aqua side. This team with a lot of confidence can start to operate on this top floor, but Lynx, the side's basement. There's a minute and 15 left, and they've still not cleared out first.
And I was about to say, they haven't cleared out first. Those defenders are still looking to take the fight to these attackers. Janano wins it. Newers just barely spots Kaysen's head, and he's still good for the kill. Monty now isolated from the rest of the attack. Same for the player bottom fish. 100 Thieves starting to slide, starting to fall at the exact wrong moment. Fultz just catches the Monty ADSing, almost spray transfer on a hot and cold. It's going to be a nigh flawless round for Dark Zero as 100 Thieves start collapsing. And Dark Zero approaching the finish line. Now is when, at 40 seconds remaining in a 4v1, they retreat. It is rare that a play feels as merciless when not barely any shots are fired, but full retreating with 40 seconds to go in a 4v1, that's Dark Zero making it quite clear to Hot and Cold how they think this game is going.
I don't know if DZ are just really understanding the assignment at the moment and understanding the fact that 100 Thieves are bringing... are trying to bring, in some instances, too much, but at the same time not bringing enough. Now, they have been hurt by the hard breach bans, don't get me wrong, but there is still a plethora of hard breach that they could be bringing. They could be bringing the Maverick, they could be bringing the Hibana, they could be bringing more than just one set of secondary hard breach gadgets. Now, that isn't the be-all and end-all, but it is slowing them down a little bit, and the pace of these attacks, I think, is suffering as a consequence of that. DZ doing a really good job at the moment then, forcing the Maverick to be picked for round 10. We're looking at the highlights on round 9 here. Honestly, I'd back Fultz to get that every day of the week. I reckon that was server lag or something right there. There's no way that he domes really, the Monty and then missed the second one.
We really calling server lag when Fultz is up 8 and 7 and Dark Zero up 6 and 3 right now. He got robbed of that one.
Yeah, you should be 9 and 7. We'll amend the record. We'll let the record show.
Say, Ollie challenging the play there. Wants to credit the kill to Fultz. Looking very good for Dark Zero on these defenses. Only site that didn't go their way. Okay, Fultz. Only side that didn't go their way was Command Center in the first. It was a beautiful round for 100 Thieves, basically entirely won and lost inside of Generator.
One reinforced.
100 Thieves pouring utility in there, and Dark Zero commit to the defense of it, try to protect the Clash, don't end up winning it. But now with a much more standard defense, the Clash not a factor as 100 Thieves ban her. It'll be much more normal setup overall, though. Excited to see what they do with this Pulse. Haven't seen it on this site from Dark Zero.
I love how you say normal setup, and we've got a Denari trip that spans the length of the River Nile.
That is absolutely a normal setup on every map.
No, it is.
Like, I don't even get excited. Like, I think I get excited by one because I think the shape it makes is funny. But I stopped getting excited about Denari trip plays pretty much immediately when I was like, oh, everyone's already figured out the craziest angles imaginable with this.
It's absolutely
they all span
nuts.
the River Nile.
It's ridiculous.
Like, I've seen that one so many times.
It's a Goldie, though, and it's just going to do so much to me. When Electric was the primary focus last time, you really can't blame Dark Zero from putting a bit of focus in there and going, you know what, we'll stick a few trip mines there. We still get to play the Scorpion. We still get a deployable shield, and, you know, we can just throw our Denari trips and stop them from being able to vault in for free. They're going to have to at least spend something to get it. Oh, look at this. 3 on the heartbeat scanner right now.
Remember when you said, oh, Pulse isn't that useful, they're all on the roof. And technically speaking, all of that is still true, but damn.
Yeah. I think it's just exciting seeing multiple people on a heartbeat,
Completely
isn't
agree.
it? Because
Completely agree.
all you think then is like multi C4 kill is incoming any second, but then you remember it is the roof and you think, hang on a minute, we'll slow down just a slight bit.
Okay, speaking of incoming any second, B's going in, Q barrier destroyed. Spirit's also walking up the garage stairs, recognizing this position is free. Not reinforced off. Still a rotate hole exposing that position. Azami will take a step out as Spirit's also considering the player down below. Worrisome position. 100 Thieves aware of the possibility of a garage flank. Hot and Cold still focused up front. Ooh, smoke will force him off. That's the perfect timing for Newers to mount this flank. Kaysen running up, gets the first, takes the fight. That's a big victory for Hot and Cold. It keeps Dark Zero in the disadvantage. As it's just J9O and NJR inside of the site. NJR, quite a quiet game for him so far this series. Only 4-6. 0-5 at one point. Made a big comeback as this best of one has dragged on. Instead, J9O, Fulton Newers, everybody else leading the way. We got the highest rated player and the lowest for Dark Zero to close this out. 25 seconds to go. See what they can make happen. Adam hopping in as the concussion goes off. NGR wins the first of 3 engagements. Adam looking at the next. J9O swinging around the corner, decides not to take the second just yet. Waiting for him to push further in, but Adam just clips his ear and gets the kill. But NJR, when we needed him the most, not only gets 3, he's got diffuser, and he's got all 4! Locking in at the end of the game, 0-5 to 7-6. Dark Zero close it at 10.
The NJR head nod is iconic. The amount of rounds that you watch where he gets the final couple of kills, it flicks to the player cam, he looks cool as a cucumber, and you get the cool head nod like, yeah, I'm that guy.
Good fucking shit.
I'm breaking necks and I'm wilding out. Throw my elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left.
Well, Dark Zero have no trouble bouncing back from their loss yesterday and get the win over 100 Thieves just like that. We've got NJR ready to go after ending that final round with a nice clutch and a classic head nod. NJR, congratulations on the win. Can you walk us through this clutch? We're going to play the clip back for you. Can you tell me what's going through your head as this is happening?
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty simple. I heard this guy running away, so I took the free space on him, and then they just walked into me.
That was about as simple as you can make it, Nick. Congratulations on your win. Good to see you again. Nick, we you know, we're all about narrative here, and we talked a lot about Kino and Hot and Cold. They used to be teammates, and Kino and Spirits, they're also great Shield players that Hot and Cold is teamed with. So I'm trying to get some beef here, Nick. You teamed with Spirits very recently, and now you're obviously with Kino. What makes Kino such a better power cheese operator, whatever you want to call him? Why is Kino so good?
You can't phrase it like that. Can't be phrasing it like that. I mean, just hyping up Kino though, like,
yeah,
his energy he brings and his mid-round comms are like top notch. I like. I don't like the way you worded that question, but I'll leave it at that.
Hey, well, what I like that you said though is because we don't hear enough about Kino having like great comms like that. So I love that you said that.
Well, and
yeah, I think it's.
Oh, sorry, go on.
No, sorry. I think it's just something that like you never know about a player is like their comms, and it's so important.
Definitely true. And again, congratulations on the win. I want to talk about yesterday's performance from you guys. Is there anything from that loss that you made sure going into this match that you were going to correct and fix, obviously leading into the win today?
Yeah, we had some issues just with like our decisiveness and like being on the same plan. So that was literally our only focus today were those two things.
All right.
Well, NJR, it's the question that I think everyone in chat has been spamming, so I'm going to use a word that I wouldn't normally use in this context. What makes you have so much aura?
I'm just do my job.
Just doing a job. That's the
job.
mayor right there. That's why we keep re-electing him.
All right.
Because he does his job.
That's right.
Fair enough. NJR, thank you as always for your time. Congratulations on the win. We'll see you down the road.
Yeah, thank you guys. Have a nice day.
Well, what a win from Dark Zero. A clean and concise interview from NJR, as always. Always giving us as few words as possible in his answers. But a great performance from him. You saw that clutch in the last round. You see J90 on the top of the scoreboard there. Dark Zero, sure, we saw a couple rounds where 100 Thieves were able to make it work, but it was a Dark Zero show for the most part.
It really was a Dark Zero show, and I still question maybe the 100 Thieves game plan just a little bit. We're taking out the Montaigne, and we were just saying before, I don't think they're really shield crutches. They proved again that they can attack without the shields. If they really wanted the shields, they probably would have pulled out Blackbeard because Kino has a 100% win rate on that operator, and they left that one up for him. So Dark Zero is feeling pretty generous to not even run that one today.
And the chaos we saw in round 7, I think, was really indicative of just what this match brought us.
I mean, you got to give it compliments to both teams here. I mean, whether it was the Thatcher from Hot and Cold to be able to stop the C4, to be able to be used there, and just the constant back and forth, the pressure being applied from both ends, where I believe XR Troika said, you know, one kill goes in the opposite way, and then we're talking about another team, but it was just a very good back and forth. I mean, I've never seen so much chaos happening inside Electrical, but it was great for them to be able to come out on top of that. But again, it was just a great showcase of, you know, two big minds going against each other and just seeing how well they can try to take map control and also fight for that control as well.
And you could just tell something was off, though, with 100 Thieves. Like, even the last round, what happens? Of course, they get man advantage, and they can't close it out again to a 2v3. Like, NJR
I hope
clutch.
Matt's not listening.
I hope he is. I hope it fires him up.
All right, we got 5 Fears and Cloud9, our 4th matchup of the day, bringing you two teams still looking for, I don't know, that spark. 5 Fears seem to have lost the spark. We talked about that yesterday, right? JJ not performing up to snuff. The team as a whole still missing that it factor. Part of it, I feel like, has been that momentum in each round. The entry game just hasn't been there.
Yeah, I mean, if you've ever seen the movie Troy, let me tell you, taking an arrow to your Achilles is nothing fun, and their Achilles heel definitely is their entry game. I mean, they are the 9th lowest rated, and then the 3rd highest rated. Now, when I'm saying highest here, that's in a negative sense, where they get another death that only extends their furthering their disadvantage in the man advantage. And I don't know if it's a lack of just paying attention to where teammates are, how they can play off one another. We were also speaking about this time and time again. Like, I love Forrest as a player. He's very committed to his style and play and what he does. But when it doesn't work, it clearly doesn't work. And time again, whether we were seeing it in the Dark Zero match or even more specifically in that match, Forrest was always the first to be knocked off the board. And I think it's just a situation for any one of these players to identify in these situations, whether they're reeling Forrest back in or reeling themselves back in and just realizing the positions that they're holding, what is the purpose, and how can we make it play into our favor, into our strength. I think that's where they need to just slow it down a bit and read the situation a little better.
Well, they call him an agent of chaos for a reason.
Absolutely.
Right? Under the call-out system, and Forrest is definitely an agent of chaos. Sometimes he pulls off some incredible clutches, and sometimes he pulls off a play like Chalet. I've literally seen him jump outside and go up the ladder outside the library and try to make something happen. That just happens once or twice a game, and you just got to deal with it.
I think one of the craziest things I've ever seen Forrest do to me was I was playing inside theme park, and I was playing over towards Temple, or what's that? What's that?
Dragon?
No, not Dragon. When you drop from the hatch inside
Barrel
TV.
Oh man, we're going theme park here. Yeah, we can go on a whole segment about Forrest.
Fact of the matter is, Forrest drops the hatch as ace and just takes the gunfight with me. Doesn't even care. No one's able to trade for him. But that's the type of player Forrest is he will commit no matter what, and that's somewhere I'll always give him the respect. It doesn't matter. He will always play his style of Siege, and I got to give it respect. But sometimes you got to reel it in.
Sure, but Fens has been playing great as well, right? We talked a lot about the leadership of Forrest, but Fens has been putting up the numbers as far as overall statistical performance goes. He's up there in the top 6 right now.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, coming into today's play day, he is the top 6 player in the NAL, and that's not, excuse me, I wasn't familiar with his game. I was a critic of Fens. Even when I saw this roster change happen during kickoff, I wasn't too sure what Fens was going to bring to the table, but I mean, it's clearly shown, with this team developing as a whole, it's really allowing him to develop as a player, and just seeing his style of play, it's the first time I'm really seeing the confidence really exuberate from him and really just affect everyone around him. I mean, no, obviously 5 Fears hasn't been having the most success in comparison to kickoff, but at least Fens is still playing extremely well. And like I said, we haven't really had a situation where we're highlighting Fens, so I just wanted to give him his flowers and his contribution to what he is bringing to the 5 Fears roster.
Yeah, I almost expect you to have a meme of like, get him some help, get Fens help, because right now, I mean, he is the lone bright spot on the team, and they need a spark. Right now, it kind of is Fens, because what's still happening on attack, it's either JJ or Forrest has a bad game. Yeah. Last game, it was Forrest. JJ actually got some kills, but still the story for me, it's defense. They're still, I think, the worst rated defensive team in the league. It's extremely poor. We watched so many rounds, and we're just like, how did they lose that round? And
it's not because of Fens.
It's not because of Fens.
He's doing all he can right now. On the Cloud9 side of things, it feels like this is a team that has come so close so many times, right? They're getting 4 rounds, they're getting 5 rounds. They're just missing out on overtime. It feels like part of that contribution, we've seen Center, Kyle, playing so many different ops. Yeah. He's been leaning into the cheese, leaning into the shields. He's doing it all right now.
He is doing it all right now, and like you said, I mean, they're currently struggling on attack. They're the 2nd lowest rated attacking team. I did ask for Center and a piece of cheese, and there he is, Center, right next to a piece of cheese. What is cheese? To anyone who doesn't know, it's a power operator. These are the operators you probably don't like playing against in ranked. It's the Mondane, it's the Shields, it's Ying, it's Glaz, and this is just showing how many rounds. I mean, he is pulling out the Shields a lot, and what this is showing is he's actually having no success with the Shields at all, basically. 7 rounds with the Monty, 14% win rate. 4 rounds with the Blackbeard, 25% win rate. 2 rounds with Blitz, it's pretty decent, 50%. But what is he actually having success with? It is the Ying, but it's only 2 rounds. That's a small sample size, obviously, but we would like to see him to try to pull that out. But yeah, what it's basically telling me is he is not really effective with the shields. There's a reason Cloud9 is somewhere around the 30% mark with the attacking win rate. Well, what's the actual bright spot? What could help them? We've noted it before. We actually like watching him play the split style using the information, which is the meta right now. Well, Solid Snake they actually have a 53% attacking win rate with the Solid Snake, which is way higher than their actual win rate right now. So maybe lean into more of the information and less of the shields.
Right, you're going to just maybe have to lean into the meta that we're in right now. I brought it up earlier, though, the fact that they're just missing out on these points. And it's been brutal because you get to that 6th round, boom, you at least secure 1 point. And in this, what appears to be going to be a very competitive middle-of-the-pack playoff race here, every point matters.
Exactly. Every point matters, and NAL is looking extremely competitive. We're watching, I mean, we watched 4 Fun Esports take down the Rebellion today. So points are definitely going to matter when it gets to the end. Yes, they played all of their hard games technically. They played against all the top 4 teams that went to the last major, but only getting to 5 rounds, not getting to that 6th round. Well, one, obviously you're missing out on some points, but also it's kind of telling me that this is a younger team that doesn't know how to close out the games. Maybe when the lights get too bright, those are the players that are not showing up.
I was going to say, I think that's kind of the ceiling them for right now is just being able to get past that finish line. Then that goalpost moves even further. And I think just getting 1 win will really light that fire underneath them. And then it will be a completely different Cloud9 from what we've been seeing. And honestly, it's been looking good so far. It's by far been the best we've seen from them, in my personal opinion.
Well, Cloud9, they just fought hard against M80 on, I think it was Clubhouse yesterday. Let's look to where they choose to go tonight against Five Fears. It'll be the Clubhouse again, as Five Fears maybe go back to territory that's a little more comfortable here. I mean, they're just searching for another win right now. They haven't found it since the very first play day. Kyle, what do you make of the Clubhouse pick?
I mean, I don't know if I'm super confident anything from Five Fears at the moment. Chalet is one of their best maps. I'm watching them lose Chalet constantly. Clubhouse, I mean, we are getting back to default. We are getting back to the fundamentals. Cloud9, yes, they did lose it against M80, but you know, where did they get? They got to that 5 rounds. They were actually looking pretty impressive. And I think there was things to take away from that game. Again, what was not working? The shields that we were just talking about. What was working? When they were bringing out the Solid Snake, when they were pulling pressure onto the hot tub side, and we would see Solid Snake dropping down the Logi hatch, right? When they brought out the split pressure, which you absolutely can do on a Clubhouse, especially if you're into watching Twisted Minds over in EU, one of the best Clubhouse teams of all time, and they play a very good split Clubhouse. So if Cloud9 leans more into that, I see them having success.
I'll say, I also think if Cloud9 leads into more players showing up, I mean, it was really centered that entire half. What he ended at 12 and 3, I believe,
on the defense.
5, whatever it was on defense. Like, we definitely need to see more of the players come alive there. It can't just be on center. I can't imagine he's going to want to put up that same performance, but then even on attack for center, we need to see also success coming from there. I think you only tallied 3 kills in a total of 6 rounds on their attacking half. So for all sides of Cloud9, I want to see contributions from everyone, regardless of starting on the defense, regardless of starting on attack.
It feels like that's been the biggest piece of the puzzle missing. Like, every day, Cloud9 is showing us at least one component working really well. First day, it's Monk. Then, Panba is crushing it and leading this team to success. If they can just put the pieces together, it feels like they'll have a winning formula.
Yeah, and again, I'm just going to go back to the Pamazoo just saying in that interview they've had 2 weeks together, right? And new IGL, Pamazoo, I mean, yes, he's very knowledgeable of the game, having worked with him myself. He obviously has a certain style he wants to play, and these players have not played in that style. So this is going to take time. Again, at least we are seeing improvement, like you're saying, step by step, game by game, right? Even Outlast, we're seeing improvement. These younger teams are going against some of the best teams in the world, dare I might say, because NA is the best region in the world. So Cloud9 is getting the practice, and we're seeing it day by day. Again, this is a really good chance for them. I am actually worried about Five Fears. I actually do think I favor Cloud9 here.
I think in a case for Clubhouse, Forrest won't have the opportunity to do some of the crazy things that we're typically seeing, or, you know, be in that chaos that he can bring to the table. But I want to go back to the Cloud9 point of just, well, now I don't even want to go back to the Cloud9 point. It just completely left my mind as of what I was going to talk about.
It doesn't matter. Game is ready to go, so we're going to save you and dive right in.
Perfect. And then it just went.
It's a really convenient timing, so don't worry about it. Cloud9 and Five Fears, our 4th match of the day. Let's get into it.
Let's get into it. One that I definitely am excited about, but for not kind of the reasons why I was excited about Dark Zero, 100 Thieves, right? Like, I think it's going to be a great game, a lot of high-quality Siege being played. I'm excited for this one for a lot more narrative reasons that are kind of bad for some of the teams, and particularly Five Fears, because they've had a rough start. It's been a very, very rough beginning, and the same could be said for C9 as well, but, you know, C9, as mentioned on the desk, Ollie, played all the good teams, super close games, mostly 12 rounds. Generally speaking, not a bad stage for teams only been together a couple weeks. Five Fears on the opposite side. If they lose this game, it goes from being a poor start to like a genuine problem.
There's cause for concern, isn't there, if they don't get the desired result against Cloud9 today? And I think there's a hell of a lot of pressure on this matchup. There was a lot of pressure on Five Fears coming into the stage because of their performance at kickoff and because of their showing at Salt Lake City. We were expecting this to come in as a maybe like a fourth place team, honestly, because it was a bit uncertain as to how the typical top four was going to sit and where that hierarchy was eventually going to shake out. And it felt like there was a gap there that could be filled. Now that we've got into the stage, the older, wiser heads have prevailed, as they tend to, and the teams that, you know, should be competing at the higher levels are doing so. And Five Fears are finding themselves in a very weird middling ground where we're looking at them and it's far more akin to the performance that we were used to seeing out of some of these players toward the earlier part of last year than the sort of situation that they built themselves up to ahead of kickoff. So for me, I'm going to go as far as to say it's a must-win fixture, because without it, Five Fears' hopes of top four, I mean, there's still time to salvage it for them. We talk about being more than halfway through. I believe there's still time to salvage them if they get some clean points on the board and don't let any overtime slip. But this is the first of those opportunities, and we really need to see them grab it with both hands.
Well, especially when for the matchups we've got, you know, right after this, we have 100 Thieves, M80, Wildcard, and then even For Fun to round out the stage. I mean, that itself could be a tough one. Five Fears in a bit of a tricky position, especially as Cloud9 get more reps. Pamazu's IGL becomes a bit more refined, is able to better incorporate all of these players into the system. See what happens. JJ reading in the secret play very quickly, and Azami, Uzi rotates around the corner. JJ considers running down the gen stairs. Instead, hearing the player rotate up red. Takes another angle toward that, but not committing to either play right now. Instead, Five Fears is taking the initial control in secret, in lounge. This is important. Defense can cut off any support coming in from the bottom floor. They haven't actually able to gain any picks beyond just pushing the Azami up into the top floor. So they've isolated one of these roamers, but she'll be in the wind for the time being. And now Five Fears have to consider what might happen if these two defenders get loose.
It looks like I think it's Eddie that's playing upstairs as well, so...
Three defenders.
There is an upstairs presence to clear out here, and I do worry. Snake's obviously put the call out onto the Azami. If they don't know that there are multiple players up here, it could come to their detriment. JJ still trying to brute force his way down this blue stair. This is the position that we usually see occupied in the final 20 seconds of the round, not with a minute and 40 left to play. The space that has been taken is really key, but off the back of it, we haven't really seen too much. We've still got Rival challenging onto that main stair window. Monk now getting himself into a position as well, as we've got Forrest moving up those cash stairs, and they can start this clear. It just feels like it might be coming a little bit too late, because these defenders, they've gone.
Well, and I think the ironic thing about all this is, as JJ started pushing down the stairs, I think the call went out for the defenders to rotate back. And so then Five Fears saw that and are now full clearing the top floor with a bit lacking information. And the defense has inadvertently baited Five Fears into a roam clear because of JJ pushing down blue. It's such a weird situation, and Five Fears the worst for it. Pamazu spotted over in Strip. So an isolated defender, three attackers bearing down on his position, doesn't come out with anything. That's exactly what Five Fears needed to find. Some camera access as well, but only 35 seconds remaining. So much time clearing out the top and the middle floor, and Thank God they brought these boogie drones. Thank God some of these hatches are already open, because with how little time they have remaining, 5 Fears need to hit the go button and push into sight. There's so much for them to do. JJ pushing in through Ash Wall, opened up, putting the diffuser down. Flashbangs flying over top as Eddie with a clear angle to deny that plant with the SMG-11. 3 players marching down main hall, just run right into the 9x19 and MP5. 5 Fears without a single answer in round 1 as Cloud9 win it on time.
Cloud9 have reacted very well there to the round that has kind of been brought to them. It felt a little bit awkward. It felt a little bit unnerving because the attack were really dictating the pace of the round, but it wasn't in a way where then the attack go on to profit. It was in a way that the defenders just continue to slip the net and repeatedly find new positions to play, new areas to waste more time. Pambazu's decision to go and play into strip, you could see when he shot the drone at his feet and impacted through the wall, you could see that he was common at that time. And I will bet that he was saying something to the effect of, I'm going to play strip and I'm going to waste more time. If he gets the kill, great, but the fact that he was able to, again, divert all the attention over towards strip, 3 bodies to clear him out. 5 Fears were fortunate that they had Rival, by the way, who was actually getting something done inside a kitchen and opening up the hatch, and they were fortunate they had the Ram and those boogie drones. That little pod, those 2 players were working really well together to get a lot of the work done, but there just wasn't enough left in the round. It was a kind of half-hearted attempt at a roam clear that ended up being a full map clear, which you can't always afford to do, especially when you're pivoting to it at a later point in the round. So 5 Fears bringing some really good pace there, but it just wasn't synced up with everything else.
It's a rough start for their attacking side. It's the primary they'll lose. Now can turn their attention towards Gym Bedroom and CCTV to maybe pick up some wins and string some rounds together. Similar to Nighthaven, early round's going to go quite similar to what we expect. Oh, that's a bummer. Try and open up these exterior walls. Check off the normal boxes at the beginning, and of course deny CCTV pressure in the later round. You say Nighthaven is about as step-by-step as a map can get. Have to believe Clubhouse is the only map that can really rival it in terms of how set it is for the first minute and a half or so of the round, given how similar these 2 maps are. JJ, I don't know if he was just walking. He might have DC'd there, or is he moving now?
He looked a bit floaty for a minute, didn't he?
He looked a bit shaky.
Hopefully he's back in. We're starting to see some of this site get open, or some of this map get opened up a little bit now. We've got Jacuzzi open, Logistics hatch. Forest has spent his utility. Fortunately, Rival does still have a little bit kicking around. Snake in a really good position to start using these deathmark trackers. This is able to isolate the player on the catwalk, but there's no one there for the catch. And through no consequence, can just rotate all the way through the site, despite breach being open. That is usually no man's land to cross. Gets himself back safe. Monk, I mean, that's round winning in itself.
And they're still holding on to CCTV and cash with a minute 15 to go, or even if it seems they've actually left it right as I say that, it's a minute 15 and they've only just now left. Snake is not clearing out anything. The hole's opened up, he's firing shots, and Fens will finally confirm it. But just now, actually getting feet on the ground inside a cache with less than a minute to go. You're getting all this information with the Soliton scanner, and that's useful to target players with this blitz as JJ walks through. But still a 5v5 with so much going C9's way. Razorbloom putting JJ to so low HP. Pambazu a big flank, but spotted by the Deathmark tracker. Big information for 5 Fears to shut this down as JJ taking names on the site. Pambazu and Uzi found on and off the site. Center next up. Eddie in a 1v5 immediately felled by 5 Fears. It seemed quite shaky, but they get things locked down and get themselves a flawless to start.
5 Fears are playing a really dangerous style of siege right now. It's twice that we've seen them be able to flush a defender from point A to point B. First round, no one was there for the catch. It didn't really work. Second round, there was kind of someone there for the catch, but when you're going up against an Azami and they've got a pocket keeper, they're always going to have a chance at being allowed to cross. If they continue with this playstyle, they are going to start to find success with it. They are going to start to understand those timings and really all get on the same page with things. It's a very dangerous pace that they're playing with right now. I really like it. I think it could work quite well for them. They're able to continue to do that here on Clubhouse, which, let's be honest, isn't really seen as too much of a blitz map. They're going to have some great success when they employ those strategies elsewhere. Still early days and still 1-1. The site rotation going over toward Cash and CCTV.
10 seconds remaining.
And again, the typical extension over toward this gym side.
5 seconds left.
Traps clearly causing a little bit of problem in the previous round. Will be present again. Those Razor Blooms that Uzi is going to be rocking. Of course, always catch you at the worst possible moment. I'm sure they will do in this round as well.
They got a funny way of doing that. Every trap operator really does. Anything that's like small hidden around a corner. It's kind of the nature of the operator. Not a trap operator, but they're neither a trap operators, but Zombie Jaeger setup. Got some support in Raptors and aided by some projectile denial. Also a Castle Mirror setup for CCTV, not something we see super often. It'll be a lot of utility that 5 years will have to cut through. Again, going with the step-by-step nature of Clubhouse. T4 goes out. Oh! Lands right in front of Forrest. And that's a Capitao down. Can't think of how much utility, how much importance was going to come from those fire and smoke bolts on Raptors. And it simply won't be a factor. One button push, not only a 4v5, but that utility taken down, and Monk is going to feel so much more comfortable after that.
Yeah, that gives Monk the green light almost to play in that position for a good deal of time. 2 pocket keepers. Can flick the cameras. He's got some catcher denial as well. A couple of ADSs up there, no doubt. Probably a Razor Bloom on the door. Still with his default cam, can be fairly self-sufficient for the time being. Track is going to go out there onto Uzi. But he too, not in too bad a spot. Razor Bloom's triggering around Rival's location at the moment. Oh, he's going to get caught out there. Pambazoo, brilliant swing. Just keeping his teammate Eddie safe. Laid prone, though. He's going to find the frag. Oh, JJ had no idea that there was still somebody tucked in.
Yeah, C9 just completely ahead of 5 Fears when it comes to this defense. Holding off angles, holding off positions. 5 Fears not ready for it whatsoever. A tit-for-tat game in these first 3 rounds as Cloud9 seem poised to retake their lead. Oh, Snake! Barely even moves for that one. His crosshair lands directly on Uzi. Down he goes. Look in center in a 1v2. Center will be spotted, not only by the drone, but confirmed by this deathmark tracker. Could Power go down below instead with the 1v1? Jaeger has the information. Oh, tagged so low. 30 seconds remaining. He's got time to make use of it. Tracking him so far through the floor. Can't get this angle, though. He'll have to push up. More important information. Z-ping on the Azami. Snake looks to take this next 1v1 through the wall. Spots the head, but Monk ready for it. Cloud9 back in the lead.
There was a drone inside a cache there, and for Snake, it was very doable right up until the moment he comes face to face with the bulletproof camera. The bulletproof camera at the bottom of cache stairs seals the deal there for Cloud9. They confirm the suspicion that he's dropped, and then they're able to just act accordingly. It's a very difficult angle to challenge onto when you're walking up that cache stair. There are a lot of different places where the defender can be. They can be over in toward cache, any of the holes there, basically could be anywhere. And then of course you've got like the almost behind your head angle of in that doorway towards CC, so always a very difficult one to get away with. The mirror ban coming out, there's no surprise there, as 5 Fears have struggled a little bit, particularly in that last round with getting some of these breaches open. But they will choose now to take that tactical timeout. Now I mentioned how Blitz isn't always sort of synonymous with Clubhouse, and I think that round was a really good example because the Blitz kind of just has 0 impact when you're trying to clear in toward bedroom. There are a lot better tools that you can use, or borderline anything else, you know, something with a gun, something that's a bit more front up, able to hold across. It's a lot more about crossfires and restricting the defender movement than it is about just sort of fronting up to people and really bullying them. You've not got those close quarters to get it going with, so I think that might be an adaptation that 5 Fears could choose to bring out for this second half.
We'll have to see as the timeout comes to an end. How 5 Fears try to switch things up. It's no likelihood. Cloud9 going back down to this basement defense. The site has opened up after 3 rounds of play. Can't glean anything from JJ's screen. There we go. Cloud9 indeed going back down. Monk moving to the Vigil. I mean, to be fair, we saw how much 5 years got tripped up by just a roaming presence by C9. Feels like they were stepping into every rake in the yard, falling for every single play. The Vigil might just be a little bit of an addition. And also putting Pambazoo on the Thorn, filling a similar role to the Goyo. Put all your utility down early. You can focus on playing a gun late. Pambazoo clearly ready to make the self-sacrificial call in round 1. Good trait to see in a leader. Pambazoo no longer a young player, rookie inside of the NAL, full 5 years into his career. Taking the reins on this roster and looking to set C9 up for success in round 4.
Downstairs we go again, and the adaptation here is that 5FaZe aren't going to be playing the Blitz. That could be a good thing because it turned into a very confused dog chasing their tail sort of attack where there was a little bit of space that was able to be occupied and it kind of became the focus. And the clearing felt almost secondary in a lot of ways. This focus already at the start of round 4 is a lot better. Immediately get that plat wall open, immediately start pre-firing them through into cash, get on your drones, see what you can find, open jacuzzi wall. Now defenders are going to have a real difficult time rotating down those main stairs. It's far better than holding that main stairs window where they can often just slip the net, but that's being held as well. Logistics hatch next to be opened. 5FaZe with a much more concise control of this clear. And they're already starting to funnel some of these defenders. Eddie, he's feeling the heat. He's got some teammates up and around here. Monk takes an engagement there. Forrest going to get chipped up.
Losing a lot of HP outside on middle balcony. Monk still taking the position. Long angle with the SMG-12. This is a difficult fight, to say the least. He's tagged up Forrest plenty. Looks better of it for now. Minetti still holding on this top floor. Monk taking even more damage, so it's center for the first pick. This rival goes down to the SMG-12. Monk downed as well, though can be picked back up. Unclear if they can find this angle. Fens moving in. Should be able to finish him. Yes, indeed. This puts Eddie in a tricky spot. Close on the shotgun. Nobody on Logi hatch. So all things considered, relatively safe position for Eddie. Doesn't have to worry about the vertical angle, and obviously he might not know that, but we certainly do. Now spotted by the snake. Got a close angle on the rotate. Nade at his feet, tries to rotate across, but 5 years putting in the work and the time to keep him down. But again, 2 minutes spent on this clear ollie. They get an advantage, but Pambazoo with a trade too, losing so much of that effort.
And this time they don't have the Hibana, and they also don't have the Ram, so it's going to be a lot slower to open that vert. JJ's going to have to get busy with the sledgehammer. They've not even got kitchen corridor open yet, so they're miles behind on the checklist of things to have done as you enter the 30-second mark of the round. Fens, he can start to get himself rotated over. Can't believe his luck when the stock hatch isn't even reinforced. Can send his bees down and likely take up a position in Adam stairs. Also got JJ pushing down blue, but this is very telegraphed at the moment.
That's going to be easy to call where this defense is coming from. It's kind of the nature of late basement attacks. You know they're going to be pushing Gen. Once the Grims go down, you know what the play is. Pull back, hold with the shotgun. Centers made this play plenty of times across T2 and, of course, T1. Pambazoo, 3 kills through round 4, and C9 feel locked in.
Yeah, the basement's being very kind to them at the moment. They understand the win condition. Waste time upstairs. Okay, both players fall. They get someone for it, but they still win the round because of the time. There was just way too much to do in the short amount of time that 5FaZe left themselves. And Cloud9 knew that. They were happy to bet on that late round because they knew that when push came to shove, the clock would be doing a lot of the work for them and making some of the decisions that the 5FaZe players were having to make. Basement will be locked out now. And it is somewhere that Cloud9 have picked up 2 of their rounds so far. Still, all is not lost, though. Basement it's not expected to lose, but it's going to be a difficult site to crack sometimes. 5FaZe is still in with a chance here of picking up a site on one of these top floors, whether it be gym and bedroom or cash and CCTV. And that lends a lot better into the playstyle that we've seen them bring so far. whereas these extended roam clears and lots of problems to solve on the attack have been tripping them up, which is kind of uncharacteristic because they've typically got a better win percentage on that attacking side than they do the defense. So in all reality, Links, we're expecting 5 Fears to do better on the attacks here than their defensive side, and if the numbers hold true, things aren't looking great.
No, things could get real bleak real fast for 5 Fears, and given a team that has, you know, NAL champs coming into this stage, made it, all things considered, for their, you know, entry onto the scene, quite a deep run in Salt Lake City, real close to qualifying for that main stage. And to go down early is not necessarily a bad thing, but to have these kinds of struggles out the gate, I mean, again, we get a 7-1 over Outlast to start, but blown out by the Rebellion, lose to Dark Zero, that's expected, but losing to SSG yesterday, that's a team with the way they've been performing and the pedigree that 5 Fears have at least alleged that they have, that's a team you should be beating. C9 have been promising, extremely promising. A loss in theory is fine, but given where 5 Fears we're operating in kickoff and where we think they should be, loss in this game, going down at potentially 4-2, 5-1 at the half, that's where things start getting real dicey for 5 Fears. But there's time to come back, though. Tie game still in the realm of possibility. Monk waiting as long as he can before moving. Tanks so much damage just to try and avoid anybody holding that cutoff angle. Oh, threads the needle through the rafters. Doesn't pick up the next. As Rival, with some shots of his own, him and JJ snatch away the lead, get a 4v3 for 5 Fears. As with Garage taken down, looking to the players on red stairs in cash to widen this man advantage.
It's a great position that 5 Fears find himself in at the moment. They've been able to take care of that catwalk player, and they can start to move through. The pick onto Sentir is massive. He could have been the thorn in the side. It now puts the pressure on Eddie and Uzi. They have to retreat back to the site. They have to find those predetermined locations. Main stairs and a deployable shield on bed. It's about as good as it's going to get right now for him. 5 Fears have the man count, double man count advantage, 4 versus 2 right now. They should be able to spend some time. There's 50 seconds. Hopping in drones, figuring things out. Forrest in one of his Rosero drones. Great information gathering. Not only the fact that it explodes, but it also gives you a bit of a heads up as to what's going on. But as far as information concerned, there is one operator that reigns supreme, and that's Fens. Rival takes Eddie, and there's only one to find.
Yeah, only one to find, and spotted by the Soliton scanner. Fens is going to be able to land that one. 5 Fears take the advantage, convert it. Simple stuff, but what we need to see at this point, Gym Bedroom, the only site that has gone their way, but it goes their way both times. 4-2 half, guaranteed at a minimum, even if they lose. You still want to say a compelling argument, but as you said, these defensive woes they've had over the course of the stage are looming quite large. Even if they tie the half in a 4-2, they only grow larger. In that round, of course, see a pretty large investment from C9 over on the CCTV and cash side. Monk holding the rafters, able to get that first pick, but when you get both kills that fall on that side, and then there's still one player holding on to red who's committing so fervently to it, it's good to see 5 Fears react like that, take the initiative, and isolate that 1v1. And Cloud9's bet on that roam, clearly not paying off. 5 Fears basically win the round off the back of it. As we can see... Is it? No, okay, it is CCTV and cash. We just saw a lot of presence in Gym Bedroom at the start, so it's like, surely not. But CCTV and cash, final sight that Cloud9 will defend. Chance of going up and taking the lead.
It doesn't look too bad for 5 Fears at this point, because if you think about the way that they approached the last round, they basically cleared Garage and Cash and CCTV to do that. Now, okay, Pambazoo wasn't playing Jaeger last round, so they didn't have the ADSs. They were able to just plainly nade out Monk on the Azami, but they can still go with a similar ideology there, and they can still try and work something with the nades that they've got, of which they've got 3 left. They've also got a couple of EMPs to throw as well. They've got some stuns if they want to try and burn ADSs. So there's plenty of options here for dealing with that Garage player. Very quick work in getting that plat wall open. It's not a primary hard breach, but secondary will be good enough. Ooh, bit of a cheeky one here from JJ. Just trying to send his X-Kairos pellets in to almost open the reverse side. He's got a great angle straight onto Monk, and somehow he manages to stay alive.
And just trying to hold on for dear life, crawling underneath the Kibas, getting shot to pieces by these DMRs. Resources depleted, projectiles burned, but ADSs, by the same token, getting taken down by this utility. Monk somehow in even worse straits than he was in the last round. And that says a lot. Seen this Track Stinger play a couple times in the NAL. I genuinely feel so bad for this guy right now. Projectiles, Track Stingers, his Kiba's getting shot. Monk deserves an MVP just for staying alive as long as he did. Rival on for 3 kills in round 6. We were worried about the possibility of a 5-1, but 5 Fears in the back half of these attacks lock in and end things as good as you can. A flawless round to tie things up on Club.
And we're seeing that energy come out from 5 Fears again. I mean, you saw it from Rival standing up at the half. 3-3 feels good, Lax, but there was a moment there where, oh, maybe this could be 4-2.
It easily could have been 4-2, and we have to go back to round 1. I think JJ in the beginning of this, or towards the end of it, played this a little wrong. He does get this pick, great, gets the man advantage. They do end up equalizing, it doesn't matter. But it's right here, this particular moment. He should not be the one going for the plant. He should be the one that is spearheading this, removing the players outside of Arsenal, and allowing his team to go for the plant, where we then easily probably see that in a 4-2.
Yeah, and they at least need to, drone that K9 position where that Azami's playing. Yeah. I mean, that's a great spot. He's obviously waiting for the kitchen hatch drop. He's got a great angle onto the bomb planter. Maybe even just use JJ to kind of peek that corner and say, hey, there's a guy there. Can we do anything to clear him instead of go for the plant? So I think, in general, I think they rushed it.
I was gonna say, I will say, I mean, ending 3-3 half from an attacking side, that is always a win-win scenario that sets them up really well for the defending side. However, for Cloud9, I think they kind of missed getting rid of the Solid Snake. Solid Snake is such a strong operator, as we've already highlighted, but on a map like Clubhouse, you can stand on top of the building, you can be in the middle of the map, and you pretty much cover everywhere and get that information. So I am curious to see if 5 Fears does remove the Solid Snake to get rid of any bit of that information, especially for those late round executes.
Yeah, I mean, the information's going to be big, and definitely wondering that as well. But Cloud9, I mean, for me, them getting 3 defenses, still think that's pretty good. They played into their strengths. What's their strength on the defenses? It's trades. They're one of the best teams at trading out effectively. If they, of course, could have had some more on the board there, and they're probably not going to be happy with that. But we are going to be switching to the other sides, and that's where we were really highlighting. It's the Cloud9 attack. Are they going to have the Solid Snake on board? Are they going to be able to use that? I hopefully, and I don't want to see centered on some shield operators because they haven't been seeing the effect of that. But maybe they will, because 5 Fears have also been the worst defending team in the league. So
it's been a pattern that we talked about this in kickoff. Like,
yes,
they surprised us with their attacking success, and it kind of came at the expense of some defensive success.
I'm being completely honest. I'm tuning out. I'm so focused on the bans right now just to see what we're doing here. Okay,
whoa, there it is.
There it is.
I am glad to see the Solid Snake ban, Capital ban really good. It kind of just paints the picture that if they're going to go for a garage take, if they're going to go for a master take, that they can then sit pretty in some of those areas and not have to worry about a Capital bolt, pushing them out. And then again, for the late run execute with the Solid Snake.
Center on the gang. Lock that in. Remember, 100% win rate. Bring the gang.
All right, we'll see if that, I guess, win rate stays at 100% here. But we got a dead heat. And as you said, this Clubhouse, switch sides, still anything can happen. Back to you guys.
Yeah, I mean, anything's possible, especially if we have this lineup. I mean, the amount of disruption that can come from a Ying, Grim, Dokkaebi in the lineup. I mean, truly anything might happen in this matchup. Cloud9 hoping with this lineup that they can not only take the first round, but close things out, as every single game they have played so far has been kind of a heartbreaker. Again, 7-5 against the Rebellion, 12-round games against some of the best teams in the league. Now it seems they might be in for another close one against 5 Fears, who, again, struggling to bounce back from some early stage woes and trying to keep themselves competitive in what is looking like a dead heat for the 5th, 6th place playoff qualification spots.
A very close game here. And Cloud9 and 5 Fears, not too much separating them. 5 Fears, as the Despot, doing a brilliant job at salvaging this half. And it was a salvage job, because the way the first few rounds went, things weren't looking great for them. And yet here they are at 3-3, all leveled up. The worrying factor, as we've mentioned, the defensive win rate hasn't been fantastic. That is going to be heavily skewed, however, by the 1-7 loss that they took against SR. So you've got to try and balance these things out in your mind a little bit. It might not be as bad as it looks on paper. Clubhouse, eminently defendable, as we've already seen from Cloud9. So even if it does go evens, we are going to be seeing an OT here and now. Some good bans. I like the fact that they've gotten rid of the snake. That was something that 5Fears themselves used incredibly well. This first round on the defense of the basement side. We do have a few players knocking around upstairs. C9 for the most part aren't going to be trying to go for that. Ooh, this is dangerous. 2 players walking up garage. Don't really want to overplay their hand here. They just want to show a little bit of presence and give Cloud9 something to worry about.
You won't have to be worried, at least we should be worried about how that might look for the execute, though. And not that to say that a bunker's a bad decision whatsoever at this point. It's a perfectly normal call. But again, you look at all this utility that Cloud9 are bringing, the Candelas, the Grims. It's going to make playing a bunkered setup really difficult when players start being forced to move because of the Candelas, because of the Grims, and a lot of weight comes down on Snake's shoulders to be able to peer through those Candelas specifically. Let's see what happens, of course. We kind of reach the midpoint of the round where Cloud9 will start opening up these breaches, draining some of that utility. It'll be quite a while with these Zoto canisters and kind of the C4s as well. It'll be a bit for Cloud9 in a position to go for this execute.
Yeah, it's not going to be as straightforward, is it?
Ooh,
the
nice
utility
support.
that the attackers have got is kind of equally matched by that of the defense. There's no hard breach left now, and Church Wall is going to remain solid. The diffuser now being juggled around as a different plan is going to have to be enacted. We see that Thatcher is above, so that always tells us that there's a chance of a plank going on. There's nothing really to deny it at this point. The C4s have been used almost as wall denial only. Bit of information there for Center, but he's going to have to make these Candelas do a lot of work.
One Candela bouncing off back into Moto. Might not matter in the grand scheme of things, but as Monk and Pamazoo goes down, Center needs as much as he can get his hands on. He gets 3! Him and Eddie tag on for that last one. As it's a 2-man entry downstairs. Off the back of it, Eddie putting the diffuser down. Center, who's just sprinted by Fens in the chaos of that blue push. Nice flick onto the Ying, but finishes him off with the pistol. What an entry by Center and Eddie, clawing a 3v5 back for C9.
Center is clutching on to this 100% round win with Ying for dear life right now. That was a very difficult round to win for Cloud9. They had to be explosive. They had to utilize that utility. 5Fears, they spent theirs. Not only to try and deny the wall, that's kind of a byproduct of trying to C4 people at the bottom of main. But that was their intention. Stop them from even getting to a point of using that util because they hadn't roamed, they hadn't spent time out on the map, so there was a full weight of bees, candelas, everything to be thrown at them in only small areas. Kitchen, blue, even inside of Arsenal. It's not the biggest room when you start to account for the massive boxes that are everywhere. So you can very quickly find yourself in hot water. 5Fears did that. Cloud9, lightning in round 7. I'm excited for what this holds.
Jammer ready to activate. 10 seconds left.
And if you got a good thing, no point dropping at Center. Again, 100% win rate on that Ying so far, looking to keep it intact. Turn our attention towards another site, CCTV and Cash. Won't have the Ying Grim combo. We'll have the Candelas as a factor in this lineup. Instead, the Ying and the Sens. Forrest feeling better about that change, as now there's 2 operators. He can look through with his glasses rather than just one. Double hard breach as well for C9 to open up these exterior walls. My big question, what are they... Oh, Snake just making it across. My big question, what are they going to do to deal with this Raptors position? You got plenty of utility, but not a lot of nades to throw up there, and surely it's not just going to be the Candelas for Raptors.
Yeah, relying on the Candelas alone does seem a little bit short-sighted. There's always chance that, well, we saw in the last round, the Candelas get misthrown or doesn't always quite line up. It's going to be a Rotero drone just to get the lay of the land, get the bottom of garage open, allow someone to at least be able to go through and stun. You've got a couple of nades on Uzi, so you are going to be able to use those, but you're asking a lot of just 2. I think it's firmly in the setup phase right now. These castle barricades, they need to get dealt with pretty sharpish. Ooh, JJ at the bottom as well. So at least there's some support here for Fens on his army. I mean, the support goes a little bit deeper as well if you consider Rival just playing inside a CC.
Oh.
Gonna start to see the ROUs then. I don't know if that was just to try and keep Pamber alive and allow him to get out there on the rappel or not.
It might have been, as it's certainly not cutting through the drone hole, but I do believe we have at least one RU projector in the site. It might have been a different one. All of them used by Uzi. And definitely a bit of a rough pattern being created, as I think some explosives also thrown out, destroying some of the lines. So if they were just trying to rush in and put this diffuser down, it'd be a bit trickier than it otherwise would have been. All the Candelas saved for this purpose, though. So Centaur with plenty of good utility try and bounce back. Remember, this Azami still in garage, a direct line onto this position. If she doesn't get blinded, she can swing out and put a bullet right through Centaur's head. Looks like that 100% win rate might be dropping pretty soon as Pambazu hops in. Oh, it gets only one for C9. Big 1v1 in garage. Could swing this into a 2v2 as the two hard breachers stuck right around Plowwall and inside of the site. Nice off angle, but 5 years keep things intact. No lead to be widened by C9. It's all tied up again.
A really good example there from 5 Fears of not trying to retreat back to the site there, knowing that the time was low and that they had the man count advantage. It was time to press on and add on to the pain that Cloud9 were feeling. Very difficult to try and displace that player inside of Rafters. It took a lot of the Candelas. I'll be honest, the fact that the breach was open so big wasn't a good thing in that round because there was too much exposure really for Centaur to get anything going on those Candelas. The fact that it was opened with Thermite made it a little bit more difficult because there was obviously more of him exposed out there on the plat, and you could see how he was really trying to tuck himself into the wall. So a bit of an unfortunate position that Cloud9 found himself in there, but 5 Fears responding really well to what is, you know, quite a lot of pressure. If you're going to be getting, you know, no one likes Candelas thrown at him. There's a reason Ying is banned in a lot of our games, and it is because it is such an egregious operator to go up against. Looks like it's not going to be chosen here for round 9, though, as we're all square and we're going to be headed over to gym and bedroom.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, right as you say that, swaps hands.
5 seconds to go.
Pambazu going off the Clash onto the Ying. Prolific Ying player in his own right, back when he was on Dark Zero. So not an unknown position for him to be in. Basically just going through every combo that Ying typically has. We got Ying Grim, we got Ying Sense. Now we have the Grim in the lineup, but the Ying and the Glaz as well. Trying every permutation to make this operator work, and what will likely be maybe the last round they have her available is given with how much of a focal point it's been for C9's attacks. I have a feeling 5 Years might dedicate their remaining attacking ban to her once we see round 9 end, win or lose. Be the normal setup portion of the round, opening up the hatches, opening up the exterior walls. But I am real interested where these Candelas are going to go and how Centaur is going to function, especially with Warden on the opposite side. Might be the duel this round is heading towards, no matter where it ends up happening.
And he's very worried about someone going for one of those cheesy rat plays in the tunnel. Just a little punch hole on the soft wall, and usually can catch people, whether on rappel on the roof, just sort of caught out there on jacuzzi balcony, wherever it might be. Isn't going to be a factor, but it is something in the back of their minds. Mirror used as an attempt to try and slow this breach down, and it's done just that, but main form of slow in this round isn't the mirror window, it is the clash that Forest is playing, and that's going to be a very difficult thing to try and deal with, especially with the lineup given here. It's not like they've got the Nomad to try and zone that clash out, and yeah, you can blind them, but they've still got a shield in front of their face.
Nice!
Ooh. Is that both Selmas as well?
Yeah. Fenn's just swinging out from behind the weight machine, just shoots both Selmas. Doesn't need impact grenades to get that done. Big play from Fens to keep the bathroom player and the bathroom Mira intact. Pambazu dumping, I think, all of his Candelas into Logi. Centaur struggling to find an angle through the smoke. Monk gets the first pick. Quickly traded by 5 Years at his advantage, retained by the defense. Thank God that Fens shot those Selmas. It allows JJ to swing around and get that kill onto Eddie. Load bearer utility destruction for 5 Years on this defense. Keeps the lead slim, but still 3-2. Diffuser currently dropped inside the weight rack. Fens down from that position. Pambazu with a big kill as well, finishing him off. 5 Years still with effective control of this diffuser, and Cloud9 without any primary utility to fall back on. The Bees and the Candelas used in their entirety. They've got time to affect this rotation, time to find more information as well. But it's a double stack up on the 90 angle as Uzi and Pambazu hop in. Creeping in. He can take cover behind the Kiva barrier as Forrest tries to use that shock to keep Uzi stuck behind the bedroom wall. Oh, Uzi demolishes Forrest. Can't line up the next on a JJ, though, but might just do enough. puts him to 1 HP. Assist Pamazu, slams it down. Load-bearing 2v2 as well for C9. Big plays on both sides, but it's C9 to get back on top.
Great clutch up there from C9. They weren't in the best of positions. Just about every utility exchange had gone badly for them in that round. They struggled to get the wall open because of the mirror window. They got Selma's shot off the bathroom wall, so it allowed JJ to continue to play his mirror. But ultimately, they were able to get it done. Despite the diffuser going cold inside a gym, it was a very smart choice to rotate round and buddy up together, get themselves into that weight room and start to get that diffuser down. Cloud9 now with the tactical timeout. I mean, maybe not happy with the way that the round was won. It was a little bit clutchy. It makes great watching, but it's not always something that gets the coaches going, right? They usually want them a little bit more guaranteed than that. So if correct, I can only think that's the reason.
Yeah, attack timeout from C9, despite taking the lead. Also anticipating that it's very likely that a basement defense might be next up on the cards, and at least we recall, that one was pretty close as well. Coming down to a crazy rush from center on that 6-12. All these rounds have been very close for C9 that they've won. Obviously losing CCTV and Cash, but a 3v5 Flood with the opening kill coming at 28. That's insane. Uzi landing that shot. Round winning, or potentially game winning if this game ends up being close. All of Cloud9's games, by and large, have gone 12 rounds.
JJ, don't worry, bro.
Chuckle from Panba and the rest of the team at the end, but again, I think understanding how close this has been. Will be basement. 5 years. Pivoting quite drastically from the lineup they had before. We still have the Azami and the Warden, but bringing a lot more traps into the play. Vulcan and Denari. Try and, I think, recognizing how low things came before. Ollie, if you just add in some Vulcan packs, should time get even lower.
Well, that's it. And if they're not going to roam, they need that time denial, don't they? If they're not going to try and contest on the map, they're not running a mute, so that's always a really good indicator of whether a team is going to try and contest or not. If a mute's being played and you got jammers upstairs, then yeah, drones are going to get slowed and it's going to be a lot more difficult for the attack to effectively clear all that out. Instead, they're just going for a little bit of half aggression here. We've got Rival just hanging around inside a stock. Does need to be cautious. It is an off angle. If you walked around that corner and there was someone just stood inside a stock door, it's going to take you a moment to react. And of course, Rival has the benefit of sound in that position. But he isn't going to stay there for too long. The last thing you want to do in one of those spots is overstay your welcome. Someone is likely going to get there at the end, but equally somebody could get behind you before that happens and you could get caught out. There is a ping now on his position. I doubt he's going to be able to cross for free. Takes a good portion of damage there, but it looks like he gets away. Oh, he goes upstairs. Oh, I quite like this.
Ooh, it's risky. Especially the impact Azami can have in the late round. I mean, you think back to the first one we saw from C9, Uzi just sitting behind AK with those Kibas. Such an important position. And now with the Dokkaebi call, if he lets this go through, he's going to be on 1 HP. Oh, I think just shuts it off. But tracked as well. They know the Azami's upstairs, and if they know Snake is as well, that means there can be no more than 3 players on the site. Vulcan pack placed. Cloud9, depending on how good their sound is, clear information on the presence of 1 player. Monk dropping down Oil Pit too. C9 getting set up for this, Ollie.
Yeah, there's still the Denari trip that's stopping players from hopping in, but Sensei's position's the interesting one because they've got the kit. So they're the one that you need to keep a close eye on. Rival is getting spam phone called right now and tracked by Deimos. But it isn't stopping anyone from pushing in onto the site. A glimpse is all that is required for Uzi to light JJ up. That could be the go button here.
That is. We see the Monty walk in. Pamazu gets the next important play as Fen's tucked around the corner. Through the smoke, isn't able to see the Monty cross. And even if he did, not much you can do when he's full extended in your face. Fen's now trying to salvage the round with barely anything left. Uzi good for it. It's a clutch 2 rounds in a row from C9. No comeback necessary this go around. It's 6-4 with a lead through the entire round.
If I was C9, if I was a player on C9, I would be typing, that's how you win a basement. Because they played it beautifully. They got a great read on where the defenders were located in the early portion of the round. And to be honest, What did I say? What do you not want to do? Overstay your welcome, rival. You hung around for far too long inside a strip and nothing good came of it because you were giving up, caught out on the drone, and then guess what? You are just going to get spam phone called. It would have been okay if there had been a mute anywhere, because you could at least run to one of the jammers and cleanse yourself and then become a bit more of an unknown factor again. But because there were no mute jammers on that top floor, it made it so hard for you to do anything. And you essentially just got locked out of the round based on utility alone. Because you'd already been softened up, you weren't able to not answer your phone. So you've always got to be in a safe spot, because if you get caught flat-footed answering your phone, what's going to happen? You're going to lose the gunfight. So overstaying the welcome, a little bit of a problem there for 5 Fears. A half hold, it's perfect for that site in a lot of instances, and they just stretched it a little bit too far. But on the backside of that, what did Cloud9 do? They had a brilliant read. They knew that there was a player off site, so they knew they had an advantage on site, and they'd got dirt someone for free. So they were able to very easily walk down a tail as old as time, a glass and a smoke. That's all you need sometimes, and boom, the round's opened up. You get the pick onto JJ, all of a sudden, you've got a massive advantage on the site, because you still know that you've got a player zoned off in Narnia somewhere. So Cloud9 attacked that to perfection. Brilliant round, getting a round win on the basement, which is important because we don't want to see a clubhouse go by without any team winning an attack on the basement, and it puts himself in a fantastic spot here.
A really good spot, especially now after that timeout. We're actually seeing them really convincingly win rounds. No 3v5 comebacks, nothing like that. Just 1 round away from getting a full 3 points, something they've been sorely denied despite a really impressive record in the league so far. They're currently all the way down in 8 at 3 points behind SSG at 5 and 100 Thieves in the 6th place spot at 6. But again, as we've said many times, 12 rounds against some of the best teams in the league. Cloud9 looking to make up for lost time, make up for lost points. Put 5 Fears down in regulation and try to keep themselves in contention for those bottom 2 playoff spots. Same could be said for 5 Fears. Losing 3 points here puts them in a really tricky spot as well, because if C9 are in 8th, 5 Fears tied with them in 9th right now. In a matchup that might just be the difference maker between the good enough and the just barely out. C4 goes out, same with the ROU projector. We saw this play from Cloud9 not really work last time on CCTV and Cash. A lot of gaps created in the light screens, no real ability to push in off the back of it. And they basically all got shut down completely when they tried to push into the building. Fen's now on the rafters, not the Azami this time. Using the DMR, looking down below, but no angle found just yet as C9 still trying to find a way in.
I'm still not mega convinced about this ROU projector. I think I understand it, but I just don't see it having that desired impact. And if you're going to dedicate a whole operator to it, maybe there's other things that you could look to try and bring. Monk might make that a non-factor, as he gets a great pick over onto JJ. That's the support system in Lounge dismantled right now, and it leaves Fens so vulnerable still on that catwalk. Azami can somewhat do something about it at the top of Cash stairs, but you're really looking for JJ to be that lower garage steps player and to try and keep his teammate alive. Fens is feeling that pressure and forced into an engagement, but immediately traded.
Immediately traded, and Eddie gets one as well. Drawing the attention from the plat wall allows Cloud9 to get the kill on the Rafters player. You make that trade every day of the week. It's only 20 seconds remaining, but getting that kill has unlocked the round for C9. Forrest and Rival, both out of C4s. With how tight things are on this reinforced wall, might be able to isolate some 1v1s as Pamazoo goes down. Rival misses his opportunity on the plat ball. Breach and Center and Monk keep them off. An important 3 points for C9 to separate themselves against 5 Fears, and now they're still on the outs, but back in contention at the halfway.
We often call games like this a 6-point game, and I think that when the table is done at the end of the stage, we could very well look back on this and call it just that. We'll be back right after this.
Well, Cloud9, they close out our 4th game of the day with a bang and a nice win over 5 Fears as they get into what could be an easier part of their schedule in the coming weeks. To chat more about this, we've got Center standing by after the win. Center, congrats on a win here, about getting another 3 points. You guys are looking pretty good right now. I mean, decent performance yesterday as well, even though you didn't get the win. I mean, talk to me about this team, how things are feeling. Looks like you guys are set up for success for the rest of this stage.
I think right now the team's feeling good. Like, we're kind of flowing. Like, I know the points don't really show for it. We've only beaten 2 teams, but we've been really close with the top teams like Midi, Wildcard, and SR. I mean, we're really happy with how we have been playing. I know we expected better results against those 3 teams that we lost to, but at the end of the day, there's still nothing to complain about right now.
Well, I think it definitely shows. We talk about you guys as a dark horse constantly. I think you kind of been pressing a lot of people. And I kind of wanted to ask you your thoughts on, like you just said right there, I mean, you guys are getting to 5 rounds constantly against a lot of those quote-unquote better teams. What is kind of holding you guys back from, you know, getting over the finish line, getting to that 6th point and at least getting a point out of these matches?
I'm not sure. It could be we have 3 rookies on the team. It could be like maybe we get nervous towards the end of the games when it comes to closing out games. But I mean, I think today we did a good job, and against 100 Thieves, we did a good job of closing out games. So we know we're capable of doing it. So. Yeah.
100%. I mean, you guys are a newer team, so that's a great answer. I also wanted to ask a follow-up question based on your operator usage today. Now that we have a nice chance to talk to you, noticed you kind of going away from the shield operators. You weren't having the best of times on them. Was that like a conscious decision to run more Ying and Glaz today?
I don't know the stats on me playing shields, but I do know if a team leaves Ying up, Ying's probably one of the best ops right now in the game.
100%.
So I'm gonna play it. I know when they finished op bans, Rob Liddy said they left Ying up, and like we were happy about it. So, and I'm glad we were able to abuse it well.
Rob does love Ying.
He absolutely does.
Oh yeah, he does.
Well, Center, I want to say congratulations. It's nice being able to hear from you finally. One question: where's your brother posted up behind you, typically like you've been for his interviews and your celebrations of his wins? I also then to follow that up, is Surf? You know, has he been a big inspiration for your come up in your career so far?
I don't know. Or not for that question, but for right now, I think he's in his room. But yes,
poor guy.
I'll answer yes. I know I did say it against in my interview against Outlast last kickoff stage, but he does help me a lot, and he does give me insights. Like there's times where we scrim against each other, and he like there's specifically the other day when we scrimmed against each other, he gave me tips on a map that we scrimmed and like a position I was playing. So he does help me out, and he is always like kind of someone that I could talk to about the game. And he has a lot of knowledge about it.
Yeah, and just a follow-up question, even for yourself, obviously, still pretty brand new to the league. What's been some of the bigger obstacles that you've had to overcome and still maybe possibly overcoming day to day?
I think being able to like identify teams and like their play style. I think I am like one of the main like voices on my team. So me sometimes not speaking as much as I should be is definitely something that I need to fix, and something that moving forward I'm going to do better on.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Thank you, Center, for your time. Really good to speak with you. Congrats on a nice 3 points. And you got something to say.
2 things.
First of all, JJ's team. JJ's terrible. Their team's a bunch of scrim stars. They type a lot during scrims. Any team will tell you that, and they're shit on game day. Secondly, buy the C9 bundle.
Was waiting for that. Genius. Well, thank you so much. You know, you got that good capitalism energy in you. You know, that's what we need to see on the Cloud9 side. Thank you so much, Center. Have a good night, man.
Thank you. You too.
Well, big win for Cloud9. As he said, like, there is just something that's been holding them back so far, right? And maybe he doesn't know exactly what it is, but didn't have to worry about that today. They're able to take down 5 Fears. Maybe he doesn't respect him too much, but even shutting down Rival, who was playing well, like able to get a win across the board here, the full 3 points. It's a great spot to be in.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, the 3 points by far is the biggest thing, especially knowing you want to get into the best 3 territory. As me and you know, best of ones are never fun to have to go through, especially in a group stage, and you want to, you know, lengthen that gap. You don't want to be in a situation when we get to the last couple of play days where your fate can totally be decided by someone else. You want to be able to control the narrative. You want to be able to control your fate and put yourself firmly into position to go into playoffs. And getting these much-needed 3 points is definitely a step in the right direction. And like I said, it's finally their first win, and that can also carry a lot of weight in their future games going forward.
I think it's their second win. I think they got a win over somebody else 7-4, but that, regardless.
Am I tripping?
Maybe I'm wrong.
Wins.
Two wins. Okay,
That's correct.
2 wins.
2 wins.
I'm really happy
Thieves.
that he didn't, he's not, sure, pro players usually don't follow the narrative. They maybe aren't following the stats. It is what it is. But he did get away from the shield today. I personally love that. We saw that Ying clutch in there where he was able to make something happen in Moto.
Like the 1 round when he was on the shield.
Yeah, sure. I like the 1 round he was on the shield. I'm sure he's a fine shield player. Just sometimes, especially in the meta we are in now, there's just so many counters to shield operators that it sometimes is not the most fun operator to play.
And there's still so many opportunities for the Ying and bringing out the cheese. Like, he can get creative, and it's working better for him when he does. Well, if you've been watching the action today and you think you can play better than the pros, you have a chance to do that right now. You have a Rainbow Six just launched a brand new activation with MOBA Trainer. Hopefully you've been seeing some promotion for this recently. MOBA Trainer is an educational platform that's bringing their famous tactical challenges to Siege for the first time. We've got 5 challenges created in part by our content creating crew. We got Macy J, Fast and King George, Royal Penguin. They've produced these challenges, each one putting you in a real in-game scenario where you have to make the right decision. If you do, and you can complete all 5 challenges at r6.mobatrainer.com, you can enter for a chance to win the Salt Lake City attendee bundle. And maybe you still got a few minutes before our next match, so you can try to sneak in a few of those challenges while we wait. Because SSG and Wildcard is coming up next, and this one, like our other matches today, should be a pretty good one and has the chance to defy some expectations. Both teams riding a high. SSG, 2 wins in a row. Wildcard, the biggest high of all. They take down the major champs just yesterday. When we spoke to Spiker yesterday, he offered some pretty good insight into this. And so we'll actually roll the clip back and give you a chance to see. We asked him, hey, what changed? How were you able to get 4 rounds in a row to put this over the line against DZ?
Well, once we got a 3-3, we were very happy with that half because we knew now we had all the OP operators. So, we were just focused on playing our game, playing, how we knew to do. Once they did the Ram ban, I knew they were going to play the layer, off top floor quick, so that's why we did the 2 fast plays back to back. The first one was to take top, the second one we were baiting top to go site, so it was kind of mix and matching, I guess, but we knew they wanted to play the layer after that Ram ban, and so we just, started to play our game.
Yeah, it's that playbook and the offensive coordinators for their team, whether that's Lagotness or Spiker. They clearly worked hand in hand to be able to go up against Dark Zero. Their combat readiness clearly was displayed once they got to that attacking half. He made it very clear they weren't trying to have, a flawless defensive half, to say the least, but they wanted to at least end it on a 3-3, knowing that once they got to those attacks, that's when they really could pounce on DZ and play into their system and completely annihilate Dark Zero and not give them a lot of headway. And even furthering that and talking about what Spiker, even when I asked him about the shields, why aren't they implementing as much? Why is he not taking the reins with it as we see some of the other echelon teams be able to do? And he feels it's more situational. He doesn't need to force the shield if it's not required. He does feel that, maybe another operator that can be brought can make more of a difference, make more of an impact around. And in a couple of these rounds, you would see they weren't using the shields. And then in the previous round, then you would see the shield. You would see the blitz come out. It was utilized effectively. The space was then being taken. They were able to go for a plant. And then from there would just play the post plant, and they did it exceptionally well, and the 4 rounds were very convincing from the side from Wildcard.
Yeah, and I'm a big shield guy. I'm a big shield guy myself. Obviously, haven't played Blitz majority of my career, and of course, I would like to see some of these teams pick up the shields a little bit more.
Absolutely.
Using the information meta. There's so many different ways to play Siege. You either use the shields, the information, or you use the utility. If the shields are not for them, who am I to say, though? I do trust Lagotness. So I'm glad you called out Lagotness, a.k.a. their coach, Lagonis, obviously, and they've been having so much success with him. He makes sure that they are probably one of the most prepared teams. I've heard many stories about this guy being at LAN events and never actually coming out of his room or really even seeing anybody because he's making sure the guys don't have to do anything besides warm up and play, right? They're always so prepped, and I thought the game plan yesterday versus DZ was very, very good.
Yeah, great game plan from them. We've seen how this team could potentially, like other teams, counter SSG. And the big component of that recently has been the ability to shut down Aiden. Kind of this player who, well, dominated Kickoff, was the #1 rated player in all of Kickoff. Coming here just has not been quite as effective in Stage 1. And you got to wonder, you know, when is he going to fully wake up and become that top player again?
We have been wondering it, but we actually did get to see a glimpse of it yesterday. Aiden actually talked to us, and he said, during that interview after they won, it was embarrassing, and we needed a wake-up call. And a wake-up call we finally did get, right? They almost lost to Outlast. It was absolutely embarrassing, like he did state. And going into that match, they were one of the lowest-rated attacking teams. I mean, it was really bad. It was like somewhere around the 30% mark. But Cloud9, what was their strength during Kickoff? It was actually their attacks. They were the second-rated attacking team. And Dream-led teams, as an IGL, have actually been really good at attacking. We haven't seen it so far at the stage, but we did see it yesterday. They won 4 out of 5 of their attacks, and we need to see that going forward. And going forward, we're actually... Oh, hey, there's Aiden Tech.
Look at him.
Bleeping. Wow.
Look at that guy.
Well, there's their attacking win rate.
I was about to say,
He looks so cute down
That's
there.
pretty significant change from yesterday into the first 3 play days. And I mean, we also spoke pretty heavily on, even throughout last week, is, you know, who was going to take that torch if Aiden wasn't performing. I believe Raid yesterday went, what, 12 and 12 and something. But clearly everyone showed up yesterday with a purpose, and they really took the practice from the first week to really orchestrate well-rounded attacks.
Right, and here's that schedule that I was referring to earlier. I mean, why the sleeping is going to be a problem is they might have gotten a late start. We have Wildcard today, who are just coming off a high of beating DZ. Very difficult match, a lot of points on the line, and then they play DZ next week. And then Cloud9, who is starting to become on a heater. They're taking a lot of these really good teams to the brink, getting to the 5 rounds, and they're now at 2 wins. So by the time that they're going to play them, Cloud9 is going to be even better and in form. Then they play the Rebellion, who obviously have to turn some things around. They're not looking like the Rebellion that we saw, just a short few weeks ago. And then to close it out, 100 Thieves, who have also started to kind of heat up. And I would personally, I would really, really hate if it's a Space Station versus 100 Thieves at the end of the stage to see who makes playoffs.
Yeah,
I'd be pretty upset.
Well, I know you've got a lot of personal stake in that game, but like, it's a shame that this team has waited, like you said, so long to potentially wake up. That was a brutal back half to the stage. That's going to be completely unforgiving. Hopefully they can get something on the board here in that case against Wildcard, a team that, as we said, is also looking very good. We'll take a look at the map to see actually where we're going to end up today for this one. Border is the choice. SSG picking between Bank and Border in the end. What do you make of this?
So I was trying to find another word other than saying interesting, because I feel like I keep saying that a lot, but it is interesting, and here's the reason why. SSG actually doesn't play Border. This is their permaban. They have yet to pull this out, so this is their permaban. We're going to see a brand new map from them, and that concerns me. That obviously concerns me because we haven't seen them play very good on attack, and sometimes when you pull out a new map, they don't really have a lot of game day reps or learning experience.
By far the most important thing is game day reps.
Yeah, they don't have the game day reps on it, so it's obviously concerning, but they're obviously really confident in it. They probably have been practicing a lot, scrimming it a lot, and it's also a good map to take Wildcard too, because we already talked about Wildcard's map pool not being very good.
Yep.
And this is one of the maps that I think they can exploit them on.
And Wildcard has a lot of VODs on this map, even just recently from their game the other day. So I'm sure they're going to be well prepped for it. But however, what we know with Border and what is going to be expected is going to be gunfight heavy. And you're going to be seeing that on the front of trying to get into Break, into CC, and especially Top East. That's where you're going to see a lot of these gunfights happen. And if what we know from Wildcard on their defense is they were holding Top East very aggressively.
They were. I was wondering what Dream was actually listening to right there, because he's always bobbing his head. So maybe, like, look at him.
Maybe he's listening to one of your old streams.
Wow, you think we're cute like that? Okay.
Definitely. Are you kidding me?
Power him up before the game?
Maybe. I mean, again, if we win, I'll ask him. Or if they win.
Perfect. You say we win?
I did. I thought it was on
no.
He's on the team. There it is.
That's all right. That's all right. But like we talked about Aiden here, and I think it's worth to focus on SSG as a little bit more of a well-rounded team. Dream told us this after the Outlast win, that it was kind of embarrassing, right? That the performance they had, and it was that wake-up call that he's going to go back to the drawing board, work with these young guys, rival, raid, Aiden, and kind of get them back on track. Today feels like that moment where we've looked at the schedule. Lax, it feels like a moment where if they can get back on track here, bring those vibes, bring that success, we're in good shape. If not, it's going to be a tough road.
Yeah, I mean, biggest thing is always going to be consistency. And again, for them, it's just making sure that they're getting back on track and getting back to where everything was looking right during kickoff. But again, the bigger issue for me is going to your permaban. Obviously, there's a lot of
so happy.
There's a lot of pre-prep that goes into it. But again, the biggest thing always is going to be game day reps. So clearly scrims might be looking good, but I can tell you right now from personal experience, I've done it in my career. Scrims look really good on a map. We pull it out game day, not even against one of the better teams, and we looked awful on it.
Oh, I've had that happen.
And that gets into your head too.
Yeah, I've had that happen so many times. And I mean, we could talk about the Rebellion real quick. I mean, Chalet, I've talked to Super before that Chalet, one of their best scrim maps, but that has not been the case in any of their matches and is now a permaban. That map might be cursed. And that's what we used to say. I mean, back on DZ, we used to think we were the Villa team, right? We are so good at playing Villa, and then we realized that we were playing teams not from North America. We were playing like the LATAM teams, and maybe the scrim stats were a little bit skewed, and we would go to Villa and really not have the best time. So definitely happens sometimes.
You asked Spiker yesterday, I thought this was a great question, does it feel like can the narrative that you guys aren't great in domestic play interfere with you guys or get in your heads a bit, or is it just overplayed? And his answer was, no, it doesn't get in our heads too much, but yes, sometimes we feel like that doesn't sum us up quite enough. This feels like an opportunity as we get into the back half of the stage where Wildcard could say, we are in a good position to prove that we are better than our domestic results, that we can improve those domestic results.
No, 100%. I mean, if anything, too, it's also building on the momentum that they had. I mean, the DZ game was probably the statement win that they needed, right? Like,
by far.
That one kind of proved that they can definitely be a top 4 team if you're taking down Dark Zero. But this game right here, I mean, this is a team that they have to be able to put away, right? Space Station has been struggling. There's no ifs and buts about that. They have to be able to put them away, ride the momentum from that Dark Zero win.
Alrighty, well, we'll get to see if they can do that right now. It's SSG Wildcard, our 5th and final game of our 2nd week here in Stage 1. So we'll pass it over to Lynx and XR Troika to close things out.
And kind of an exciting one to end things off, not necessarily because, you know, again, similar to the last one, we don't know necessarily if it's going to be a close game, though new map of border between these two teams will be exciting. For Wildcard, this really is the kind of match where we're looking to see, are they a top 4 contender, or is this going to be a pretty heavy competition for the 5th, 6th place spot? Because Wildcard, obviously, good team with some struggles, but beating DZ yesterday, you gotta give that some respect. Gotta give that some heavy respect.
The thing is, that's the kind of thing that this wildcard roster does consistently, because international events for them, they make them. Like, they're there. Salt Lake City, they were there. It's not uncommon to see them make international events. And then domestically, they just turn into this puppy dog, and they've not got that bite to them. But they're like an Alsatian when they get to, you know, when it gets to like playoffs time to get there.
Googling Alsatian.
It's a dog. And I think they're like a German Shepherd kind of dog, right?
Oh, okay. Okay. Continue.
And it's like, it really befuddles me. It makes me very like unsure on where I sit with this team in the larger rankings of things. A win like that against DZ is, there's no question about it. It's leaderboard defining, because DZ are now going to be short, and you know the wildcard are going to be up, so they're going to be up on some of the lower teams that are going to lose to DZ. It ripples throughout the whole stage and has a lot of effect. So for me, I'd love wildcard to come out and to get a full 6 points this week. Neither of these two teams have done that so far. They've always lost in the week as well as win. So it would be nice that it is nice that one of them is going to come away with a lion's share of the points. Of course, depending on if this game goes to an OT or not. But for the time being, SSG are going to be starting off on the attack, and that's the side that the desk fear the most for this SSG roster, and particularly given that we're going to border, which, as they pointed out, 9th preference map. It isn't one that we have seen them play yet. Very heavily banned, permanently banned. However, they're going to be scrimming it all the time. It's not going to be new to them. It's just new to our eyes.
Yeah, and new insofar as the desk also mentioned, game day reps can be quite different. We'll see if SSG's practice is able to translate into the real thing. How well they can do up against Wildcard team. Very good in their own right. Well experienced on border. They hopping out very briefly at the beginning, hopping outside the CC window. nothing to come of it. We're going to see a lot of the standard positions held on border. I feel like, again, there's kind of been a theme in the back half of the day of very set step-by-step maps. Maybe not a step-by-step map, but for the defenses, I feel like you can probably put every position that teams have to play and will end up playing pretty easily. Maybe some slight variations. It'd be like 3 guys around break instead of the normal, like, 1 in CC, 1 in break, but generally from the defense we see so far from Wildcard, it's pretty standard at the moment. Dream around the corner, breaking some barbed wire with that Monty. Moving around and looking straight at the armory wall. Worried about that Gurgemont. Will pull back around the corner as... Bay getting things off quite well. The second kill, though, as Kansan gets the first. SSG quickly trade back with 2. Kansan and Spiker both down as Bay. A bit of a 2-for-1 engagement between this Monty and the other gun outside. Is okay, there's a guy in sight. Giddy has made his way through into Armory. Immediately sent out of the round by the Scorpion. Bay cannot be pushed out of CC right now. Aiden good for it. Oh, but Dream turning. Baby Shark able to get the line on him. Shotgun around the corner. Baby Shark gets it. Action pack round 1, but it's Wildcard to persevere through the chaos.
Wildcard, they're doing a really good job of holding on. That position inside of CCTV is becoming increasingly more popular now that we see players in that spot. It happens at multiple levels and across nearly every team right now. Wildcard kind of not looking to make that their whole defense, but SSG looking to make it their whole attack. Like they lived and died on that very hill that they really never cleared. I think obviously having the breach wall open really assists that position because you get a lot more support from inside of the site, so the Monty can't just walk up on you and then you get shot from the window as you try and get away. It makes it a lot more playable regardless of operator selection. You're not hoping that they've not brought a shield there, and especially given that you banned 2, you're expecting them to bring at least 1, especially with the one remaining being a Monty. So good play there from Wildcard, and I think a great reaction to understand, hey, everyone's there, let's just rotate around and go and support our player inside of CCTV, because there was never really any bite to that SSG attack. Yep, they did get a couple of kills, however, really it was all about that player inside of CCTV, and if you're not able to clear that, you really aren't able to go forward, and I think they just got a little bit ahead of themselves there. But it is only round 1, still early days. We've got plenty more border here to watch tonight. Still will have a bit of presence inside of CCTV for round number 2, downstairs in workshop and vents. This is a sort of second/third choice site for a lot of teams. You'll see a lot of teams go to a bathroom and tellers before they'll go here, but if you're planning on winning all your defenses, you've got to go to them all anyway, so you may as well get them out of the way. The order of the day, as far as the attack concerned, is kind of similar, really. You're going to want control of that top floor. Very usual to start that in through up east stairs, and a little bit of pressure in break as well. And as you can see, that's where Aiden is. He's on the snake. He's going to know what's going on.
Getting some information with that, well, drone and likely now the Soliton scanner. Good little angle in 90, but spotted by the Valkyrie. Won't have that anymore. Catching one player just on the far edge. Another inside of CCTV. Bay, classic holding this position. Oh, thinks he can go for it, but attacker falls off that long angle. Spiker, C4 gets the first pick onto Giddy. Not entirely sure from where. 5v4 is not something you'll complain about. It's a very strong hold at the top floor. Ooh, missed opportunity by Raid there. Adrian caught in front of that ACOG for a long time. Makes it back behind Fountain Wall, barely losing any HP. Some more information being gathered by the Rotero drone. Huge kill by Rival, walking up metal, but spotted by Bay. Huge engagement, and I mean, just getting that second kill feels a bit ridiculous. At that point, he'd already basically guaranteed a strong position in the round by shutting down that metal lurk, and it seems like after that, Wildcard just decide to end things. Not a whole lot left in the SSG's back pocket once that lurk fails. Wildcard clean things up with the remaining 3.
Yeah, break glass in case of emergency. Where is the glass breaker? We need to smash it. I am not entirely sure what we're seeing at the moment, but wherever...
We saw metal lurk. We saw metal lurk, just to be clear.
Wherever Wildcard are choosing to defend, that is exactly where the round is ending. I think that's fair to say. Round 1,
I would agree with that.
They chose to defend inside of CCTV. The round pretty much ended inside of CCTV. Round 2, it was going to be Office and Fountain. And the round ends in Office and Fountain. it just feels like, I don't know, either SSG aren't able to sort of pick apart this defense and sort of take it step by step and work through the layers, or they're just sort of running headlong into it and finding themselves like in the Viper's nest of defense before they've really set up and exploited those long angles. We saw how Adrian got caught out for a long time, as you said, in the ACOG. Like, that's a kill that we see players get. It's not beyond the realms of possibility. We're not asking for a crazy flick. I know Border's a small map, but there's a lot more option for opening up some of those longer lines of sight as an attacker and really taking advantage before you commit to that full clear. We're not really even seeing too much utility be used either on the side of SSG at the moment. And even the utility that is being used, I guess Wildcard are just kind of throwing caution to the wind, obviously. Baby Shark not too concerned at getting caught 10 seconds on an EE1Ds. Still got a bit of setup left to do, as this is a fairly meaty hold downstairs in bathroom and tellers.
Well, and to that point about the holding, kind of comparing to last round, you know, a metal walk is fine. Totally fair, it gets a kill. But as we saw, Wildcard not really leaving any gaps in this setup, and that's really important if you're going to be running an extension with a castle like we're seeing in round 3. Just got all these barricades blocking off angles, holding these positions.
Oh, it's a nightmare. And you look at what they've got to deal with it. Nothing is kind of the answer. Like,
got Selmas.
Yeah, we're going to be using Selmas on castles. I don't think so. You're going to be using those to open up walls more than likely, or at least you should be. You got a nade in Gitty's hand. Maybe a Gon 6 kicking around, but aside from that, those castles are going to be a bit of a thorn in the side right now for SSG. Oh, was that C4 sent out as well? It's like chasing colours, isn't it? You know, oh, C4 out, attracts attention. Ooh, narrow opportunity missed there by Bay, but it's going to be Baby Shark with another opener here for Wildcard.
No way!
What a shot!
Hayden just caught in front of the single window. Maybe just because of the comms and the sound, doesn't hear the shots fly and whiz by his head. Bay shot in the back by Raid, but lose a lot of HP in turn. Dream also on low HP, now finished off by Adrian. This is going to be a quick one. If SG don't turn things around fast, this round's gone. You got to look to the next. Rival might pick up one and tag cans in a little bit. But we're getting a tactical timeout after this because SSG's pick deciding to go to border instead of bank. Bit worrisome right now, but a 1v1 right here. Out on the east side, but Spiker swinging around the corner. 3 rounds in a row for Wildcard, a flawless site rotation, and it's got to be a tac timeout from SSG.
It has to be, doesn't it? Again, another round that kind of ends where it starts. Everything sort of funneling through Eastez. Don't get me wrong, it's a very typical position to start these attacking rounds from, but it isn't where we want to be seeing the first and the last kill, necessarily. You want a little bit more diversity than that. But at the moment, Wildcard, they're able to really just play like a half-court defense because they don't need to be too worried about the backstab. There's no threat of a backstab at the moment. There's no split pressure. There's nothing coming in from another angle. If someone's east, okay, it's all east. If someone's CC, it's all CC. If someone's fountain, it's all fountain. That's the stack up that we're seeing right now. And it really is to the detriment of these attacks from SSG. I do also find it quite comical that we get the Adrian game. That's going to be fun for the next however many rounds.
What's worse, that or the double rival matchup?
Well, that's easy because you're never going to get it wrong.
That's true. I'm never going to mess up the name pronunciation. It's really not an issue for you and I. It's really just an issue for the viewer.
Yeah.
It's like rival gets a kill. Great.
Which one?
Which one? 3 in a row now for Wildcard. Just a flawless rotation. Might even get an introduction to customs. I feel like on all the sites that see or on the maps that get an introduction to the Foresight, I feel like recently I've seen a bit more customs enter the play. But
I think we saw it last week. I can't remember which region it was. It was SAL, wasn't it? Yeah. Yeah, we have seen it. It does just rear its ugly head occasionally. I mean, for Wildcard, they don't need to fix what isn't broken. They don't really need to try and overcomplicate this too much. I think they just continue to play the game, continue to play the setups, and if SSG do just continue to bash their head against one single wall, they can backfill that where appropriate.
Well, and they're winning off fundamentals right now. I think it's the big thing why they don't need to change anything up. They're just playing close together. They're playing their trades. Baby Shark maybe taking a little bit of initiative and taking smart kind of gunfights and angles early. But beyond that, I mean, I couldn't really tell you like a notable thing they're doing about these strategies. Like, sure, there are castles, you got to consider those things, but this is really just like them playing a lot of the normal positions on border and just playing them really well together. And you don't need to change that.
Yeah, I think the castles are a big thing because it just makes everything a little bit more unpredictable and it forces plays like this. Dream is now on the Flores, so he's being forced into this operator to essentially just deal with the castle barricades. Nice little drone. Will the player be punished, though? It's going to be a tough angle for Gitty. He's not really going to be able to get it. How does Gitty take more damage than, who was it, Adrian takes?
He fights them.
I couldn't tell which UMP it was for that moment. Adrian somehow gets away with that. The better. There's nothing SSG are doing right now is really working out for him. Giddy just having a little bit of site exploration. Meat Jammer in the way of the doorway, so we can't continue with that drone any. This is looking better, though. I'm not seeing a beachhead. I'm not seeing everyone try and charge behind something. We've got a little bit of pressure coming in from alternate angles. We've got presence in Eastairs. Aiden's outside of break, so he's likely going to walk in there at some point. He's moved up now. He's outside of CC. If he wins this engagement, it really opens up that side of the map, and it looks like there's a bit of support for him. There it is. That's the kill onto Bay. All important this round 4.
So now he hops in. He's got a line directly onto Fountain. The Eastairs pressure feels a lot more comfortable. When you take one bit of control on border, it can often fall into more and more. Offense is going to be a bit of a problem. Full reinforced and electrified, so it won't be as easy. You don't have any angles you can look through. You don't have any long angles that cut into Fountain from that way. So instead, they try to bring the Deimos from below, add something a bit different, add some verticality to the mix. Good kill on a Giddy. Wildcard will tie things up in terms of the man count, but still a lot of ways for SG to break away with this. Spiker going for the flank. Pistol out, in hand, looking towards break. Oh, he gets raid, even though the ace is ready for it. SSG still moving in. Aiden and Dream have created initial entry into sight. Baby Shark retaking down below, despite the Deimos being there. Loses the fight as well. Arrive will get the best being got of him in round 4. Unfortunate, to say the least. Baby Shark somehow escaping any knowledge by the Deimos and then getting the kill as well. Kansan retaking CC. Can apply pressure to Dream from the back. Concerned about the front as well. Pushing into the TCSG. Easy finisher, wildcard after SSG's timeout. Still not dropping around.
A lot closer, though, and you can see some of the ideas that SSG are wanting to bring to this 4. But again, it comes back to what the desk was saying, game day reps. And you do fear at this point that they haven't got sufficient reps on this map. They've got to get them at some point, so you may as well get it out of the way here. But it is starting to show now. We see a different approach, we see a different ideology, far more split focus, which you need on border, because let's be honest, it's a very small map and it can be quite claustrophobic, especially if you're all stacked up on each other. So you need people that can operate efficiently on their own, good solo workers. Aiden was that in that round. He was able to get a really good opening pick onto Bay and punish some of that early aggression. But the big problem was that Wildcard's win condition was to drop back. It was to play the C4s. You look at the last 3 players alive, every single one of them brings a C4. They'd spent them because of the Pulse. Pulse was giving some great comms, calling out the heartbeats, and bang. It's not often that you see players that choose to defend that side vertically, but it is more than capable. And as we've just demonstrated there, or as Wildcard have just demonstrated there, a brilliant way at achieving a round win, especially if you know that the Deimos has already gone below to try and take advantage of those Deathmark trackers and the Vendetta. If you can counter that, fantastic.
And it does feel like a bit of a practice diff at this point, right? Because nothing SSG was doing in that round was particularly bad. In fact, a lot of it was good. It seems like Wildcard have a bit more steps, kind of, I think, built up to the level of instinct than SSG do, and that's just a factor of time. It's a factor of practice of SSG, this being the first time they're playing this match on game day. So they're being caught off guard by these things, and imagine if you maybe play this again, they're a bit more ready for Baby Shark to drop down below, a bit more ready for these kinds of fundamental and basic plays that Wildcard are doing, and basic not as something demeaning or something negative, but basic as a compliment that it is really quite simple Siege that is winning the day for Wildcard that's got them this 4-0, and simple things done well is a beautiful thing to watch. Ventilation defense. It's Wildcard with the side open up, opt to go back to it. SG again, bit spread out at the beginning. Giddy trying to create some important openings that to get some important utility as well. Of course, the issue we've seen with these Wildcard defenses, off the back of these castles and reinforcements, they have been extending and creating additions to the bomb site in really difficult positions that SSG just haven't quite found a solution for how to break through these positions convincingly.
The answer in this round is attempting to be the Ash, isn't it? Gitty, Ash launcher, Great way of dealing with those castle barricades. You can only deal with 2 though, so you are going to be a little bit limited. You're not going to be able to get them all. Raid. Selma there getting thrown in from the top of these east stairs. As this is where the attack is starting to mount, but another round and another opening pick. This Bay Aiden duel that we've had sort of simmering away for the last few rounds is really starting to trade back and forth. Aiden got the better of Bay in round 4, but it's going to be Bay in round 5, sending Aiden to the cameras. Long angle's now starting to be opened up. Big pick there onto Adrian. He gets punished, to be fair. Swinging that at that point seems a little bit aggressive for the state of play right now, because SSG before that didn't really have too much to go on. Now that might allow them to move forward and take a bit more control, and it further isolates Bay's position.
Yeah, Bay might have considered going for a flank before, playing more off time, and he could still do that, but might consider falling back as well. And even then, if he drops and takes control of customs, that's an important side angle removed for SSG, continuing to find this information, spot the Ella. And now Bay, things might get real complicated for him. Player who's really come into his own over the past 3 years, his entry into the NAL, now a couple years under his belt. A player one of the most feared players I can think of taking a gunfight against in that CCTV position. Giddy will avoid that. Instead, take a look down below. There's only 20 seconds remaining. SSG don't have a clear way in. They've made it into tellers. They've made it into bathroom. But the actual site players are still very much intact. Oh, Giddy. That one seemed lined up for him, and the crosshair just a little too high. Baby Shark capitalizes off the back of it. Kansan gets the next. Flawless in terms of the gunfights until Rival gets a kill. Might have been 2, and again, a flawless until that very last one. But Wildcard really not facing all that many problems on border.
And that's a round that SSG will come back to, and in 6 months' time it will go entirely different, because they didn't understand the control that they had. They didn't realize the positions that they were occupying, and there was a real mid-round stall there. Wildcard, hats off to you, because how passive were they in that moment? Adrian dies defending Fountain, and it's not like we get a mega overreaction from Bay, or even Baby Shark down in Passport doesn't immediately think, oh, I've got to move, I've got to, got to try and do something, got to try and get active. Everybody just stays where they are, and they just go, yep, let them push. Because guess what? When there's 35 seconds left, they can't push everything. So they're likely going to push the site, try and extend the time by getting the diffuser down, and that's when we're going to strike. And it didn't even get to that point. We didn't even see the case make it into the bomb site in the end, because it was just dealt with before it became too much of a problem. Wildcard up by 5, looking to make it a flawless defensive streak here on border.
Jammer ready.
Start with a 6-0. I know the 6-0 possibly.
10 seconds left.
Not something we usually see, but given how the success Wildcard have had, could be very real. In fact, I think, coincidentally, I think it also, depending on how this round goes, might also be a 6-0 with a 5-1 opening pick lead to the team going up 6-0. So, funny coincidence. Fortunately, border basically the complete opposite map of layers, so some important differences in that regard. Bay now, for the 6th and final time of this game, well, unless it goes to OT, taking the mantle of the CCTV position. First time with the DMR, though. Normally, I think the DMR, the typical gun for that position, but it's been the Scorpion 4 times, the MPX once, I believe. It's only now the AR-15 makes its way into the lineup, which that's just worse. That's just worse for SSG to have to deal with that position and that gun in that spot. Aiden has also been here, feels like basically every single round. Nomad this time instead of Snake. See how things might differ on this attempt as Rival with the Deimos in hand. Going down below, trying to hunt down the Tuberau. I like this from SSG. Trying to apply some vertical pressure, I believe, to Bay, as Aiden loses a lot of health, but Dream immediately applying pressure to Kansan. Spiker down next. SSG just deciding to turn things on. Barrel straight into this defense. Bay might get one, but he's pushed out of CCTV. Rival wrapping around and catching the Tuberau on the flank. This is the SSG we've needed to see for 6 rounds now. Will deny us the 6-0. Baby Shark found out by the Monty. I can't even tell you exactly how SSG have just won this one. But realizing what they needed to do, they get a triple crossfire on Wildcard. Comes in the 6th and final round, but SSG not done just yet.
They get one round at the final moment there before the end of the half, but other than that, Wildcard had been in complete control. Guys, I think it was Lynx who said, this is just a case of practice diff. Do you agree?
I do agree. I think this is literally coming down to SSG lacking the game day reps that we were talking about earlier, but it's also a master game plan out of Lagoatness, which we also highlighted. And the reason I say that is just because there's two different ways to play border defense. You're either going to play that extremely trap-heavy style, which I think SSG was more prepared for. They even banned out the Thorn operator, so I think they were expecting that. But instead, Wildcard leaned into a different style, which is the more bunkered layer style, utilizing the castle, utilizing the Cade. We even saw some Tubarao in there. They're just peeling back and actually layering on border, which you don't see very often. Yeah. They're almost letting SSG into these spots, and then they're just going for retakes. You see Baby Shark kind of hiding in some corners, and at the end of the day, you're still trying to take Wildcard to a map where
they're clearly comfortable on.
They're clearly comfortable on, and who's in CCTV? It's the Storm. It's Bay 94, and this guy always locks it down. He's one of the best power spot players that we have in the game. And
I don't know how he makes some of these shots happen. They're impressive, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, he's called the weapon for a reason, and he absolutely is a weapon. I mean, he was just going insane for the first 3 rounds, and he also goes insane in chat when he says, "When you push me, your coach frowns." I mean, that might be one of the coldest quotes of all time Mr. 94 has ever dropped. And I swear that guy has these things written down, pre-planned.
Yeah, I mean, I think, like you were saying, they have a really good understanding of their defense and how they were playing it, especially with those castles. It does create a lot of choke points. And getting rid of the shield operators, where we saw the Monty come out at the very end, I think definitely hindered SSG's success rate. Not being able to put in, not being able to just get into the building to create some headway. And they were playing those crossfires extremely well. They always had a read of what SSG was going to do because they were able to channel all of their flow throughout the map. Now starting on the attacking half, I mean, I want to see something similar from SSG. I want the early aggression there and then peel back into layers. That is the beauty of Border, is you can play aggressive right from the get-go, get kills going into your favor, as we talked about, seeing if shield operators do get banned to make the headway, to be those spearheads. But then, like I said, playing back into those layers. Border is one of those maps that you absolutely can, and you can play very long crossfires.
Yeah, interesting to see the mute ban here, and I'm wondering, yeah, we're going to see Baby Shark probably on a lot of Deimos. I wouldn't doubt some Dokkaebi in there, and then Ace going to be able to open up pretty much every single wall. And yeah, I mean, we'll have to see if Space Station and Dream can kind of motivate them to bring these defenses back, but this is an attacker-sided map, and it's not looking pretty.
Yeah, this is not set up for success. There is just no way you can spin this into SSG's favor. They go onto the defense, and maybe we can see that miracle that they need.
Maybe. I mean, maybe they'll drop some miracles on defense, or maybe Mr. 94 bringing the Storm is going to completely lock SSG out of this one. We'll have to see what happens. Certainly not want to face him playing the Zofia with the M762. Army Archives defense. Please don't bring the Osa. Please don't bring her. You don't need to do that.
You know what's really good for this site?
What's really good for this site? You tell me.
Anything but an Osa. No, I'm joking.
I will say this, actually. The Osa strat, I think, is made significantly better by the Thatcher change.
Yes. The fact that you're not now relying on either throwing it... Okay, yeah, this is great.
Okay.
I mean, that's just brilliant.
All right.
Yep. No worries. To be fair, one well-placed nade there deals with 4 pieces of utility. 3 of them are Vulcan packs. So just because there's 3 stacked up in the same place, if you explode them all at the same time, it isn't that much of a... Okay, we're just doubling down on everything tonight. It isn't that much of a problem. It's going to be first on the list here for wildcard. I don't know. I don't know that those Vulcans are... Oh, okay, so it didn't pop. We got... Okay, so we've got 2, maybe?
Dude, this
the nade should get the next. Okay, so it's a heavy investment in Vulcan packs, but like we've seen, a couple of shots and a nade. This game plan with the Thatcher play is still very much on.
Yes, especially as you can see that C4 with 5 more shots in the canister. Wildcard ready with this set play. Firebolts going through. How many times have we seen this, though? Pump fake over on the east side instead of the plant coming in from east. Adrian repels in through Sandwich. C4's being dumped in this position. How many teams have we seen fall for this? And SSG might be another victim. Adrian, 50, 25. Plant, no! Dream sprints in! Calls Wildcard's bluff and completely stops the attack.
Brilliant pay there from Dream. Only just got away with it. The HP that he's got left. He's maybe on 15 if he's lucky. But that's the diffuser cold in the middle of the site. And the bad news is for Wildcard, they threw everything at that push. Not only is Adrian down, I mean, the capital hours are spent, but they have got nothing left. 2 Deathmark trackers, couple of EMPs. Okay, so what? They're going to have to win this off the back of gunfights and gunfights alone. And SSG are in full control of the diffuser. Nice angle here being held by Rival. He knows someone is very likely going to try and make a walk up metal.
That's exactly what you need to do. Rival in this position, just spots the head, ready for it. SSG know that Wildcard are going to pivot, that it's going to be a bit more spread out, playing this the back half of this defense perfectly. Sees another. Gushmont might go off. Baby Shark, how does he get that kill? Raid swings around. Oh, gets them both. Beauty of a shot onto Spiker. It's a trade to wrap things up. MVP right here. Dream snatching that round away from Wildcard.
It's starting to become a bit of an oldie and a goldie, isn't it? You know, when it works, it's brilliant, it's genius. When it doesn't work, it's been done before, and it's kind of well telegraphed what your approach is going to be. The typical, you know, like the old school initial sort of iteration of that was to plant behind the Osa shield, and then somebody realized, hang on a minute, we can get ourselves in sandwich window and plant there and kind of bait out where all of our utility is going, and just sort of take a bit of advantage of the fact that the defense have kind of not got much of an idea as to what's going on, and they're maybe guessing where the plant is going down. That wasn't the case there for SSG. I think that they had a very good idea, and I mean, I suppose a lot of teams have a good idea of where it's going down now, but it can be very difficult to do anything about the guy planting on sandwich, because if you've got someone on the upside down rappel behind them, it's very difficult to challenge onto it. Dream showed us how difficult it was, given that he was basically 1 HP coming away from that engagement, but all he needs to do is land a couple of shots onto the guy that's planting that diffuser, and the round is pretty much a guaranteed wrap. It's the first step of many here for SSG, as they do still trail by 3, but they've started off their defense on the right foot.
Camera feed up and running.
An excellent start. Good momentum play as well to stop a fake like that. Just a really great call, great individual play, everything you need. Now going to bathroom tellers. Wildcard will play this a bit more traditional, a bit more standard. I mean, I guess you could do some kind of fake like that or go for some kind of rush plant, but they're certainly not going to. That's an intel heavy, intel denial lineup on the opposite side. Valkyrie, Solus, and the Mozzie as well. A lot of ways that SSG can get a bit of a comparative advantage in the intel game early on, and also just make things a bit more difficult in terms of the Mozzie for kind of allowing Wildcard to get that information early as well. Deathmark tracker goes out, but Raid pretty far away from anybody on the attack right now. So the Deathmark tracker will get some good information, and also see that there is a player with the C4 down below, so Wildcard will be a bit more careful stepping foot in the CCTV.
Yeah, you need to be cautious of Raid there. If there's some good cameras out, I mean, even not, you know, just off the back of sound alone, you can pretty easily predict where people are going to be moving through. You can see with the C4 as well, so I'm expecting some sort of kill to come through one of those. Wildcard do need to be cautious with how they choose to approach this, and well, they've got the read. The early track onto the Valkyrie gives the game away, and the cameras, they are soon to follow. Plenty of calls have been sent out as well already, both Aiden and Gitty. The big opening pick. Battle of the A's. Oh, great one there from Bay. Couldn't believe his luck almost as he just swings the corner, and Rivals clean looking the other way. A massive advantage here for Wildcard at round 8.
Yeah, just putting them in positions to take advantage of those timings. Aiden found through the wall. Rival looking at a perfectly fine angle, but extra angle makes that not really much you can do in that position. Another call goes out. It's already destroyed Giddy's ability to look at Cam's. Raid, the next victim of it. Spiker moving in for the plant. Anybody can stop him? Can anybody stop him? Oh, Adrian getting a little bit windy on that shot, but puts enough HP onto Dream, and Wildcard keeping things locked down across the board. Kansan Good watching the flank. Raid and Dream, both of the two ideal plant denial players, still have their tools in their arsenal, but their moment to shine is gone. Spiker with the 4th. Likely an impactless trade by Raid there as Baby Shark with the angle makes nothing happen of it. Could be the game right now. Dream hadn't made that hero play in round 7. So Wildcard take a pretty uncontested round 8.
It's kind of uncontested because there's not really too much that you can use to deny the lineup that Wildcard is bringing right now. The mute ban is massive in this game, and Wildcard are leveraging it perfectly. Deimos, Snake, Dokkaebi, whatever it might be, they have got horrible tools to use. Snake, excuse me, is banned, so that's why we haven't seen it, but mainly the Deimos and the Dokkaebi. Fantastic tools if you've got no mute or you've banned the mute away, and you can really take a lot of advantage of that. So even if they are bringing the Valkyrie, like you say, once the phone's gone, that's it. They're not going to be able to do anything about those cameras. So a brilliant play from Wildcard, really recognizing the win condition, understanding the current landscape of the game as well. And so far, aside from the hero play, like you mentioned, Lynx, making things look a little bit easy here on Border.
And it makes sense given how comfortable they are on this map. Something the desk talked about as well. And the very nice game plan clearly going in for these defenses from Lagonis. Also just liking the general coordination for this attack. Which makes things tricky because for SSG, a team that, you know, I said this kind of last week that C9 have taken the position SSG had during kickoff, a very promising team that is kind of punching a little bit above their weight and seems to have a lot of promise. It's not the SSG we have right now. They're, to be fair, 1 point below 100 Thieves at 5 points, so they're not doing bad whatsoever. But they're slowly starting to slip away into pretty firmly in that bottom 4 position. It won't be even like confirmed or even likely after today, but it's just making it a little bit harder as 100 Thieves, Cloud9 all becoming competitive. SSG starting to become the team that's on the outside of that middle 3 to 4 pack inside of the NA League, and a 7-2 loss to Wildcard, -5 on the round diff. That's the kind of thing that can really mess up your stage if this becomes a close competition for the 5th and 6th place spots. Storm with an Ash charge in hand, looking to break a hole directly in the customs wall. Spiker sending out a Dokkaebi call as well. Not necessarily a set play, but trying to get a very quick angle off this position. Destroying some utility, taking immediate control of customs. Dream losing a lot of HP, but Aiden with the first kill onto the Ying. Massive impact for Aiden, and yet it seems Wildcard might just have a way in on the door of the site. Unclear the status of SSG's vertical angles right now. Oh, there's nothing. There's no vertical angles in here. Dream, though, probably the most important kill of the round, gets the next one. Getting ready for 2 on a long one. One of the few ones we can see in Vent. Able to help Dream from above, and Wildcard think they have a gap, and they thought wrong. Aiden pile drives Dream from the top ropes, and Baby Shark next up with the M10. SSG still in the fight.
A really good example there from Dream of exactly the only way that you can counter a Dokkaebi when mute isn't available, and that is just to let your phone blow up. Get yourself to safety, let it blow, and then all of a sudden you see the phone call attempted, and it's like, hang on a minute, with no phone call. Because the idea there is to call Dream again, is to call the Thorn, and to further, you know, sort of displace that player, catch him out, get the sound cue, bang him through the wall, whatever it might be. But Dream's phone's already blown up. You can't call him again, and he then becomes a real unpredictable factor, and you find yourself sort of sandwiched. And because we didn't see an overreaction from SSG, because they held their ground on the top floor, it allows plays like this. It allows Aiden to jump over the banister and to pick up those final 2 kills, because the side players that have found themselves for the side of Wildcard are already too well entrenched. They're already in the site, and they really ought to be. They've not really got much business being there because they've not done a top floor clear at all. It was a very direct take, but it didn't have the desired outcome. That much is for certain. SSG slowly starting to claw this back now. Wildcard, still not a massive cause for concern. 3 rounds is a lot. Wildcard only even need to get lucky once, and they will walk away with a full 3 points here. They still have their timeout in hand, but now's the time to give us something convincing here.
It's always the curse of best of ones, just that when you take that match point, you have such a dominant lead, just 1 round is all that's required. As we go back to Armory and Archives, and they can't run that rush again. Bathroom Tellers has been their only saving grace so far. Call in round 9, not net them anything. In fact, basically just walked into an SSG who didn't seem fully prepared for it, but at least had players in positions to account for it. Dream, again, both times has spotted these quick plays by Wildcard to move into the site. Really paying his weight right now for SSG. Great stuff. Kansan going down below. Looking to get an angle on the player, playing inside of CCTV. Holding that long angle. Bit of a standard start for Wildcard, at least you can think. Trying to clear out the CCTV position, which makes sense after that pivot away, or I suppose during this pivot away from the east direct take that we saw in round 7, they'll need to deal with the CCTV position. Whether it's now or later, it has to fall.
Much more of an old school lineup here from Wildcard as well. There's no Deimos, there's no Dokkaebi. Not trying to get too fancy with things. It's very simple. A book below. Displace the guy inside of CCTV. Make it so he's uncertain as to where he can move to, which angles are being watched. Great information being fed through as well. It's going to put Raid a little bit softer. No one there for the catch, but he can't play in that position now. He knows that he's got the book below, and he knows that the pressure is starting to mount, not only from Breakdoor, but also from the CC windows. That, coupled with the fantastic three-place drones that we just got to see, is going to force defenders to get themselves out of sight. Now playing at the top of Metal, they kind of have to surrender control here of CC.
They have to. Giddy won't give it up without a fight, though. Baby Shark around the corner. Razorbloom gets Adrian.
On hostile.
SG facing some problems as Bay decides to get active. That's what Wildcard needed. CCTV not going down easy. So instead, he swings around, takes the fights inside of Armory, forces one player to rotate back into office as Wildcard have the advantage they sorely needed. 12-6 right now for Bay. The player for Wildcard might end things in round 10. Kansan's telegraphed his position, giving it away by shooting that skeleton key. That's okay. Plenty control already secured. We'll wait for a bit of time to pass before walking up. Smoke down. Don't know if it'll land in front of Kansan, but at least warded off this walk up metal stairs. Puts him in a bit of a tricky spot. He wants to rotate up east. That'll take some key remaining time, but they're clearly aware of the possibility of a metal lurk. So Kansan running back and forth right now before he makes his way halfway up metal. Wildcard got that huge double kill from Bay to open things up. They need to convert it. They need a moment right now to stop this momentum, stop SSG from getting their heads back in the game. They're still ready for it. They know Kansan is pushing up those stairs. Bay still going so big as he's the only one making it happen. A 4-piece on Armory, beginning and ending with Bay. Wildcard closed things out 7-3.
Without Bay, I have no idea how that round ends, but I don't think it goes Wildcard's way. He was the only shining light there. In what was a very difficult round, SSG did a brilliant job of holding on, but it was just a little bit too much. For the last time tonight, we are going to send it over to our wonderful desk.
Well, thank you, Ollie. What a finish. Wildcard take the win in regulation, and for the most part, SSG just were not able to put up a fight. Border was clearly Wildcard territory through and through. They had control of the map, and SSG just could not compete there.
They really couldn't, but Wildcard's strategy, I really enjoyed it, especially on their attacking half. I mean, even in their roles, we were talking about that just now. I like seeing Adrian being even on the Ash, getting a little more aggressive. We talked about Baby Shark and his success or lack of success throughout the playdays so far. I mean, if he wasn't able to lurk around and find success, what do we say that we want him to do? We want him to be able to play with the team. We want him to be able to acknowledge that things just aren't working on that front. And where did they put him? They put him on the ace. So once he's opening up any of the walls, once he's opening up line of sights, he then can go out and frag and lurk around. And that's something that I think is important for any player that lurks heavy is if you aren't finding success on that lurk, then play with the team and then go do it into the middle and later half of the round, where then you probably can find a gap. And by all means, they were exposing a lot of SSG and getting a few of those gaps.
I mean, 100%, and I'm sure it's changing, per round. Obviously, we get to see him on the Dokkaebi a little bit, but it was really good to see Baby Shark, as you just said. He kind of showed up today. We kind of called him out for it regionally, and if Baby Shark is shooting, this team is an international contender, and not even international contender. They will compete in domestically as well in the greatest region that we have, and obviously we have to highlight the 94. We already did during the halftime, but Mr. Bay, Mr. Weapon, he's got so many nicknames. The Storm, I mean, 14-6. That last round alone kind of just highlighted what he brings to the team.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, both these two players are their fraggers, statistically speaking. They should be topping the charts for this team, and it clearly shows when they're performing, Wildcard is lethal.
They're lethal right now, and certainly tonight. We spoke to him last night. We'll talk to him again. We got Spiker standing by after now back-to-back wins. You take down DZ, you take down SSG. You guys are clearly looking good right now. Anything different you tried tonight that made a difference and continued to allow you guys to find success?
Not really. We're just kind of doing our thing, focused on I mean, that's it. That's really what we're just focused on doing our thing, like normal prep, normal game day routine, everything. We're just doing our thing.
Spiker, congratulations on the win. Another very convincing win from you guys. Were you a little surprised that they went to border and didn't choose the bank?
A little bit, but honestly, when me, Lagonis, and Justin were doing bans last night, we kind of had like a feeling it was going to go border. I don't know why.
Was there anything in scrims?
We scrimmed like a month ago on it or something. Like there was nothing recent really. It was, I don't know why. We just like, we were talking and we just like had a feeling it was going to go border. So
did you feel that, you know, given their prep and what they thought they were maybe could expose you guys on, that a lack of game day reps clearly was an indicator of just them not putting much of a fight on their attacking half?
I don't know. Honestly, I would need to watch the game back to answer that question.
I don't want to discredit your defense. It was really good.
No, yeah. I don't know. I mean, I would need to watch the game back to answer that question more, I think. Like, it's kind of hard to know in the game, like, what's kind of going wrong for them, I guess. So I'll need to watch it back to answer that question. I got no idea.
Well, Spiker, I just want to ask you, why do teams keep insisting on trying to push the weapon in CCTV?
I don't know. They keep pushing the weapon and they keep getting denied. I don't know what's going on.
I mean, he even had to drop a quote on him that that their coach right now is probably frowning. Like, why are we going there?
94 was in today.
The 94 was definitely in. I do want to ask, I mean, you said, you know, normal prep, but normal prep to you guys is a little bit different than other teams. You guys are definitely one of the better prep heavy teams. As far as your defenses today, I seen you guys weren't playing a very trap-heavy style of defense. Was that kind of a plan going against these guys to run more so, you know, the castle, Cade, bunker up?
Control the flow.
You know, we were kind of going, like, we started with a game plan going off of the scrim info we had.
Okay.
And then off of that, I was going to call whether we should change something or keep going with it. And then the scrim info we had was good still. So we just kept going with it.
And that's just kind of a read, like, right after the first 3 rounds, you're like, yeah, we don't got to change nothing.
Yeah. No, yeah, basically. I was talking about it. I was like, the only thing they can do potentially is ban the Warden to try and take control of the game, but they didn't do it, I don't think, anyway, so.
Sounds like you guys were in full control then.
And it looked like that, too.
94 was balling today. 94 was in.
Not only the 94,
so
though.
Baby Shark.
Even Baby Shark,
yeah,
exactly.
Baby Shark was also in.
You didn't have to carry the team this time.
Hey, I can only ever do it because of my teammates. That's what matters.
Humble leader. Humble leader.
Classic
Until
leader
he gets
stuff.
off this
Man
interview.
of the people.
So beating people up like, I carried it all. Spiker, as always, thank you so much. We'll see you next week.
All right, thank you.
All right, wild card, a big win to round off what was another great day here in the NAL Stage 1. A little bit surprising today, and I guess in terms of the results we saw, we opened up with, I think, the biggest surprise of all, and that was For Fun taking down Shopify Rebellion, who have been having a rough go of it right now. I mean, overall, M80, they were able to handle Outlast, but Outlast also stepped up their game a little bit. Officially, we are now into the second half, so that, chase for playoffs is what these teams are thinking about, and I think the stage is set really well.
Yeah, I really want to see where the points shake up. I mean, M80 sitting at 14. I think you also said they're pretty close at clenching their spot in
theoretically,
regardless, theoretically speaking. But in that middle of the pack, I mean, that's where you really have to be putting a lot of focus into, because once we get towards the very end, it's really who's going to squeak into that top 6 and going to be the ones fighting for it. And Cloud9, like we said today, getting that very much needed win is only going to help them with their days going forward.
Yeah, the 2 teams that I don't think anyone really expected to be in the playoffs, you just highlighted one of them was Cloud9, and then the other one is For Fun Esports, up there in 4th right now, or tied for 4th with 9 points. And again, I mean, it was definitely the most impressive win of the day, taking down the Rebellion. And I mean, we heard it in the interview. They are so confident that they can beat literally anybody, and that is why I love watching those guys.
It's going to be great to see how SR bounce back next week. Of course, For Fun, if they can keep that position towards the top, we have a couple of big matches coming your way next week. We have SR taking on M80, the last remaining undefeated team. That's happening on Thursday. And then we get our grand final rematch from the major on Friday with SR and DZ going toe-to-toe. So you're not going to want to miss it. All of that gets started on Thursday at 2 p.m. So much more exciting Siege coming your way. Just 4 days left before we get into the playoffs.
Crazy.
And so that is what everything is all about. Crazy how fast everything goes by.
It's flying by. I feel like I just got here. Tell me I have 4 games
you
left.
literally did.
Oh, right. I did.
I don't know if you got that already. But, well, thank you so much for tuning in today. On behalf of our entire studio crew, for Mint for Relaxing, I'm Jonas Willinger. Thanks so much for watching. We'll see you next week.